Book 2, Chapter 1 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Book 2, Chapter 1. Our Sanitarium. Speaking of the great American Andes, the mineralogist Aui uses a grand expression when he calls them the incommensurable parts of creation. These proud words may justly be applied to the Himalayan chain, whose heights no man can measure with any mathematical precision. They occurred to my mind when I first viewed this incomparable region, in the midst of which Colonel Munro, Captain Hood, Banks, and myself were to sojourn for several weeks. "Not only are these mountains immeasurable," said the engineer, "but their summits must be regarded as inaccessible, for human organs cannot work at such a height, where the air is not dense enough for breathing." This chain may be best described as a barrier of primitive granite, gneiss, and schist rocks, 1,560 miles in length, extending from the 72nd meridian to the 95th, through 2 presidencies, Agra and Calcutta, and 2 kingdoms, Bhutan and Nepal. It comprehends 3 distinct zones, the first 5,000 feet high, being more temperate than the lower plain and yielding a harvest of corn in the winter and rice in the summer. The second increasing from 5,000 to 9,000 feet, on which the snow melts in the springtime, and the third rising to 25,000, covered with ice and snow which even in the hot season defies the solar rays. At an elevation of 20,000 feet, the mountains are pierced by 11 passes, which, incessantly threatened by avalanches, swept by torrents, and encumbered by glaciers, yet make it possible, though dangerous and difficult, to go from India to Tibet. Above this ridge, which is sometimes rounded and then again as flat as Table Mountain at the Cape of Good Hope, rise 7 or 8 peaks, some volcanic, commanding the sources of the Gogra, the Jumna, and the Ganges. The chief are Mounts Dukia and Kinchinjunga, rising to 21,000 feet, Deodunga 24,000, Dhaulagiri 27,000, Chumilari 28,000, and the highest in the world, Mount Everest, 29,000 feet. Such is this magnificent pile of mountains, which neither Alps, Pyrenees, nor Andes can excel in loftiness, and whose summits not even the most daring of ascensionists have ever ventured to assail. The first slopes are extensively and thickly wooded. Here may be found different representatives of the palm family, which, in a higher zone, give place to vast forests of oaks, cypress, and pines, to rich masses of bamboos and herbaceous plants. Banks, who gave us this information, told us also that the snow line is 12,000 feet lower on the Indian side of the chain than on the Tibetan, the reason being that the vapors brought by the south winds are arrested by the enormous barrier. On the other side, therefore, villages have been established at an altitude of 15,000 feet in the midst of fields of barley and beautiful meadows. If you believe the natives, 1 night is sufficient for a crop of grass to carpet these pastures. In the middle zone, peacocks, partridges, pheasants, bustards, and quails represent the winged tribe. Goats and sheep abound. On the highest zone, we only find the wild boar, the chamois, the wild cat, and the eagle soars above the scanty vegetation, mere humble specimens of an Arctic flora. But there was nothing there to tempt Captain Hood. Was it likely that his Nimrod would have come into the Himalayan region merely to continue his trade of domestic provider? Fortunately for him, there was no chance that game worthy of his Enfield rifle and his explosive balls would be scarce. At the foot of the first slopes of the chain extends a zone called by the natives the Belt of Terai. It is a long declivitous stretch of land, 4 or 5 miles wide, damp, warm, covered with vegetation and dense forests, forming favorite resorts for wild beasts. This Eden of the hunter who loves the stirring features of the chase lay but 1,500 yards below us. It was, therefore, easy to enter into these preserves, which seemed, as it were, quite distinct grounds. It was more than probable that Captain Hood would have greater pleasure in visiting the lower than the upper zones of the Himalayas, although, even after the explorations of that most ill-humored of travellers, Victor Jacquemont, many important geographical discoveries remain yet to be made. "So this important chain is only very imperfectly known?" I remarked to Banks. "Very imperfectly indeed," answered the engineer. "The Himalayan chain may be likened to a little planet stuck onto our globe and keeping its own secrets." "They have been surveyed, though," said I. "They have been explored as much as is possible." "Oh, yes, there has been no lack of Himalayan travellers," replied Banks. "Messrs. Gerard and Webb, the officers Kirkpatrick, Fraser, Hodgson, Herbert, Lloyd, Hooker, Cunningham, Strabing, Skinner, Johnson, Moorcroft, Thompson, Griffith, Vignet, Hugel, the missionaries Uke and Gabet, and more recently the brothers Schlagenschweit, Colonel Waugh, Lieutenants Roulier and Montgomery, have, by dint of great labour, made known in large measure their orological arrangements. Nevertheless, my friends, much remains to be learnt. The exact heights of the principal peaks have given rise to numberless rectifications. Formerly Dawalagiri was the king of the whole chain. Then, after new measurements, he was forced to yield the throne to Kinchinjunga, who again has abdicated in favour of Mount Everest. At the present time the latter surpasses all its rivals. However, the Chinese now say that the Kuen Lun Mountains, to which it is true European measurements have not been applied, surpass Mount Everest in a slight degree, and that we must no longer look to the Himalayas as possessing the highest point of our globe. But in reality these measurements must not be considered mathematical until they have been barometrically obtained, and with every precaution that a direct determination will admit of. And how is this to be done without carrying a barometer to the very top of one of these inaccessible peaks? Of course, no one has yet accomplished this." "It will be done," answered Captain Hood, "just as some day voyages will be made both to the North and South Pole." "Evidently." "Or an exploring party to the lowest depths of old ocean." "Doubtless." "Or a journey to the centre of the earth." "Bravo, Hood." "As everything will be done," I added. "Even an aerial voyage to each of the planets of the solar system," rejoined Hood, whom nothing daunted. "No, Captain," I replied. "Man, a mere inhabitant of the earth, cannot overstep its boundaries. But though he is confined to its crust, he may penetrate into all its secrets." "He can, he must," cried Banks. "All that is within the limits of possibility may and shall be accomplished. Then, when man has nothing more to discover in the globe which he inhabits, he will disappear with the spheroid which has no longer any mysteries concealed from him," put in Captain Hood. "Not so," returned Banks. "He will enjoy it as a master, and will derive far greater advantages from it. But, friend Hood, now that we are in the Himalayan country, I wish to tell you of a curious discovery which you may make, amongst others, and which will certainly interest you." "What is it about, Banks?" "In the account of his travels, the missionary Hugh speaks of a singular tree which is called in Tibet the Tree of 10,000 Pictures. According to the Hindu legend, Tong Kabak, the reformer of the Buddhist religion, was changed into a tree some 1,000 years after the same adventure happened to Philemon, Baucis, and Daphne, those curious vegetable beings of the mythological flora. The hair of Tong Kabak became the foliage of this sacred tree, and the leaves are, the missionary declares he saw it with his own eyes, Tibetan characters, distinctly to be traced in the veins." "A tree producing printed leaves!" I exclaimed. "And, moreover, on which you may read the purest and most moral sentences," continued the engineer. "That would be well worth the trouble of proving," said I, laughing. "Prove it then, my friends," answered Banks. "If these trees exist in the southern part of Tibet, then surely are to be found in the upper zone on the southern slopes of the Himalayas. During your excursions, then, you can be on the lookout for this, what shall I call it, this Maxim tree." "No, by Jove," returned Captain Hood. "I came here to hunt, and have not the smallest intention of doing anything in the climbing line." "Well, my dear fellow," resumed Banks, "a daring climber like you ought to make some ascent in all this great chain." "Never!" exclaimed the captain. "Why not?" "I have renounced ascents." "Since when?" "Since the day when, after having risked my life 20 times," answered Captain Hood, "I managed to reach the summit of Wrigel, in the kingdom of Bhutan. It was said that no human being had ever set foot on the top of that peak. There was glory to be gained. My honor was at stake. Well, after no end of narrow squeaks for it, I got to the top, and what did I see but these words cut on a rock: Durand, dentist, 14 Rue Caumartin, Paris. I climbed no more." The honest captain! I must confess that, while telling us of his discomfiture, Hood looked so comical that it was impossible to help joining him in a hearty laugh. I have several times spoken of the sanitariums of the peninsula. These resorts in the mountains are much frequented during the summer by landowners, officers, and merchants, who are scorched by the glowing heat of the plains. In the first rank we must name Simla, situated on the 31st parallel, and to the west of the 75th meridian. It is like a little bit of Switzerland, with its torrents, its streams, its chalets, pleasantly situated under the shade of cedars and pines 6,000 feet above the level of the sea. After Simla I must mention Darjeeling, with its pretty white houses, overlooked by Mount Kinchinjunga, 312 miles to the north of Calcutta, 6,900 feet above the level of the sea, about the 86th degree of longitude and the 27th degree of latitude, a charming situation in the most beautiful country in the world. Other sanitariums there are at different points of the Himalayan chain. And now to these fresh and healthy stations, rendered indispensable by the burning climate of India, was added our steam-house. But it belonged to ourselves alone. It offered all the comforts of the most luxurious dwellings on the peninsula. Here, in this delicious climate, surrounded by all these necessaries and appliances of modern life, we dwelt in an atmosphere of quietness which we might have sought for in vain at Simla or Darjeeling, where there are swarms of Anglo-Indians. The site for our sanitarium was judiciously chosen. The road, leaving the lower part of the mountain, diverged at this point both to the east and to the west, so as to connect several scattered villages. The nearest of these hamlets was 5 miles from Steamhouse. It was occupied by a hospitable race of mountaineers, who rear goats and sheep and cultivate rich fields of wheat and barley. Thanks to our able staff of attendants and Banks' directions, a few hours saw the encampment arranged in which we were to pass 6 or 7 weeks. One of the spurs supporting the great framework of the Himalayas formed a gently undulating plateau, nearly a mile in length and half a mile in width. This was covered with a thick carpet of short, close, velvety grass, dotted all over with violets. Clusters of beautiful rhododendrons, as large as small oaks, and natural arbors of camellias gave a gay and garden-like aspect to the scene. Nature had had no need to call in the aid of workmen from Ispahan or Smyrna to manufacture this vegetable carpet. Several million seeds, brought by the sweet south breezes to the fertile ground, a little rain, a little sunshine, and there lay the green, soft fabric. At least a dozen groups of magnificent trees gave shade to the plateau. They looked like parties of skirmishers thrown out from the main body, the immense forest which clothed the sides of the spur and the neighboring heights, 1,800 feet above us. Cedars, oaks, the long-leaved pendanus, beech trees, maples, mingled with bananas, bamboos, magnolias, locust trees, and Japan fig trees. Some of these giants reared their lofty heads more than 100 feet above the soil. They looked quite as if planted on purpose to shelter some woodland dwelling, so the arrival of Steamhouse was well timed. The fanciful roofs of the 2 pagodas matched well with the varied foliage, flowers gay as butterflies, and leaves, some small and delicate, others large and long, and shaped like the paddle of a canoe. The train was quite hidden by all this rich verdure. Nothing showed that it was a moving house. It looked fixed to the ground, as if nothing could induce it to stir. In the background roared a torrent, whose course could be traced by its silvery gleam many hundred feet as it descended the mountainside. It flowed down the right slope of the spur, and plunged at no great distance from us into a natural basin overhung by splendid trees. The overflow from this basin formed a stream, which, running across our plateau, ended in a noisy cascade, which dashed itself finally into a bottomless gulf. From this description it may be seen how favorably Steam House was situated, both for comfort for the body and pleasure for the eye. Below us lay other and lesser crests, descending in gigantic steps to the plain. All this we could see from our high place of observation. Number 1 of Steam House was placed so that the view to the south might be seen from the veranda as well as from the side windows of the drawing and dining rooms. Over us a cedar spread its dark green layers of shade, contrasting with the eternal snow which glittered on the distant mountain peaks. On the left, number 2 stood close to an enormous granite rock gilded by the sun. This rock, as much by its strange shape as by its warm color, reminded us of the gigantic plum-pudding stones, of which M. Russell Killough speaks in his account of his journey across southern India. This, our attendant's house, was placed about 20 feet from the principal dwelling. From the end of one of its roofs curled upwards a little stream of blue-grey smoke, showing the position of Monsieur Parizard's culinary laboratory. In the midst of the trees which lay between the two habitations might be seen a huge mastodon. It was Behemoth, standing under a great beech tree, with his trunk upraised, as if browsing on the branches. He, too, was stationary now, resting, albeit he had no need of rest. However, there he stood, resolute defender of Steam House, like some enormous antediluvian animal, guarding the way. Colossal as we had always thought our elephant, now that he stood before the everlasting hills, he, the handiwork of puny man, faded into insignificance. "Like a fly on the facade of a cathedral," remarked Captain Hood contemptuously. The comparison was good. Here behind us was a block of granite, from which 1,000 elephants the size of ours might have been carved, and this block was but a simple step in the stair which leads up and up to the topmost crest crowned by the peak of Dhawalagiri. At times, when the sky lowers, not only the highest summits but the lower crests disappear. This is caused by thick vapor sweeping across the middle zone and veiling all the upper part. The landscape shrinks, and then, by an optical effect, it is as if the houses, the trees, the rocks, and Behemoth himself resumed their natural size. When certain moist winds blow, the clouds often roll below the plateau. The eye then rests on nothing but a sea of clouds, illumined here and there by the sun's rays. All land both above and beneath vanishes, and we feel as if transported into some aerial region beyond the earth. Suddenly the wind changes. A northern breeze blows through the mountain gullies, the fog is swept away, the cloudy sea disappears as if by magic, the grand rocks and peaks stand out again, and once more our view extends over a panorama of 60 miles. End of Book 2, Chapter 1. Book 2, Chapter 2 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Book 2, Chapter 2. Matthias van Guit. At daybreak of the 26th of June, the jovial tones of a well-known voice aroused me from my slumbers. Captain Hood and his man Fox were engaged in lively conversation in the dining-room, where I soon joined them. At the same moment Banks made his appearance, upon which the captain greeted him with, "Well, Banks, here we are at last, arrived in safety. It's a positive halt this time, not a mere stoppage for an hour or two, but a stay of some months." "Very true, my dear Hood," replied the engineer. Now you can arrange your hunting excursions as you please. Behemoth's whistle won't hurry you back to camp. Do you hear, Fox? Aye, aye, Captain, answered the man. St. Hubert be my speed, cried Hood. I vow I won't leave this sanitarium, as you call it, until the 50th is added to my list. The 50th, Fox? I have an idea that that fellow will be particularly hard to get hold of. He will be got, though, put in Fox. What has put that idea into your head, Captain? I asked. Oh, Mauclair, it is merely a presentiment, a sportsman's presentiment, nothing more. Well, then, said Banks, from today I suppose you will leave the encampment to commence the campaign? From today, answered Captain Hood, we shall begin by reconnoitring the ground, so as to explore the lower zone, by descending into the Terai, provided the tigers have not abandoned their residences. Can you imagine such a thing? Remember my bad luck. Bad luck? In the Himalayas? Returned the engineer. Would that be possible? Well, we shall see. You will accompany us, Mauclair? Asked Captain Hood, turning to me. Yes, certainly. And you, Banks? I also, replied the engineer. And I fancy, too, that Munro will join you, like myself, as an amateur. Oh, returned Hood, come as amateurs if you like, but you must be amateurs well armed. It would never do to walk about with nothing but sticks in your hands. The very wild beasts would hide themselves for shame. Agreed, then, said the engineer. Now, Fox, continued the captain, addressing his servant, no mistakes this time, please. We are in the tiger country. 4 Enfield rifles for the colonel, Mr. Banks, Monsieur Mauclair, and myself. 2 guns loaded with explosive ball for yourself and Gomi. Don't be afraid, Captain, replied Fox. The game shan't have any reason to complain, I warrant you. This day was to be devoted to reconnoitering the forests which clothe the lower part of the Himalayas, below our sanitarium. About 11 o'clock, therefore, Sir Edward Munro, Banks, Hood, Fox, Gomi, and myself, all well armed, descended the road which slanted towards the plain, taking care to leave behind our 2 dogs, whose services were not required in an expedition of this sort. Sergeant McNeill remained in camp with Storr, Caluth, and the cook, to complete the arrangements. After this 2 months' journey, Behemoth required to be examined both inside and out, cleaned, and put in order. This was, of course, a long, minute, and delicate operation, which would give his usual keepers, the driver and stoker, occupation for some time. Soon after leaving our camp, a turn in the road quite hid the steam-house, which disappeared from our sight behind a thick curtain of trees. It no longer rained. A fresh wind blew from the northeast, driving the hurrying clouds before it. The sky was overcast, and the temperature, consequently, suitable for pedestrians, but we missed the pretty variations of light and shade which add such a charm to woodland scenery. 6,000 feet down a direct road would have been but an affair of 25 or 30 minutes, but it was lengthened by the windings it took to avoid steep places. It took us not less than an hour and a half to reach the outskirts of the forest, but we all enjoyed the walk. "Attention!" exclaimed Captain Hood. "We are now entering the domain of tigers, lions, panthers, leopards, and other interesting inhabitants of the Himalayan region. It is very exciting to destroy wild beasts, but it wouldn't be quite so pleasant to be destroyed by them. Therefore, do not stray away from each other, and be prudent." Such advice from the lips of so bold a hunter was of considerable value, and we respected it accordingly. We all looked to the loading of our guns, and kept our eyes open. I may add that we not only had to be on our guard against wild beasts, but against serpents also, as the most dangerous of their species infest the Indian forests. Belongas, green serpents, whip-snakes are frightfully venomous. The number of victims who succumb annually to the bite of these reptiles is 5 or 6 times greater than that of domestic animals or human beings who are killed by wild beasts. In this region it was no more than the commonest prudence required to look where you set your foot or placed your hand, to keep your eyes open for the slightest rustle in the grass or bushes, and your eyes as much as possible everywhere at once. At 12:30 we were well into the forest. The great trees formed wide alleys through which even Behemoth and his train might have passed with ease. Indeed, this part of the forest had been partially cleared by the hillmen, as we ascertained from the marks their carts had left in the soft, clayey ground. The principal alleys ran parallel with the mountain chain, along the greatest length of the Terai, connecting the glade formed by the woodman's axe, and with more narrow paths which led off from them, and ended in impenetrable thickets. We followed these avenues, more like surveyors than sportsmen, so as to ascertain their general direction. No roar or scream broke the silence of the woods, but great footprints, plainly recent, showed that wild beasts had not deserted the Terai. Suddenly, just as we were turning an angle formed by the hill, an exclamation from Captain Hood brought us all to a standstill. 20 paces from us was a construction most peculiar in its shape. It was not a house, for it had neither chimney nor windows. It was not a hunter's lodge, for it had neither loopholes nor embrasures. It might rather have been taken for a native tomb, lost in the depths of the forest. Imagine a sort of long cube, formed of trunks placed vertically side by side, fixed firmly in the ground, and connected with the upper part by a thick border of boughs. For a roof, other transverse trunks were strongly mortised into the walls. Evidently the builder of this edifice had determined to make it proof against anything. It was nearly 6 feet high, and 12 feet by 5 in length and width. There was no sign of any opening, unless one was hidden by a thick beam, of which the rounded top rose a little above the rest of the building. Above the roof were several long, flexible tendrils, curiously arranged and tied together. At the extremity of a horizontal lever, which supported all this, hung a running knot, or rather noose, made of a thick twist of creepers. "Hullo, what's that?" I exclaimed. "That," answered Banks, after examining it well, "is simply a mouse-trap, and I leave you, my friends, to guess what sort of mice it is destined to catch." "A tiger-trap?" asked Hood. "Yes," replied Banks, "a tiger-trap. You see, the door is closed by that beam, which was kept up by those tendrils, and which must have dropped when the inner weight was touched by some animal." "It is the first time," said Hood, "that I ever saw a snare of that kind in an Indian forest. A mouse-trap indeed, but it isn't worthy of a sportsman." "Nor of a tiger," added Fox. "No doubt," said Banks, "but when it is a question of destroying these ferocious animals, and not merely hunting them for pleasure, the best trap is the one which catches most. Now this appears to me most ingeniously arranged, to attract and detain wild creatures, however sly and strong they may be." "Allow me to remark, my friends," said Colonel Munro, "that since the equilibrium of the weight which holds back the door of the trap has been disturbed, the probability is that some animal is taken in it." "We shall soon know that," cried Captain Hood, "and if the mouse is not dead—" The captain, giving force to his words, put his gun at full cock. All followed his example. We had no doubt now that the erection before us was a trap, which, if it was not the work of a native, at any rate was a very practical engine of destruction, being extremely sensitive and uncommonly strong. Our arrangements made, Captain Hood, Fox, and Gumi approached and marched round the snare, examining it minutely. Not the smallest chink, however, gave them the least glimpse into the interior. They listened attentively. Not a sound betrayed the presence of any living creature. All was silent as the grave. Hood and his companions came round again to the front. They ascertained that the beam slid up and down in 2 wide vertical grooves. It was only necessary, therefore, to raise this, and the entrance would be open. "There's not the slightest sound," said Captain Hood, with his ear close against the door. "Not even a breath. The mouse-trap is empty." "Never mind that. You must be careful." And saying this, Colonel Munro seated himself on the trunk of a fallen tree to the left of the clearing. I placed myself beside him. "Come, Gumi," said the captain. Gumi, with his supple, well-knit frame, active as a monkey, lithe as a leopard, a regular native acrobat, understood directly what was required of him. His natural adroitness designed him for the service the captain wished done. One spring and he was on the roof, and grasping one of the rods. Then he crept along the lever till he reached the rope of creepers, and by his weight brought it down to the beam which closed the opening. The loop was then passed over the head of the beam in a notch made for the purpose. All that now remained to be done was to move it by weighing down the other end of the lever. The united strength of our little party was required for this, so Colonel Munro, Banks, Fox, and I proceeded to the back of the trap. Gumi remained on the roof to look after the lever, in case anything prevented it from working freely. "I say, you fellows," shouted Captain Hood, "if you want me, I will come, but if you can do without me, I would prefer to stop where I am, near the opening. If a tiger pops out, he shall be saluted with one shot, at any rate." "And will that count for your 42nd?" asked I. "Why not?" answered Hood. "If I shoot him, he will have fallen in freedom." "Don't count your chickens before they are hatched," said the engineer. "Especially when the chicken may turn out to be a tiger," added the colonel. "Now, my friends," cried Banks, "all together." The beam was heavy, and did not run easily in the grooves. We managed, however, to move it just a foot from the ground, but then it stuck. Captain Hood, with his gun at full cock, bent down, expecting to see some huge paw or nose poking out. Nothing was to be seen. "Once more!" cried Banks. Gumi now gave a jerk or two to the lever, and the beam again moved up. Gradually the opening became large enough to give passage even to an animal of great size. But no creature of any description appeared. It was possible, after all, that, owing to the noise made around the trap, the prisoner might have retreated into the farthest corner of his prison. He might perhaps be waiting for a favorable opportunity to spring out, overturn anything that opposed him, and disappear in the depths of the forest. It was very exciting. At last I saw Captain Hood step forward, his finger on the trigger, and cast a keen glance into the interior of the snare. The beam was by this time completely raised, and the sunlight streamed freely into the building. At that moment a slight rustle was heard inside, then a great snore, or rather a tremendous yawn which had a very suspicious sound. Evidently an animal was in there, which had been fast asleep and was now awakening. Captain Hood advanced still nearer, and pointed his gun at a dark object which he now saw moving in a corner. Suddenly a cry of terror burst forth, followed immediately by these words, spoken in good English: "Don't fire! For heaven's sake, don't fire!" The man who uttered them ran out. Our astonishment was such that our hands left their grasp of the lever, and the beam fell again with a dull sound before the opening. In the meantime, the personage who had so unexpectedly made his appearance came up to Captain Hood, whose gun was aimed full at the stranger's breast, and in a somewhat affected tone, accompanied by an emphatic gesture, "I beg you will lower your weapon, sir," he said. "It is no tiger that you have to deal with." Captain Hood, after some hesitation, returned his rifle to a less threatening position. "Whom have I the honor of addressing?" asked Banks, advancing in his turn. "The naturalist Matthias van Guit, purveyor of pachydermata, tardigrades, plantigrades, proboscidate animals, carnivora, and other mammalia for the house of Mr. Charles Rice of London and Messrs. Hagenbeek of Hamburg." Then, indicating us by a comprehensive wave of the arm, "These gentlemen?" "Are Colonel Munro and his travelling companions," answered Banks. "Taking a walk in the Himalayan forest," resumed the purveyor. "A charming excursion indeed. I am happy to pay my respects to you, gentlemen." Who could this original be, whom we had met in such a strange way? He looked rather as if his wits had gone astray during his imprisonment in the tiger trap. Was he mad, or was he in possession of his senses? Lastly, to what order of Bimina did this individual belong? We were about to ascertain all this, and we were destined eventually to learn to know well this singular person, who with perfect truth termed himself a naturalist. Matthias van Guiet, menagerie purveyor, was a spectacled man of about 50. His smooth face, his twinkling eyes, his turned-up nose, the perpetual stir of his whole person, his exaggerated gestures, suited to each of the sentences which issued from his wide mouth, all combined to make him a perfect type of the old provincial comedian. Who has not, at some time or another, met one of these ancient actors, whose whole existence, limited by a horizon of footlamps and drop-scene, has been passed between the green-room and stage of a theatre? Indefatigable talkers, worrying gesticulators, always striking some theatrical attitude or other, and the head, which is too empty at old age to have ever had much in it, carried high in air and thrown a little back. There was certainly something of the old actor in Matthias van Guiet. I have heard an amusing anecdote about a poor wretch of a singer, who prided himself on always suiting his actions to the words of his part. Thus, in the opera of Masaniello, when he sung, "If of a Neapolitan fisher," his right arm, extended towards the audience, would shake as if he held at the end of a line the fish which had just swallowed his hook. Then continuing, "Heaven wished to make a monarch," whilst one hand was raised towards the roof to indicate heaven, the other, tracing a circle around his proudly set head, denoted a royal crown. "Rebelling against the decrees of destiny," his whole body seemed strongly to resist some unseen agency which almost threw him backwards, he would say as he steered his bark. Then his two arms, quickly brought from left to right, and from right to left, as if moving the skull, showing his skill in guiding a boat. Well, these gestures, customary with the singer in question, were very similar to those used by Matthias van Guiet. His language was always composed of the choicest terms, and he was sometimes rather annoying to his interlocutors, if they could not keep beyond the radius of his gestures. As we learnt later, from his own mouth, Matthias van Guiet was formerly professor of natural history in the Rotterdam Museum, but did not succeed in his teaching. The worthy man was doubtless a subject for much laughter, and though pupils flocked to his chair, it was to amuse themselves, not to learn. In short, circumstances induced him to leave his wearisome, unsuccessful teaching of theoretical zoology, and to take to practical zoology in the East Indies. This sort of trade suited him better, and he became the agent of important firms in London and Hamburg, who provide both public and private menageries in the two worlds. A large order from Europe for wild beasts had now brought him into the Terai. Indeed, his camp was not more than a couple of miles from the trap out of which we had just extricated him. But how had the purveyor got into the snare? This Banks soon asked, and the reply was made in high-flown language, adorned with various gestures. "It was yesterday. Already had the sun completed half its daily round, when the thought occurred to me that I would go and visit one of the tiger traps erected in the forest. I therefore quitted my kraal, which I trust you will honour with a visit, gentlemen, and soon reached this clearing. My servants were attending to some urgent work, and I did not wish to disturb them. It was imprudent, I confess. When I arrived before this snare, I observed that the movable beam was raised. From this I drew the logical conclusion that no wild animal had allowed itself to be taken in it. However, wishing to ascertain if the bait was still in its place, and if the working of the weight was in good order, I, with a quick movement, insinuated my body through the narrow aperture." Here the hand of Matthias van Guiet imitated the graceful undulations of a serpent as it glides through the long grass. "When I reached the other side of the trap," he continued, "I examined the quarter of a goat, the emanations from which were to attract guests to partake of it from this part of the forest. The bait was intact. I was about to withdraw, when an involuntary blow from my arm displaced the weight. The rope became loose, the beam fell, and I found myself taken in my own snare, without any possible means of escape." Matthias van Guiet paused a moment to allow us to take in all the gravity of the situation. "Yet, gentlemen," he resumed, "I will not conceal from you that I was first of all struck by the comic view of the matter. I was imprisoned well. There was no jailer to open the door of my dungeon, granted. But I thought indeed that my people, finding that I did not reappear at the kraal, would become uneasy at my prolonged absence and commence a search which sooner or later would end in my being discovered. It was but an affair of time. Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. Minds innocent and quiet take that for an hermitage. I consoled myself with these thoughts, and the hours passed away without anything occurring to modify my situation. The shades of evening fell, and pangs of hunger made themselves felt. I imagined the best thing I could do would be to cheat time by sleeping. I resigned myself then philosophically, and was soon in the arms of Morpheus. The night was calm, and silence reigned throughout the forest. Nothing troubled my slumber, and perhaps I should even now be oblivious, if it had not been that I was awakened by an unusual noise. The door of the trap rose slowly. The blessed light of day streamed into my darksome retreat. The way of escape was open before me. What was my dismay when I perceived the instrument of death aimed full at my heart! A moment more, and I should have been stretched lifeless on the ground. The hour of my deliverance would have been the last of my life. But the gallant captain soon recognized in me a creature of his own species, and I have still to thank you, gentlemen, for having restored to me my liberty." Such was our new friend's account of himself. It must be acknowledged that we had some difficulty in keeping our gravity, so absurd were his tone and gestures. "So, sir," said Banks, "your camp is established in this part of the Terai?" "Yes, sir," replied Matthias van Gweet. "As I had the pleasure of informing you, my kraal is not more than 2 miles from here, and if you will honour it with your presence, I shall be happy to receive you there." "Certainly, Mr. van Gweet," answered Colonel Munro. "We will come and pay you a visit." "We are hunters," added the captain, "and the arrangements of a kraal will interest us." "Hunters!" cried Matthias van Gweet. "Hunters!" And his countenance betrayed that he held the sons of Nimrod in very moderate estimation. "You hunt wild beasts for the sake of killing them, doubtless," he resumed, addressing the captain. "Only to kill them," replied Hood. "And I only to catch them," answered the purveyor with evident pride. "Well, Mr. van Gweet, we shan't agree upon that point," said Captain Hood. The purveyor shook his head. The discovery of our hunting propensities was not, however, of importance enough to make him withdraw his invitation. "When you are ready to follow me, gentlemen," he said, bowing gracefully. But as he spoke, voices were heard in the distance, and very soon 6 natives appeared at the other end of the glade. "Ah, here are my people," said Van Gweet. Then, approaching us closer and placing his finger on his lips, "Not a word of my adventure," he whispered. "The attendants and servants of the kraal must not know that I have been caught in my own trap like some common animal. It would lessen the reputation for wisdom which I endeavour to preserve in their eyes." Our sign of acquiescence reassured the purveyor. "Master," said one of the natives, whose impassible and intelligent countenance attracted my attention, "Master, we have been searching for you for more than an hour, without—" "I was with these gentlemen, who wished to accompany me to the kraal," answered Van Gweet. "But before quitting the clearing, the trap must be put in order." Whilst the natives were proceeding to obey their master's orders, Matthias van Gweet invited us to visit the interior of the trap. Captain Hood entered with alacrity, and I followed. The space was somewhat limited for the display of our host's gestures, but he nevertheless did the honours as though it were a drawing-room. "I congratulate you," said Hood after examining the apparatus. "It is exceedingly well contrived." "I do not hesitate to say that it is, Captain," replied Van Gweet. "This description of snare is infinitely preferable to the ditches set with stakes of hardened wood, or the flexible branches of trees bent together so as to form a running knot. In the first case, the animal is impaled on the sharp points; in the second, it is strangled. That, of course, matters little when the object is merely to kill and destroy, but I who now speak to you must procure the living creature intact, with not the slightest blemish." "Certainly," said Captain Hood. "We do not proceed in the same way." "Mine is perhaps the best," said the purveyor. If you were to consult the animals themselves—" "But I have no intention of consulting them," replied the captain. Matthias Van Gweet and Captain Hood would have some trouble in getting on together, most decidedly. "Now, when the animals are caught in the trap," I asked, "what do you do next?" "A rolling cage is brought close to the trap," replied Van Gweet. "The prisoners run into it of their own accord, and then all I have to do is to convey them to the kraal, drawn at a slow and steady pace by my domestic buffaloes." Scarcely were these words uttered when cries arose outside. Captain Hood and I immediately hastened out of the building. What had happened? A whip-snake of the most venomous species lay on the ground, cut in 2 pieces by a rod which one of the natives held in his hand, just as it was darting at the colonel. The man was the one I had at first remarked, and his rapid intervention had certainly saved Sir Edward from immediate death, as we soon saw. The cry we had heard was uttered by another of the servants, who now lay on the grass in the agonies of death. By a deplorable fatality, the head of the snake, as it was severed from the body, had bounded against the unfortunate man's chest. Its fangs had entered him and penetrated by the subtle poison. In less than a minute he was dead, all help proving unavailing. Rousing ourselves from the horror caused by this dreadful sight, we ran up to Colonel Munro. "You are not hurt?" exclaimed Banks, grasping his hand. "No, Banks, no. Make yourself easy," answered Sir Edward. Then, advancing towards the native, to whom he owed his life, "I thank you, friend," he said. The native made a sign as if to say that no thanks were necessary for that. "What is your name?" asked the colonel. "Karagani," answered the Hindu. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Book 2, Chapter 3. The Kraal. The death of this unfortunate man made a deep impression upon us, both from the fact itself and from the cause, though it was anything but an unusual occurrence. It was but one more added to the thousands who annually fall victims in India to the formidable reptiles. Footnote: in 1877, 1,677 human beings perished from snake bites. The rewards paid by government for the destruction of these reptiles show that in the same year 127,295 were killed. It has been said, jestingly I presume, that formerly there were no snakes in Martinique, but that the English imported them when they were obliged to give up the island to France. The French had no occasion to retaliate in this manner when they yielded their conquests in India, for nature had shown herself only too prodigal in that respect. Under the influence of the venom, the body of the Hindu began to exhibit signs of rapid decomposition. A speedy burial was necessary. His companions, therefore, set to work, and soon laid him in a grave deep enough to protect the body from wild beasts. When this sad ceremony was ended, Matthias Van Gweet invited us to accompany him to his kraal, and we readily did so. Half an hour's walk brought us to the place, which deserved its name of kraal, though it is a word more especially used by the settlers of South Africa. It was a wide enclosure, standing in a glade in the depths of the forest. Matthias Van Gweet had arranged it with a perfect understanding of the requirements of his trade. A row of high palisades, having a gate wide enough to admit carts, surrounded it on the 4 sides. Inside was a long hut, made of trunks of trees and planks, which was the dwelling-place. 6 cages, divided into several compartments, and each mounted on 4 wheels, were drawn up in the left end of the enclosure. From the roars which issued from them we concluded they were not untenanted. To the left were penned a dozen buffaloes, which were fed on the mountain grass. These were the animals used to draw the travelling menagerie. 6 men, who attended to these creatures and drove the carts, and 10 others who were especially skillful in the chase completed the staff of attendants in the kraal. The carters were hired only for the duration of the campaign. Their services ended by driving the carts to the nearest railway station. There the cages were placed on trucks and wheeled off, vid Allahabad to Bombay or Calcutta. The hunters, who were Hindus, are called shikaris. They were employed to discover and follow up the traces of animals, dislodge them, and then assist in their capture. Matthias van Gweet and his men had lived for some months in this kraal. They were there exposed not only to the attacks of ferocious beasts, but also to the fevers with which the Terai is infested. The damp nights, the pernicious evaporations from the ground, the moist heat hanging about under the thick-growing trees, through which the sun never penetrates, all combine to make this lower zone of the Himalayas a most unhealthy region. The purveyor and his men were, however, so well acclimatized that the malaria affected them no more than it did the tigers or other inhabitants of the Terai. It would not have been wise for us to live in the kraal, nor did this enter into Captain Hood's plan. Except for a night or two passed on the watch, we intended living in Steam House, which was too high up for any baleful vapors to reach us there. Here we were, then, arrived at Van Gweet's encampment. The door opened for us to enter. Matthias van Gweet appeared particularly flattered by our visit. "Now, gentlemen," he said, "permit me to do the honors of my kraal. This establishment is replete with every necessary for the pursuit of my vocation. In reality, it is but a hut on a large scale, which, in this country, hunters call a hoodie." Saying this, our host opened the door of the dwelling which he and his people occupied together. Nothing could have been more simple. One room for the master, another for the carters, and another for the shikaris. A fourth, rather larger, serving for both kitchen and dining room. After visiting the habitation of these bimina belonging to the highest order of mammalia, we were requested to look at the nearest of the quadrupeds' dwellings. This was the most interesting part of the kraal. The cages were not like the comfortable dens of a zoological garden, but recalled rather the appearance of a travelling show. All that was required to complete them was a gaudily painted canvas hung above a stage, and representing in startling colours a tamer in pink tights and velvet jacket, striking an attitude in the midst of a bounding herd of wild beasts, who, with bloody jaws and claws outspread, were cowering under the lash of some heroic Van Amberg. But such a picture would have been wasted on the desert air, as the public were not there to see and be edified by it. A few paces further on were the buffaloes. They occupied a portion of the kraal on the right, and their daily rations of fresh grass were brought to them there. It would have been impossible to allow these animals to stray in the neighbouring pastures. As Matthias van Gweet elegantly remarked, "The freedom of pasture allowable in the United Kingdom is incompatible with the dangers presented by the Himalayan forests." The menagerie, properly so called, comprised 6 cages on wheels. Each cage, with a barred front, was divided into 3 compartments. Doors, or rather partitions, moved from the top, made it easy for the animals in one compartment to be driven into another when necessary. The cages at the present time contained 7 tigers, 2 lions, 3 panthers, and a couple of leopards. Van Gweet informed us that his stock would not be complete until he had captured 2 leopards, 3 tigers, and 1 lion more. Then he intended leaving this camp, proceeding to the nearest railway station, and thence travelling to Bombay. The wild beasts were easily watched in their cages, and proved to be magnificent creatures, but particularly ferocious. They had been too recently caught to have yet become accustomed to a state of captivity. This was plain from their constant roars, their restless pacings up and down, and the blows they gave the bars, straining them in many places. On seeing us, their rage was redoubled, but Van Gweet was not in the least disturbed. "Poor beasts," remarked Captain Hood. "Poor beasts," echoed Fox. "Do you believe, then, that they are more to be pitied than those which you kill?" asked our host, somewhat sharply. "Less to be pitied than blamed, for allowing themselves to be caught," returned Hood. If it was true that the wild beasts of a country such as Africa are sometimes compelled to undergo a long fast, because the animals upon which they feed are scarce, such could never be the case in the Terai zone. Here abound bisons, buffaloes, zebras, boars, antelopes, to which the lions, tigers, and panthers are constantly giving chase, besides goats and flocks of sheep, not to mention the poor ryots who are their shepherds, offer a certain and easy prey. They always find abundance in the Himalayan forest to satisfy their hunger. The purveyor fed his menagerie chiefly on the flesh of bison and zebras, and it was the shikari's duty to procure this meat. It is a mistake to imagine that this species of hunting is without danger. Quite the contrary. The tiger himself has much to fear from the savage buffalo, who is a terrible animal when wounded. Many a hunter has, to his horror, found his antagonist rooting up, with his horns, the tree in which he has taken refuge. It is said that the eye of a ruminant is a regular magnifying lens, increasing the size of an object threefold, and that man, in this gigantic aspect, awes him. It is also asserted that the upright position of a human being walking is of a nature to terrify ferocious animals, and therefore that it is far better to face them standing than lying or crouching down. I cannot tell how much truth there may be in these statements, but it is very certain that a man, even when drawn up to his full height, produces no effect whatever on the savage buffalo, and if his shot misses, he is almost certainly lost. The buffalo of India has a short, square head, smooth horns flattened at the base, a humped back, like its American congener, its legs, from the foot to the knee, being white, and its size, from the foot of the tail to the end of its muzzle, measuring sometimes 12 feet. Although it is not particularly ferocious when feeding in herds on the plain, it yet is very formidable to any hunter who rashly attacks it. Such were the ruminants destined to feed the beasts in Van Gweet's menagerie. That they might obtain them with greater certainty and less danger, the shikaris preferred to trap them. The purveyor, who knew his business, was very sparing as to his captives' food. Once a day, at 12 o'clock, 4 or 5 pounds of meat were given them, and nothing more. He even, though not from any religious motive, allowed them to fast from Saturday to Monday. They must have passed a dismal Sunday. Then, when 48 hours had elapsed, and their modest pittance appeared, the excitement and the roaring may be imagined, the cages actually swaying backwards and forwards with the movement of the springing, bounding creatures inside. Yes, poor beasts, we may be tempted to say with Captain Hood. But Matthias Van Gweet did not act thus without a motive, and this enforced abstinence was good for the animals, and heightened their price in the European market. It may easily be imagined that, while Van Gweet was exhibiting his collection, more as a naturalist than a showman, his tongue was not allowed to stand still. On the contrary, he talked, he described, he related. And as wild beasts were the principal subjects of his redundant periods, it was all tolerably interesting to us. "But, Mr. Van Gweet," said Banks, "can you tell me if the profits of the trade are in proportion to the risks that are run?" "Sir," answered the purveyor, "it was formerly extremely remunerative. However, for the last few years I have been forced to perceive that ferocious animals have declined. You may judge of this by the current prices of the last quotation. Our principal market is the Zoological Garden in Antwerp. Volatiles, ophidians, specimens of the simian and saurian family, representatives of the carnivora of both hemispheres, such as the consuetudinal—" At this word Captain Hood bowed. "Produce of our adventurous battus in the forests of the peninsula. From one cause or another, the public taste seems to have altered, and the sale price is sometimes less than what was expended on the capture. For instance, a male ostrich is now sold but for 44 lakhs, and the female for 32 lakh. A black panther found a purchaser for only 60 lakh, a Java tigress for 96 lakh. And a family of lions, father, mother, uncle, and 2 healthy cubs, were sold in a lump for 280 lakh. They really went for nothing, said Banks. As to proboscidate animals, resumed Van Guit. Proboscidate? Said Captain Hood. We call by that scientific name those pachydermata which nature has furnished with a trunk. Such as elephants. Yes, elephants since the Quaternary period. They were mastodons in the prehistoric times. Thank you, replied Hood. As to proboscidate animals, resumed Van Guit, we must soon renounce even their capture, unless it is for the sake of their tusks, for the consumption of ivory has in no way diminished. But since the authors of dramatic pieces, at their wits' end for some novelty, have conceived the idea of introducing these creatures on the stage, they are taken about from one town to another, so that the same elephant, parading the country with a strolling company, satisfies the curiosity of a whole province. From this cause, elephants are in less request than formerly. But, asked, do you only supply European menageries with these specimens of the Indian fauna? You will pardon me, replied Matthias Van Guit, if on this subject, sir, I allow myself, without being too curious, to put to you a simple question? I bowed in token of acquiescence. You are French, sir, said the purveyor. That is plainly seen, not only by your accent, but by your type, which is an agreeable combination of the Gallo-Roman and the Celt. Now, as a Frenchman, you cannot have any propensity for distant journeys, and probably have not made the tour of the world? Here Van Guit's hand described one of the great circles of the sphere. I have not yet had that pleasure, I replied. I will ask you then, sir, continued our friend, not if you have been to the Indies, as you are already here, but if you are thoroughly acquainted with the Indian peninsula. Imperfectly as yet, I answered. However, I have already visited Bombay, Calcutta, Benares, Allahabad, and the valley of the Ganges. I have seen their monuments. I have admired— Ah, what is that, sir? What is all that? Interrupted Matthias Van Guit, turning away his head and shaking his hand, in a manner to express supreme disdain. Then launching out into an animated description, Yes, what is all that, if you have not visited the menageries of those powerful Rajahs, who maintain the worship of the superb animals on which the sacred territory of India prides itself? Resume your tourist staff, sir. Go into Guikowar and render homage to the King of Baroda. Inspect his menageries, which owe the greater number of their tenants, lions from Katawar, bears, panthers, cheetahs, lynx, and tigers, to me. Be present at the celebration of the marriage of his 60,000 pigeons, which takes place every year with great pomp. Admire his 500 bulbuls, the nightingales of the peninsula, whose education is attended to as carefully as if they were heirs to the throne. Contemplate the elephants. One of them is the executioner, and his business it is to dash the head of the condemned man on the stone of punishment. Then transfer yourself to the establishments of the Rajah of Mysore, the richest of Asiatic sovereigns. Enter his palace, where you may count hundreds of rhinoceri, elephants, tigers, and every creature of high rank which belongs to the animal aristocracy of India. And when you have seen all this, sir, perhaps you need no longer be accused of ignorance of the marvels of this incomparable country. I could do no more than bow before these remarks. Van Guit's impassioned style of representing things admitted of no discussion. Captain Hood, however, pressed him more directly about the particular fauna of this region of the Terai. "A little information, if you please," he said, "about the wild beasts which I have come to this part of India to hunt. Although I am only a sportsman, and, I repeat, I do not compete with you, Mr. Van Guit, yet if I could be of any use in capturing the tigers which you still want for your collection, I shall only be too pleased to do so. But when your menagerie is completed, you must not take it ill if I, in my turn, shoot a few for my own personal amusement." Matthias Van Guit put himself into the attitude of a man who has resigned himself to submit to what he disapproves of, but does not know how to prevent. He admitted, however, that the Terai contains a considerable number of troublesome animals, in no great request in the European markets, so that their sacrifice might be permitted. "Kill the boars, I consent to that," said he, "although these swine of the order of pachydermata are not carnivorous." "Carnivorous?" said Captain Hood. "I mean by that they are herbivorous. Their ferocity is so great that hunters who are rash enough to attack them run the greatest danger." "And wolves?" "Wolves are numerous all over the peninsula, and are much to be dreaded when they advance in herds on some solitary farm. These animals slightly resemble the wolf of Poland, and I certainly have not much esteem for either jackals or wild dogs. I do not deny the ravages they commit, and as they have not the smallest marketable value, and are unworthy to figure amongst the higher classes of zoocracy, I will abandon them also to you, Captain Hood." "And bears?" I next asked. "Bears are good, sir," answered the zoologist with a nod of approval. "Although those of India are not sought for quite as eagerly as other of the family Ursidae, they nevertheless possess a certain commercial value which recommends them to the benevolent attention of connoisseurs. Your taste might hesitate between the two species which we find in the valleys of Kashmir and the hills of Rajmahal. But, except perhaps in the hibernating period, these creatures are almost inoffensive, and in short would not tempt the synergetic instincts of a true sportsman, such as I hold Captain Hood to be." The captain smiled in a significant manner, showing well that, with or without the permission of Matthias van Gweet, he meant only to refer to himself on these special questions. "These animals," continued Van Gweet, "feed only on vegetables, and have nothing in common with the ferocious species, on which the peninsula so justly plumes itself." "Do you include the leopard in your list of wild beasts?" asked Captain Hood. "Most certainly, sir. This creature is active, bold, full of courage, and he can climb trees, so for that reason he is sometimes more formidable than the tiger." "Oh!" ejaculated the captain. "Sir," answered Matthias van Gweet in a dignified tone, "when a hunter is no longer sure of finding a refuge in trees, he is very near being hunted in his turn." "And the panther?" said Hood, willing to cut short this discussion. "The panther is superb," answered Matthias van Gweet, "and you may observe, gentlemen, that I have some magnificent specimens. Astonishing animals, which, by a singular contradiction, an antilogy, to use an uncommon word, may be trained for the chase. Yes, gentlemen, in Guigoar especially, the Rajahs use panthers in this noble exercise. They are taken out in a palanquin, with their heads muffled like a falcon or a merlin. Indeed, they are regular four-footed hawks. No sooner do the hunters come in sight of a herd of antelopes than the panther is unhooded and flies upon the timid ruminants, whose feet, swift as they are, cannot carry them beyond the reach of those terrible claws. Yes, Captain, yes, you will find panthers in the Terai. You may perhaps find more than you care for, but I warn you charitably that they are by no means tame." "I should hope not," was Captain Hood's reply. "Nor the lions either," added the zoologist, somewhat vexed at this answer. "Ah, lions," said Hood. "Let us speak a little about lions, please." "Well, sir," resumed Matthias van Gweet, "I regard the so-called king of beasts as inferior to his congeners of ancient Libya. Here the males do not wear that mane which is the appendage of the African lion, and in my opinion they are, therefore, but shorn Samsons. They have, besides, almost entirely disappeared from central India to seek a refuge in the Katawar Peninsula, the desert of Thil, and the Terai forest. These degenerate felines, living solitary, like hermits, do not gain strength by frequenting the company of their fellows. Therefore I do not give them the first place in the scale of quadrupeds. Indeed, gentlemen, you may escape from a lion, from a tiger, never." "Ah, tigers!" cried Captain Hood. "Yes, tigers." Fox. "The tiger," replied Van Gweet, growing animated. "To him belongs the crown. We speak of the royal tiger, not the royal lion, and that is but justice. India belongs entirely to him, and may be summed up in him. Was he not the first occupant of the soil? Was it not his right to look upon as invaders not only the representatives of the Anglo-Saxon race, but also the polar race? Is he not indeed the true child of this sacred land of Arivarta? These magnificent animals are spread over the whole surface of the peninsula, and they have not abandoned a single district of their ancestors, from Cape Comorin to the Himalayan barrier." And Matthias van Gweet's arm, stretched out to denote the southern promontory, was now waved northwards towards the mountain peaks. "In the Sundarbans," he continued, "they are at home. There they reign as masters, and woe to all who attempt to dispute with them their territory. In the Nilgiri hills they roam about in a body like wild cats. Si parva licet componere magnis. You can understand from this why these superb felidae are in such demand in all European markets, and are the pride of menageries. What is the great attraction in the public or private wild beast show? The tiger. When do you most fear for the life of the tamer? When he is in the tiger's cage. From what animals do the Rajas pay their weight in gold to obtain them to ornament their royal gardens? The tiger. What creature is always at a premium in the wild animal market exchange of London, Antwerp, and Hamburg? The tiger. In what chase do British officers in India so distinguish themselves? In the tiger hunt. Do you know, gentlemen, what entertainment the independent sovereigns of India provide for their guests? A royal tiger in a cage is brought. The cage is placed in the midst of a wide plain. The Rajah, his guests, his officers, his guards are armed with lances, revolvers, and rifles, and are, for the most part, mounted on gallant solipeds." "Solipeds?" said Captain Hood. "They're horses, if you prefer the more vulgar word. Already the solipeds, terrified by the near neighbourhood of the tiger, his scent, and the light which gleams from his eyes, rear so that it requires all their riders' skill to manage them. Suddenly the door of the cage is thrown open. The monster springs forth, and with wild leaps he flies on the scattered groups. In his fury he immolates a hecatomb of victims. Although sometimes he contrives to break through the circle of fire and sword with which he is surrounded, more often he is overcome and falls, 1 against 100. But at least his death is a glorious one. It is avenged beforehand." "Bravo, Mr. Van Gweet!" cried Captain Hood, in his turn becoming quite excited. "Yes, that must be a fine sight. Truly, the tiger is the king of beasts. A royalty, too, which defies revolutions," added the zoologist. "You have caught many, Mr. Van Gweet," said Hood. "I have killed many, and I hope not to leave the Terai until the 50th has fallen by my shot." "Captain," said the purveyor with a frown, "I have delivered up to you boars, wolves, bears, and buffaloes. Will not those suffice to gratify your sporting mania?" I saw that our friend Hood would burst forth with as much animation as Matthias van Gweet on this exciting question. Had the one captured more tigers than the other had killed? Was it better to catch or shoot them? This was the matter and theme of discussion. Thereupon the captain and the zoologist commenced to exchange rapid sentences, both speaking at once, and apparently not in the least comprehending what the other said. Banks interposed. "That tigers are the kings of creation is understood, gentlemen, but I must be permitted to add that they are very dangerous to their subjects. In 1862, if I am not mistaken, these excellent felidae devoured all the telegraph clerks in the island of Sangor. We are also told of a tigress who, in 3 years, made no less than 118 victims, and another who in the same space of time destroyed 127 persons. That is rather too much even for a queen. Lastly, since the mutiny, in an interval of 3 years, 12,554 individuals have perished by tigers' teeth or claws." "But, sir," replied Van Gweet, "you seem to forget that these animals are omophagi." "Omophagi?" said Captain Hood. "Yes, eaters of raw flesh, and the natives say that when they have once tasted human flesh, they never care for any other." "Well, sir?" said Banks. "Well, sir," answered Matthias Van Gweet, smiling, "they obey their nature. They certainly must eat." End of Book 2, Chapter 3. Book 2, Chapter 4 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Book 2, Chapter 4. A Queen of the Terai. This remark of the zoologist ended our visit to the kraal, as it was time to return to Steam House. I must say that Captain Hood and Matthias Van Gweet did not part the best friends in the world. One wished to destroy the wild beasts of the Terai, the other wished to catch them, yet there were plenty to satisfy both. It was, however, agreed that intercourse between the kraal and the sanitarium should be frequent. Each was to give information to the other. Van Gweet's shikaris, who were well acquainted with this sort of expedition and knew every turn of the forest, were to render a service to Captain Hood by showing him the tracks of animals. The zoologist most obligingly placed all his men, and especially Kalagani, at his disposal. This native, although but recently engaged at the kraal, showed himself very intelligent and completely to be depended on. In return, Captain Hood promised, as far as lay in his power, to aid in the capture of the animals which were yet wanting to complete the stock of Matthias Van Gweet. Before leaving the kraal, Sir Edward Munro, who probably did not purpose making many visits there, again thanked Kalagani, whose intervention had saved him. He told him that he should always be welcome at Steam House. The native saluted coldly. Although he must have felt some sentiment of satisfaction at hearing the man whose life he had preserved speak thus, he allowed no trace of it to appear on his countenance. We returned in time for dinner. As may be imagined, Matthias Van Gweet was our chief subject of conversation. "By Jove, what an absurd fellow he is!" said the captain. "What with his gestures, his fine choice of words, and his grand expressions, he is a caution. Only if he fancies that wild beasts are mere subjects for exhibition, he is greatly mistaken." On the 3 following days, the 27th, 28th, and 29th of June, rain fell with such violence that our hunters, to their great annoyance, could not dream of leaving Steam House. In such dreadful weather it would be impossible to find a track, and the carnivora, who are no fonder of water than our cats, would not willingly leave their dens. At last the weather showed signs of clearing, and Hood, Fox, Goomy, and I made preparations for descending to the kraal. During the morning some mountaineers came to pay us a visit. They had heard that a miraculous pagoda had been transported to the Himalayas, and a lively feeling of curiosity had in consequence brought them to Steam House. They were fine types of the Tibetan frontier race, full of warlike virtues, of tried loyalty, practicing liberal hospitality, and far superior, both morally and physically, to the natives of the plains. The supposed pagoda astonished them, but Behemoth so impressed them as to draw from them marks of adoration. He was now at rest. What would not these good people have felt if they had seen him vomiting forth flame and smoke, and ascending with a steady step the rough slopes of their mountains? Colonel Munro gave a kind reception to these men, who usually frequented the territories of Nepal on the Indo-Chinese boundary. The conversation turned for a time on that part of the frontier where Nana Sahib had taken refuge after the defeat of the sepoys. These hillmen knew scarcely so much as we did ourselves on this matter. The rumors of the nabob's death had reached them, and they cast no doubt upon it. As to those of his companions who had survived, perhaps they had sought a more secure refuge in the depths of Tibet, but to find them in that country would have been difficult. Indeed, if Colonel Munro, in coming to the north of the peninsula, had had any idea of throwing light on Nana Sahib's history, this reply should have satisfied him. In listening to our visitors, he remained thoughtful, and took no more part in the conversation. Captain Hood put some questions to them, but on quite another point. He learnt that wild beasts, more particularly tigers, had made frightful ravages in the lower zone of the Himalayas. Farms, and even whole villages, had been deserted by their inhabitants. Many flocks of goats and sheep had been already destroyed, besides numerous victims among the natives. Notwithstanding the considerable sum offered by the government, 300 rupees for every tiger's head, the number of these creatures did not appear to diminish, and people were asking themselves whether they would not soon be obliged to leave the country to them entirely. The hillman also added this information, that the tigers did not confine themselves entirely to the Terai. Whenever the plain offered them tall grass, jungle, and trees among which they could crouch, there they might be met with in great numbers. "The evil beasts," was their expression. These honest people had very good cause not to profess the same opinions on the subject of tigers as the zoologist Matthias van Guight and our friend Captain Hood. The mountaineers retired, enchanted with the reception they had met with, and promising to repeat their visit to Steam House. After their departure our preparations were completed, and Captain Hood, our two companions, and I, all well armed, ready for any encounter, descended to the Terai. On arriving at the clearing, in which was the trap from which we had so fortunately extracted Matthias van Guight, that gentleman presented himself before our eyes, not without some ceremony. 5 or 6 of his people, Kalagani among the number, were occupied in getting a tiger, which had been caught during the night, from the snare into a travelling cage. It was a magnificent animal indeed, and, as a matter of course, caused Captain Hood to feel corresponding envy. "One less in the Terai," he murmured, between 2 sighs, which found their echo in Fox's manly breast. "One more in the menagerie," replied the zoologist. "Still 2 tigers, a lion, and 2 leopards, and I shall be in a position to honor my engagements before the end of the season. Will you come with me to the kraal, gentlemen?" "Thank you," said Captain Hood. "Today, however, we are out on our own account." "Kalagani is at your disposal, Captain Hood," replied the purveyor. "He is well acquainted with the forest, and may be useful to you." "We will gladly take him as a guide." "Farewell, gentlemen," said Van Guight. "I wish you good sport, but promise me not to massacre them all." "We will leave you a few," returned Hood. And Matthias van Guight, saluting us with a superb bow, following his cage, and soon disappeared among the trees. "Forward," said Hood. "Forward, my men. Hurrah for my 42nd." "And my 38th," responded Fox. "And my 1st," I added. But the quiet way in which I uttered the words made the captain laugh. Evidently I did not feel the sacred fire. Hood turned to Kalagani. "So you know the forest well?" he asked. "I have been over it 20 times, day and night, in every direction," replied the man. "Have you heard that a particular tiger has been lately noticed near the kraal?" "Yes, but this tiger is a tigress. She has been seen 2 miles from here, in the upper part of the forest, and they have been trying to get hold of her for several days. Should you like—" "That's just what we want," answered Captain Hood, without giving the native time to finish his sentence. To follow Kalagani was the best thing we could do, so we did it. Wild beasts were apparently very plentiful in the Terai, but here, as everywhere else, each required 2 bullocks a week for their own particular consumption. Just calculate what the cost of such a keep would be to the entire peninsula. It must not be imagined that the numerous tigers visit inhabited country unless impelled by necessity. till urged by hunger they remained hidden in their lairs, and it would be a mistake to imagine that they were met with at every step. Very many travelers have journeyed through these forests without ever catching a glimpse of one. When a hunt is organized, the first thing to be done is to reconnoiter the places most frequented by the animal, and especially to find out the stream or spring to which he comes to slake his thirst. Sometimes this is not sufficient, and he has to be attracted to the spot. This is done easily enough by putting a quarter of a beef tied to a stake in some place surrounded by trees and rocks to shelter the hunters. This, at least, is the way they proceed in the forest. In the plains it is another thing, and there the elephant becomes the most useful auxiliary to man in his dangerous sport. These animals have, however, to be trained to the work, though even then they are sometimes seized with a panic which renders the position of the men perched on their backs dangerous in the extreme. It must also be said that sometimes the tiger does not hesitate to spring on the elephant. The struggle between the man and beast then takes place on the very back of the gigantic steed, and it is rarely indeed that it does not end in a favor of the tiger. In this way the grand hunts of the Rajahs and great sportsmen of India are conducted, but it was by no means Captain Hood's manner of proceeding. He was going to search for tigers on foot, and it was on foot that he was accustomed to fight them. In the meantime we were following Kalagani, who was walking on at a round pace. Reserved as all Hindus are, he spoke little and contented himself with replying briefly to the questions which we put to him. After walking for an hour, we halted by a rapid stream, and on its banks were the still fresh tracks of animals. In a little glade was a stake, to which was fastened a quarter of beef. The bait had not been entirely untouched. It had been recently gnawed by the teeth of jackals, those thieves of the Indian fauna, always in quest of prey, but this was not intended for them. A dozen or so of these creatures fled at our approach and left the place clear. "Captain," said Kalagani, "we must wait for the tigress here. You see that it is a good place for an ambush." It was indeed easy to post ourselves in trees or behind rocks, so as to have a crossfire over the post in the center of the glade. This was immediately done. Gumi and I took our places in the same tree. Hood and Fox perched themselves in two magnificent oaks opposite each other. Kalagani hid behind a high rock, which he could climb if the danger became imminent. The animal would be thus enclosed in a circle, from which it could not escape. All the chances were against it, although we were as yet reckoning on the unforeseen. We had now to wait. We could still hear the hoarse bark of the dispersed jackals in the neighboring thickets, but they did not dare to return. Nearly an hour had thus passed when the yelps suddenly ceased. Almost immediately 2 or 3 jackals bounded out of the wood, and, darting across the glade, disappeared in the thicker part of the forest. A sign from Kalagani, who was ready to climb his rock, told us to be on our guard. We guessed that the precipitant flight of the jackals must have been caused by the approach of some savage animal. The tigress, no doubt, so that we were ready to see her at any moment appear on one side or other of the glade. Our guns were all ready. Captain Hood and his man held their weapons pointed at the place from which the jackals had issued. Very soon I saw a slight agitation among the upper branches of the thicket. The snapping of dry wood was also heard. Some animal was approaching, but slowly and warily. Though evidently seeing nothing of the hunters in wait among the branches, its instinct warned it that the place was not quite safe. Certainly, unless urged by hunger and attracted by the smell of the beef, it would not have ventured further. At last we could see it through the branches, where it stopped, probably mistrustful. It was a huge tigress, powerful and active. She began to advance, crouching, and with an undulatory movement. With one consent, we allowed her to approach the post. She smelt the ground. She drew herself up and arched her back like a gigantic cat preparing to spring. Suddenly 2 sharp reports rang out. 42! cried Captain Hood. 38! shouted Fox. The captain and his man had fired at the same moment, and with such true aim that the animal, shot through the heart, fell dead on the ground. Kalagani ran up. We all quickly descended from our various trees. The tigress did not stir. But to whom belonged the honor of having killed her? To the captain or to Fox? This was an important question, as may be imagined. The beast was examined. 2 balls were found in the heart. "Come," said Hood, not without a slight touch of regret in his voice. "We've got half a tiger apiece." "So we have, Captain, half a tiger apiece," answered Fox in the same tone. And I verily believe neither of the two would, on any account, have given up the share he reckoned to his own account. Such was this wonderful shot, of which the clearest result was that the animal had fallen without a struggle, and consequently without danger to the assailants, a very rare occurrence. Fox and Gumi remained on the field of battle in order to despoil the animal of her magnificent skin, whilst Captain Hood and I returned to Steam House. It is not my intention to note every incident of our expeditions into the Terai forest, but only those which present some particular characteristic. I shall content myself with saying that, so far, Captain Hood and Fox had had no reason to complain. On the 10th of July, during a hoodie hunt, a happy chance again favoured them, without their running any real danger. The hoodie, or hut, its walls pierced with loopholes, is built on the borders of a stream at which animals are accustomed to come and drink. Used to the sight of these erections, they are not alarmed, and carelessly expose themselves to be shot at. But to be safe, it is necessary to mortally wound the creature at the first, or he becomes dangerous, for the hut does not always protect the hunter from his infuriated spring. This is exactly what occurred on the occasion of which I am about to speak. Matthias van Guied accompanied us. Perhaps he hoped that some tiger, slightly wounded, might fall to his share, to take home to his kraal and be cured. This time our sportsmen had 3 tigers to deal with, but the first discharge was not sufficient to prevent them from springing onto the walls of the hoodie. The 2 first, to the zoologist's great disgust, were killed by a second ball, but the third leapt right in, his shoulder covered with blood, but not mortally wounded. "We must have that fellow," cried Van Guiet, who risked not a little in speaking thus. "We must take him alive." Scarcely had he uttered the words, when, with a bound, the animal was upon him. He was overthrown in an instant, and it would have been all up with our friend had not Captain Hood sent a ball through the tiger's head, and thus saved the Dutchman, who sprang up, exclaiming, "Well, Captain, you might just as well have waited." "Waited? What for?" answered Captain Hood. "Until that brute had torn you to bits with his claws? A wound with a claw needn't be mortal." "All right," returned Captain Hood quietly. "Another time I will wait." This tiger, however, instead of figuring in a menagerie, was fated only to be used as a hearthrug. But it brought up the list to 42 for the captain and 38 for his man, without counting the half-tigress. It must not be imagined that these grand hunts made us neglect smaller ones. Monsieur Parizard could not allow that. Antelopes, chamois, great bustards, of which there were numbers around Steam House, partridges and hares supplied our table with a great variety of game. When we went into the Terai, it was very rarely that Banks accompanied us. Although these expeditions began to interest me, he did not seem to care for them. The upper zones of the Himalayas evidently offered him greater attractions, and he took pleasure in these excursions, especially when Colonel Munro consented to join him. But it was only once or twice that the engineer could persuade his friend to do so. We observed that since our installation in the sanitarium, Sir Edward Munro had again become anxious. He spoke less, he kept aloof from us, but held long conferences with Sergeant McNeill. Were these two men meditating some new project which they wished to keep concealed even from Banks? On the 13th of July, Matthias van Gwiet came to pay us a visit. Less favored than the captain, he had not added a single fresh tenant to his menagerie. Neither tigers, lions, nor leopards seemed disposed to be caught. The idea of going to exhibit themselves in the countries of the West apparently did not allure them. Consequently, the zoologist was in a very bad humor, and did not seek to hide it. Kalagani and two shikaris accompanied him on this visit. The situation of our house pleased him much. Colonel Munro begged him to remain and dine. He consented with pleasure to honor our table. Whilst waiting for dinner, Van Gwiet wished to go over Steam House, the comfort of which was a contrast to the modest arrangements of the kraal. Our dwellings drew forth many compliments from him, but I must confess that Behemoth did not excite his admiration in the least. A naturalist such as he was could not but be indifferent to this masterpiece of mechanics. Remarkable as it was, how could he admire a mere imitation, a mechanical creation? "Do not think badly of our elephant, Mr. Van Gwiet," said Banks. "He is a powerful animal, who would make nothing of drawing all your menagerie cages and our cars as well." "I have my buffaloes," answered the naturalist, "and I prefer their slow and steady pace." "Behemoth fears neither the claws nor teeth of tigers," cried Hood. "No doubt, gentlemen," replied Matthias van Gwiet, "but why should wild beasts attack him? They would not care for iron flesh." Though the zoologist did not conceal his indifference to our elephant, his men and Kalagani in particular were never tired of staring at it. Mingled with their admiration for the gigantic animal, there was evidently some superstitious respect. Kalagani appeared very much surprised when the engineer repeated that our iron elephant was more powerful than all the teams at the kraal put together. This was an opportunity for Captain Hood to describe, not without pride, our adventure with the 3 proboscinate animals belonging to Prince Goro Singh. A slight incredulous smile curled the lip of the naturalist, but he said nothing. Dinner passed off excellently well. Van Gwiet did great justice to it. The larder had been well supplied with the product of our last excursions, and Monsieur certainly surpassed himself. The cellar of Steam House was well stocked with various liquors, which our guest had much appreciated, especially some French wines, after imbibing which his matchless tongue wagged faster than ever. So well did he relish them, that when we rose from table, to judge by his uncertain mode of progression, it was evident that if the wine had gone to his head, it had also gone down into his legs. Evening came on, and at last we separated, the best friends in the world, Matthias van Gwiet, with the aid of his attendants, reaching his kraal in safety. On the 16th of July something occurred which made a regular quarrel between the zoologist and the captain. Hood shot a tiger just as it was about to enter one of the traps, and though this made his 43rd, it was not the 8th which the purveyor wished for. However, after a lively interchange of epithets, harmony was once more restored, thanks to Colonel Munro's intervention, and Captain Hood promised to respect any animal who had intentions of being caught in Van Gwiet's traps. For the ensuing days the weather was detestable. We were obliged to stay indoors, nolens volens. We were anxious that the rainy season should come to an end, and that could not now be long, for it had already lasted for more than 3 months. If the programme of our journey was carried out as Banks had arranged, we had only 6 weeks to pass in our sanitarium. On the 23rd of July some hillmen came to pay a second visit to Colonel Munro. Their village, called Suwari, lay but 5 miles from our encampment on the upper limit of the Terai. One of them told us that for several weeks past a tigress had been making frightful ravages on this part of the territory. The flocks were being carried off, and they even talked of abandoning Suwari as uninhabitable. There was no safety in it, either for man or beast. Snares and traps had been tried without any success on the ravenous beast, which already was spoken of as one of the most formidable ever known among even the oldest mountaineers. It may be guessed that the story excited Captain Hood at once. He immediately offered to accompany the men back to their village, ready to put his hunting experience and his accurate aim at the service of these honest people, who, I imagine, counted not a little on such an offer. "Shall you come, Mauclair?" asked the captain in the tone of a man who did not wish to influence a determination. "Certainly," I replied. "I should not like to miss such an interesting expedition." "I will join you this time," said the engineer. "That's capital, Banks." "Yes, Hood, I have a great wish to see you at work." "Am I not to go, Captain?" asked Fox. "Ah, you rascal," laughed his master. "You won't be sorry for an opportunity to make up your half-tigress. Yes, Fox, yes, you shall go." As we should probably be absent from Steam House for 3 or 4 days, Bank asked the colonel whether he would not like to go with us to the village of Suari. Sir Edward thanked him, but said he proposed to profit by our absence to visit the middle zone of the Himalayas above the belt of the forest, with Gumi and Sergeant McNeill. Banks did not urge the matter. It was decided that we should set out directly for the kraal, in order to borrow from Matthias van Guight a few of his shikaris, who might be useful to us. About midday we arrived there, and acquainted the naturalist with our intentions. He could not conceal his secret satisfaction in hearing of the exploits of this tigress. "Well calculated," said he, "to heighten the reputation of these felidae of the peninsula in the minds of connoisseurs." He then placed at our disposal 3 of his men, besides Kalagani, always ready for any danger. It was settled with Captain Hood that, if by any possibility the tigress should be taken living, it was to belong to Van Guight's menagerie. What an attraction it would be to have a placard hung in front of its cage, stating in eloquent terms the great deeds of "one of the queens of the Terai, who has devoured no less than 138 persons of both sexes." Our little band left the kraal about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Before 4 o'clock, after ascending in an easterly direction, we arrived without adventure at Suari. The panic here was at its height. That very morning a native had been surprised by the tigress near a stream, and carried off into the forest. We were received most hospitably in the house of a well-to-do farmer, an Englishman. Our host had more reason than anyone else to complain of the savage beast, and would willingly pay several thousand rupees for its skin. "Several years ago, Captain Hood," he said, "a tigress obliged the inhabitants of 13 villages of the central provinces to take flight, and in consequence 150 miles were forced to lie fallow. Well, if that sort of thing takes place here, the whole province will have to be deserted." "Have you employed every possible means to get rid of this tigress?" asked Banks. "Yes, indeed, everything. Traps, pitfalls, and even baits prepared with strychnine. Nothing has succeeded." "Well, my friend," said Captain Hood, "I can't promise for certain to give satisfaction, but I assure you we will do our very best." Thereupon a battue was organized for that same day. Our party and the shikaris were joined by about 20 mountaineers, who were well acquainted with the country. Although Banks was so little of a sportsman, he accompanied our expedition with the most lively interest. For 3 days we searched about all round the neighborhood, but with no result, except that a couple of tigers, which no one thought much of, fell by the captain's gun. 45 was all the remark he made. At last the tigress signalized herself by a fresh misdeed. A buffalo, belonging to our host, disappeared from its pasture, and its remains were found about 1/4 of a mile from the village. The assassination, premeditated murder as a lawyer would say, had been accomplished before daybreak. The assassin could not be far off. But was the principal author of this crime indeed the tigress so long sought in vain? The natives of Suari had no doubt of it. "I know it was my uncle. He did the mischief," said one of the villagers to us. My uncle is the natives' usual name for the tiger, they believing that the soul of each of their ancestors is lodged for eternity in the body of some member of the cat tribe. On this occasion it would certainly have been more correct to say my aunt. It was immediately decided that we should set out in quest of the animal without waiting for night, as the darkness would conceal it more effectually than ever. We knew it must be gorged, and would probably not leave its den for 2 or 3 days. We took the field. Starting from the place where the buffalo had been seized, traces of blood showed the direction the tigress had taken. These marks led us towards a thicket, which had been beaten many times already without discovering anything. It was resolved to surround this spot so as to form a circle through which the animal could not escape, at least without being seen. The villagers dispersed themselves around, so as to gradually narrow the circle. Captain Hood, Caligani, and I were on one side, Banks and Fox on the other, but in constant communication with the rest of the people. Each point of the ring was dangerous, since the tigress might try to break through anywhere. There was no doubt that the animal was in this thicket, for the traces which entered on one side did not reappear on the other. This did not prove, though, that it was its habitual retreat, for it had been searched before, but the presumptions were that it was its present refuge. It was early, only 8 o'clock. When all arrangements were made, we began to advance noiselessly, contracting the investing circle. In half an hour we were at the limit of the first trees. Nothing had occurred, nothing had announced the presence of any creature, and for my own part I began to question whether we were not wasting our time. Each could now only see the men next to him, and yet it was important that we should advance with perfect unanimity. It had been previously agreed that the man who first entered the wood should fire a shot. The signal was given by Captain Hood, who was always first in everything, and the border was crossed. I looked at my watch. It was 35 minutes past 8. In a quarter of an hour the circle had so drawn in that our elbows touched, but we still had seen nothing. Till now the silence had been unbroken, except by the snapping of dry branches under our feet. Suddenly a roar was heard. "The beast is in there!" cried Captain Hood, pointing to the mouth of a cavern in a mass of rocks and trees. He was not mistaken. If it was not the usual haunt of the tigress, it was evidently her refuge now. Hood, Banks, Fox, Caligani, and several other men approached the narrow opening to which the bloody traces led. "We shall have to go in there," said the captain. "A dangerous job," remarked Banks. "It will be a serious matter for the first who enters." "I shall go in, though," returned Hood, looking carefully to his rifle. "After me, Captain," put in Fox, who was already stooping to enter the cave. "No, no, Fox," cried Hood. "This is my affair." "Ah, Captain," said Fox in most persuasive yet reproachful accents, "I'm 6 behind you." Just imagine their reckoning up their tigers at such a moment. "Neither one nor the other shall enter," exclaimed Banks. "No, I can't allow it." "There is another way," interrupted Caligani. "What is that?" "To smoke her out," replied the native. "She will be forced to appear then. It will be easier and less risky to kill her outside." "Caligani is right," said Banks. "Come, my men, dead wood, dry grass. Stop up the opening partly, so that the wind may drive the smoke and flame inside. The beast must either be roasted or run away." "It will run away," said the native. "So much the better," remarked Captain Hood. "We shall be ready to give her a salute on her way." In a few minutes branches, grass, and dead wood, of which there was plenty lying near, were piled in a heap before the entrance to the den. Nothing had stirred inside. Nothing could be seen in the gloomy depths. Yet our ears could not have deceived us. The roar certainly came from that place. A light was set to the heap, and soon the whole was in a blaze. From this bonfire issued a thick, choking smoke, blowing right into the interior. A second roar, more furious than the first, burst forth. The creature was being driven to extremities and would make a rush. We all waited anxiously, our faces towards the rocks, and partially sheltered by the trees, so as to avoid the first infuriated spring. The captain had chosen another position, which, to suit him, must of course be the most perilous. This was a gap between the brushwood, the only one which offered a passage from the den. There Hood knelt on one knee, so as to steady his aim, his rifle at his shoulder and looking as if carved in marble. 3 minutes had passed since the fire was first lighted, when a third roar, a stifled, suffocating roar, was heard. A huge monster dashed through the fire and smoke. The tigress at last. "Fire!" shouted Banks. 10 shots rang out, though we found afterwards that not one had touched the animal. Amid volumes of smoke, a second and yet longer bound carried the animal towards the thicket. Captain Hood, who waited with the greatest coolness, fired, hitting her below the shoulder. Like a lightning flash the tigress was upon him. Over he went, and in another moment her terrible claws would have torn open his head. But Caligani sprang forward, knife in hand. In an instant the brave fellow had seized the tigress by the throat. The animal on this sudden attack shook off the native and turned upon him. Feeling himself free, the captain leapt up, and grasping the knife which had fallen from Caligani's hand, plunged it into the creature's very heart. The tigress rolled over. This exciting scene had taken place in less time than it takes to write it. "Bug Mariaga! Bug Mariaga!" shouted the natives, meaning, "The tigress is dead." Yes, quite dead. But what a magnificent animal! 10 feet from muzzle to tail, tall in proportion, and its enormous paws armed with long claws, which looked as if they had been sharpened up on a grindstone. Whilst we were admiring the creature, the natives, who had good reason for the grudge they bore against it, overwhelmed it with invectives. Caligani approached Captain Hood. "I thank you, Sahib," he said. "What are you thanking me for?" cried Hood. "It's I who owe you thanks, my brave fellow. If it hadn't been for you, I should have been done for." "I should have killed without your help," replied the man coldly. "What? By Jove, did you rush forward, knife in hand, to stab the tigress just as she was going to tear my skull open?" "You killed him, though, Sahib, and that makes your 46th. "Hurrah! Hurrah!" cried the natives. "Hurrah for Captain Hood!" The captain had certainly every right to add this tigress to his list, but he gave Caligani a grateful shake of the hand. "Come to Steam-house," said Banks to the man. "Your shoulder has been torn and is bleeding, but we will find something in our medicine chest to heal the wound." Caligani acquiesced, and so, having taken leave of the inhabitants of Suari, who loaded us with thanks, we all proceeded in the direction of our sanitarium. The shikaris now left us to return to the kraal. Again they went back empty-handed, and if Matthias van Gwiet had counted on this queen of the Terai, he must mourn for her. Under the circumstances, it was utterly impossible to take her alive. We reached Steam-house about midday. Here unexpected news awaited us. To our extreme disappointment, Colonel Munro, Sergeant McNeill, and Gumi had gone away. A note addressed to Banks told us not to be uneasy at their absence, that Sir Edward was desirous of reconnoitring the Nepalese frontier, so as to clear up certain suspicions relating to the companions of Nana Sahib, but that he would return before the time at which we had arranged to leave the Himalayas. On hearing this note read, I fancied that an involuntary movement denoting vexation escaped Caligani. What could have occasioned this? I was mistaken, no doubt. End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Book 2, Chapter 5 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Book 2, Chapter 5. A Night Attack. The Colonel's unexpected departure made us seriously uneasy. He was evidently still brooding over past events. But what could we do? Follow Sir Edward? We were ignorant of the direction he had taken, or even what point of the Nepalese frontier he wished to reach. On the other hand, we could not conceal from ourselves that, as he had said nothing to Banks about this plan, it was because he dreaded his friend's expostulations and wished to avoid hearing them. Banks much regretted having followed us on our expedition. All we could do now was to resign ourselves and wait. Colonel Munro would certainly return before the end of August, that month being the last we were to pass in the sanitarium before proceeding southwest by the road to Bombay. Kaligani, who was well doctored by Banks, only remained 24 hours in Steam House. His wound began to heal rapidly, and he left us to return to his duties at the kraal. The month of August was ushered in by violent rains, weather bad enough to give a frog a cold in its head, as Captain Hood remarked. But as there was less wet than in July, it was consequently more propitious for our excursions into the Terai. Intercourse with the kraal was frequent. Matthias van Gwiet continued dissatisfied. He, too, hoped to leave his camp in the beginning of September, but a lion, 2 tigers, and 2 leopards were still wanting, and he needed them to complete his troop. By way of retaliation, instead of the actors which he wished to engage on his employer's account, others came and presented themselves at his agency, for whom he had no occasion. Thus, on the 4th of August, a fine bear was caught in one of his traps. We happened to be in the kraal when the shikaris brought back a cage containing a prisoner of great size, with black fur, sharp claws, and long hairy ears, which is a specialty of the Ursine family in India. "Now what do I want with this useless tardigrade?" exclaimed the naturalist, shrugging his shoulders. "Brother Baron! Brother Baron!" repeated the shikaris. Apparently, though the natives are only nephews of tigers, they are brothers of bears. But Matthias van Gwiet, notwithstanding this degree of relationship, received Brother Ballon with a very evident show of ill humour. It certainly did not please him to catch bears when he wanted tigers. What was he to do with this inconvenient beast? It did not suit him to feed the animal without hopes of making anything by it. The Indian bear is little in request in the European market. It has not the mercantile value of the American grizzly, nor the polar bear. Therefore Matthias van Gwiet, being a good businessman, did not care to possess a cumbersome brute which he might find it very difficult to get rid of. "Will you have him?" asked he of Captain Hood. "What on earth do you expect me to do with him?" returned the captain. "You can make him into beefsteaks," replied the zoologist, "if I may make use of the catachresis." "Mr. Van Gwiet," said Banks gravely, "the catachresis is allowable, when for lack of any other expression it renders the thought properly." "That is quite my opinion," replied the zoologist. "Well, Hood," said Banks, "will you or will you not take Mr. Van Gwiet's bear?" "Of course not," replied the captain. "To eat bear steaks when once the bear is killed is all very well. But to kill a bear on purpose to make steaks of him isn't an appetizing job." "Then you may give that plantigrade his liberty," said Van Gwiet, turning to his shikaris. They obeyed. The cage was brought out of the kraal. One of the men opened the door. Brother Ballon, who seemed rather ashamed of the situation, did not require to be asked twice. He walked calmly out of the cage, shook his head, which might be interpreted as meaning thanks, and marched off uttering a grunt of satisfaction. "That is a good deed you have performed," said Banks. "It will bring you luck, Mr. Van Gwiet." Banks was right enough. On the 6th of August, The zoologist was rewarded by procuring one of the animals he wished for. These are the circumstances of the capture. Matthias Van Gweet, Captain Hood, and I, accompanied by Fox, Storr, and Kalagani, had been beating a thicket of cactus and lentisks since daybreak, when a half-stifled roar was heard. With our guns ready cocked, and walking near together so as to guard against an isolated attack, we proceeded immediately to the suspected spot. 50 paces off, the naturalist made us halt. He appeared to recognize the animal by the nature of the roar, and addressing himself more particularly to Captain Hood, "No useless firing, I beg," he whispered. Then, advancing a few steps, whilst we, obeying his sign, remained behind. "A lion!" he cried. There indeed, at the end of a strong rope fastened to the forked branch of a tree, an animal was struggling. The fierce beast, hanging by one of its forepaws, which was tied in the slip knot of the rope, gave terrible jerks without managing to free itself. Captain Hood's first impulse, in spite of Van Gweet's request, was to make ready to fire. "Do not fire, Captain," explained the naturalist. "I conjure you not to fire." "But—" "No, no, I tell you. That lion is caught in one of my own snares, and he belongs to me." It was indeed a gallows snare, at once simple and very ingenious. A very strong rope is fixed to the branch of a tree which is both tough and flexible. This branch is then bent down to the ground, so that the lower end of the cord, terminating in a running loop, hangs in a notch cut in a stake fixed firmly in the ground. On this stake is placed a bait in such a position that if any animal wishes to get at it, he must put either his head or one of his paws in the noose. But as soon as he does this, and moves the bait ever so slightly, the cord is disengaged from the stake, the branch flies up, the animal is raised, and at the same moment a heavy cylinder of wood, sliding along the rope, falls on the knot, fixing it tightly and rendering vain all the efforts of the suspended animal to get free. This species of snare is frequently set in the Indian forests, and wild animals allow themselves to be caught in them far more frequently than one would be tempted to believe. It usually happens that the beast is seized by the neck, causing almost immediate strangulation, while at the same time the skull is half fractured by the heavy wooden cylinder. But the lion which was now struggling before our eyes had only been caught by the paw. He was decidedly all alive and kicking, as Captain Hood remarked, and well worthy to figure among the zoologist's guests. Matthias Van Gweet, in high delight, at once dispatched Kalagani to the kraal, with orders to bring a cage in charge of a driver. Whilst he was gone, we had ample leisure and opportunity to observe the captive, whose fury was redoubled by our presence. The naturalist never took his eyes off him. He walked round and round the tree, taking good care, however, to keep out of reach of the claws which the poor lion struck out in every direction. In half an hour's time the cage appeared, drawn by 2 buffaloes. The suspended animal was cut down, not without some trouble, and we took the road to the kraal. "Truly, I was beginning to despair," said Van Gweet. "Lions do not figure in great numbers among the nemoral beasts of India." "Nemoral?" said Captain Hood. "Yes, beasts which haunt forests, and I have reason to congratulate myself on capturing this animal, which will do honour to my menagerie." Dating from this day, Matthias Van Gweet had no further reason to complain of ill luck. On the 11th of August, 2 leopards were taken together in that first trap from which we liberated the naturalist. These creatures were cheetahs, similar to the one which so audaciously attacked Behemoth on the plains of Rohilkhand, and which we were not able to shoot. 2 tigers only were now required to complete Van Gweet's stock. It was now the 15th of August. Colonel Munro had not yet reappeared, and we had not received any news of him. Banks was more uneasy than he cared to show. He interrogated Kalagani, who knew the Nepal frontier, as to the danger Sir Edward might run by venturing into these independent territories. The native assured him that not one of Nana Sahib's partisans remained within the confines of Tibet. However, he seemed to regret that the colonel had not chosen him for a guide. His services would have been very useful in a country with every path of which he was well acquainted, but there was no use now in thinking of joining him. In the meanwhile, Captain Hood and Fox more especially continued their excursions in the Terai. Aided by the shikaris, they contrived to kill 3 more tigers of medium size, not without great risk. 2 of the animals went to the captain's account, the third to his man. 48, said Hood, who greatly longed to make up the round number of 50 before quitting the Himalayas. 39, said Fox, without counting a formidable panther which had fallen by his gun. By the 20th of August, the last but one of the tigers wanted by Van Gweet was found in one of the pits, which either by instinct or chance the creatures had till then escaped. As is usually the case, the animal was hurt in its fall, but the injury was not serious. A few days' rest was sufficient to effect a cure, so that there would be nothing visible when delivery was made to Messrs. Hagenbeck of Hamburg. The use of this pit is regarded by connoisseurs as a barbarous method. When it is merely a question of destroying the animals, any way is good, but when it is necessary to take them alive, death is too often the consequences of their fall, especially when they are precipitated into a pit 15 or 20 feet deep, destined for the capture of elephants. Out of 10, there may be only 1 without some mortal injury. Therefore, even in Mysore, the naturalist told us, where the plan was at first so highly extolled, they are now beginning to give it up. Matthias Van Gweet, being anxious to set out for Bombay, did all in his power to obtain his last tiger. It was not long before he had it in his possession, but at what a price! This incident deserves a detailed account, for the animal was dearly, too dearly bought. An expedition had been arranged by Captain Hood for the evening of the 26th of August. Circumstances combined to render it a favorable opportunity: a cloudless sky, a calm, still night, and a waning moon. When the darkness is very profound, wild beasts do not care to quit their lairs, but a half-light attracts them. Thus the meniscus, a word which Matthias Van Gweet applied to the crescent moon, shed a few faint beams after midnight. Captain Hood and I, Fox and Storr, who had taken a liking for the chase, formed the nucleus of this expedition, which was joined by the zoologist, Kalagani, and a few of the natives. Dinner ended, after taking leave of Banks, who had declined accompanying us, we left Steam House about 7 in the evening, and at 8 reached the kraal, without having met with any misadventure. Matthias Van Gweet was just finishing his supper. He received us in his usual demonstrative style. A council of war was held, and a plan agreed upon. It was thought advisable to lie in wait at the edge of a stream, falling down one of those ravines called nullahs, a couple of miles from the kraal, at a place which a pair of tigers visited every night. No bait had been placed at this spot, as the natives pronounced it useless. A battue recently made in that part of the Terai proved that the need to quench their thirst was sufficient to attract the tigers to the bottom of that nullah. They also said that it would be easy for us to post ourselves advantageously there. As we were not to leave the kraal before midnight, and it was then but 8 o'clock, we had to wait with what patience we might until the hour for departure. "Gentlemen," said Matthias Van Gweet, "my habitation is entirely at your disposal. I invite you to do as I intend doing, lie down and endeavour to obtain some sleep. We shall have to rise more than early, and a few hours' slumber will do much to fit us for our exertions." "Do you care to have a snooze, Mauclair?" asked Captain Hood. "No, thanks," I answered, "and I would rather keep myself awake by walking about than be roused out of my first sleep." "Just as you please, gentlemen," answered the zoologist. "As for myself, I already feel that spasmodic winking of the eyelid which is caused by the need of sleep. You see, I have already the pendulum movement." And Matthias Van Gweet, raising his arms and throwing back his head and body, gave vent to several portentous yawns. Then, making us a profound bow, he retired to his hut, and was doubtless soon fast asleep. "Now what are we going to do?" asked I. "Let us walk about, Mauclair," answered Captain Hood, "up and down in the crawl. It is a fine night, and I shall feel much more fit for a start than if I had 3 or 4 hours' nap first. Besides, though sleep is called our best friend, it is a friend who often keeps us waiting." We were now strolling up and down in the enclosure, thinking or chatting as we chose. Storr, whose best friend was not likely to keep him waiting, was already asleep, lying at the foot of a tree. The shikaris and the rest were all crouched in their several corners, and no one in the place was awake but ourselves. Keeping a watch would have been useless, as the kraal was entirely surrounded by a close and solid palisade. Kalagani himself made sure that the door was securely fastened. Then, that duty performed, he wished us good night as he passed and joined his companions. Captain Hood and I were absolutely alone. Not only Van Guit's people, but the domestic animals and wild beasts were equally reposing, the first in groups under the trees at one end of the kraal, the latter in their cages. Perfect silence reigned within and without. Our stroll took us first to the place occupied by the buffaloes. These magnificent ruminants, quiet and docile, were not even tethered. Accustomed to repose under the shade of gigantic maples, there they lay, their great horns entangled, their feet folded beneath them, and deep, sonorous breathing issuing from their enormous bodies. Even our approach did not arouse them. One only lifted his huge head for a moment, and looked sleepily at us, but soon put it down again. "See to what a state tameness, or rather domestication, has reduced them," I remarked. "Yes," replied Hood, "and yet buffaloes are terrible animals when in a savage state. But though they are so strong, they have not agility, and what can their horns do against the teeth and claws of lions and tigers? The advantage is decidedly on the side of the latter." Talking thus, we approached the cages. There, too, all was still. Tigers, lions, panthers, leopards, all were asleep in their various compartments. Matthias Van Guit wisely did not put them together until they were somewhat tamed by a few weeks of captivity. Otherwise, the brutes would most certainly have eaten each other up the very first day. The 3 lions crouched motionless in a half-circle like huge cats. Nothing of their heads could be seen, so buried were they in a thick muff of black fur, and they slept the sleep of the just. Slumber was less profound in the tigers' apartment. Their glowing eyes flamed through the dusk. Now and again a great paw would be stretched out, clawing at the iron bars. This was the sleep of fretful and impatient carnivora. "They are having bad dreams, and I feel for them," said the compassionate captain. Some remorse, no doubt, troubled the 3 panthers, or at least some regret. At this hour, in their free life, they would have been roaming through the forest. They would have prowled around the pastures in quest of living flesh. As to the 4 leopards, no nightmare disturbed their rest. They reposed peacefully. 2 of these felines, a male and female, occupied the same room, being to all appearance as comfortable as if they were in their own den. A single compartment was still empty, the one destined for the 6th and impracticable tiger, for whose capture Matthias Van Guit yet lingered in the Terai. Our promenade had lasted for nearly an hour. After once more making the tour of the kraal, we seated ourselves at the foot of an enormous mimosa. Absolute silence reigned over the entire forest. The wind, which whistled through the trees as night fell, had now died away. Not a leaf rustled. Captain Hood and I, now seated near each other, no longer chatted. Not that we were becoming drowsy. It was rather that sort of absorption, more moral than physical, which is the effect produced by the perfect repose of nature. One thinks without forming the thought. One dreams as a man dreams without sleeping, when the wide open eyes gaze far away, seeing only some vision of the fancy. One peculiarity surprised the captain, and, unconsciously speaking in an undertone, as if fearing to break the silence, he said, "Mauclair, this stillness astonishes me. Generally there are wild beasts roaring all night, and making the forest a most noisy place. If not tigers or panthers, at any rate the jackals never rest. This kraal, full of living beings, ought to attract hundreds of them, and yet we hear nothing, not a snap of dry wood, or even a howl. If Matthias van Gwiet was awake, he would wonder as much as I do, no doubt, and would find some long break-jaw word by which to express his surprise." "Your observation is correct, my dear Hood," I replied, "and I do not know to what cause to attribute the absence of these night-prowlers. But we must take care, or we shall end by going to sleep ourselves." "No, no, fight against it," returned the captain, stretching himself. "It will soon be time for us to start." And we continued to interchange sentences at somewhat long intervals. How long this lasted I cannot say, but suddenly a noise was heard which quickly aroused me from my drowsy state. There was no doubt about it, the noise issued from the wild beast's cage. Lions, tigers, panthers, leopards, till now so peaceful, were uttering sullen growls of anger. Pacing up and down their narrow dens, they seemed to scent something afar off, and stopped every now and again to rear themselves up against the bars and sniff the air. "What's the matter with them?" asked I. "I don't know," answered Hood, "but I fear they scent the approach of—" At that moment tremendous roars were heard outside the enclosure. "Tigers!" exclaimed Hood, running towards Van Gweet's hut. But such was the violence of the roaring that all the inhabitants of the kraal were already on foot, and the zoologist met him at the door. "An attack!" he cried. "I believe so," replied the captain. "Stop, I will see." And without taking time to finish his phrase, Matthias van Gweet, seizing the ladder, placed it against the palisade. In a moment he was at the top. "10 tigers and a dozen panthers!" he cried. "That's serious," answered Captain Hood. "We intended hunting them, and now they have come hunting us." "Your guns! Get your guns!" cried the zoologist. Obeying his orders, in half a minute we were ready to fire. Attacks by a band of wild beasts are not rare in India. The inhabitants of districts infested by tigers, particularly the Sundarbans, have often been besieged in their dwellings. This is a dreadful event, and too often the victory rests with the assailants. In the meanwhile, to the roars outside were joined howls and growls from the inside. The kraal was answering the forest. We could scarcely hear ourselves speak. "To the palisades!" shouted Van Gweet, making us understand what he wanted more by his gestures than his voice. We all hastened forward. At that moment the buffaloes, a prey to the wildest terror, endeavoured to force their way out from their enclosure, while the men vainly tried to keep them back. Suddenly the gate, having no doubt been insecurely fastened, was burst violently open, and a whole troop of wild beasts rushed in. And yet Colligani was supposed to have closed that gate carefully. He did so every evening. "To the hut! To the hut!" shouted Van Gweet, running towards his house, which alone offered a refuge. But should we have time to reach it? Already 2 shikaris lay stretched on the earth. The others fled across the enclosure seeking a shelter. The zoologist, Store, and 6 natives were already in the house, and closed the door just in time as a couple of tigers were about to spring in. Colligani, Fox, and the rest had caught hold of trees, and hoisted themselves up among the branches. As for the captain and myself, we had no time nor opportunity for joining Van Gweet. "Mauclair! Mauclair!" shouted Hood, whose right arm had just received a wound. With a blow of his tail a huge tiger had thrown me to the ground. Before he had time to turn upon me, I rose and hastened to Captain Hood's assistance. One refuge still remained to us. the empty compartment of the sixth cage. We sprung in, and in a moment we had closed the door, and were for a time safe from the brutes who threw themselves, growling savagely, against the iron bars. Such was the fierceness of the furious beasts, joined to the anger of the tigers imprisoned in the neighboring compartments, that the cage, oscillating on its wheels, seemed on the point of being capsized. The tigers, however, soon abandoned it to attack some more certain prey. What a scene it was! Not a detail of it was lost to us, looking through the bars of our cage. "The world is turned upside down!" cried Hood, who was almost mad with vexation. "Those brutes to be out, and we shut up!" "Your wound?" I asked. "That's nothing." 5 or 6 shots were at this moment heard. The firing was from the hut, around which 2 tigers and 3 panthers were raging. One of the animals was killed by an explosive ball from Storr's rifle. The others retreated and fell upon the herd of buffaloes, who were utterly defenseless against such adversaries. Fox, Kalagani, and the natives, who had dropped their weapons in their haste to climb the trees, could give no assistance. However, Captain Hood, taking aim between the bars of our cage, fired. Although his right arm, being almost paralyzed by his wound, prevented him from taking his usual unerring aim, he was lucky enough to pot his 49th tiger. The buffaloes leapt from their enclosure and rushed bellowing through the kraal. They vainly endeavored to gore the tigers, who, however, easily kept out of reach of their horns. One of them, mounted by a panther, his claws tearing its neck, rushed out and away through the forest. 5 or 6 others, pursued closely by the beasts, also disappeared. A few of the tigers followed, but the buffaloes who had not been able to escape lay slaughtered and torn on the ground. Other shots were fired through the windows of the hut, but whilst Hood and I were doing our part, a new danger menaced us. The animals shut up in the cages, excited by the rage of the struggle, the smell of blood, the roars of their brethren, rampaged about with indescribable violence. Would they end by breaking their bars? This seemed really likely. In fact, one of the tigers' cages was turned over. I thought for a moment that it would burst open and let them loose. Fortunately, nothing like this happened, and the prisoners could not even see what was passing outside, since it was the barred side of the cage which was downwards. "Decidedly, there are too many of them," muttered the captain as he reloaded. At that moment a tiger made a prodigious spring, and clung to the fork of a tree, on which 2 or 3 shikaris had sought refuge. One of the unfortunate men was seized and dragged down to the ground. There a panther disputed with the tiger for the possession of the dead body, crunching the bones in the midst of a sea of blood. "Fire now! Why don't you fire?" shouted the captain, as if Van Queet and his companions could hear him. As to us, we could do nothing more. Our cartridges were exhausted, and we could only remain powerless spectators of the scene. Even this did not last long. A tiger in the next compartment to ours, who had been endeavoring to break out, managed by giving a violent shake to destroy the equilibrium of the cage. It oscillated for a moment, and then over it went. Slightly bruised by the fall, we soon scrambled again to our knees. The sides bore the shock, but now we could no longer see what was going on outside. Though we could not see, we could at least hear. What a hideous din! What a horrid odour of blood! The fight seemed to have taken a still more violent character. What had happened? Had the prisoners in the other cages escaped? Were they attacking Van Guit's hut? Were the tigers and panthers springing into the trees and tearing down the natives? "And all the time shut up in this abominable box!" exclaimed Captain Hood, wild with excitement and rage. Nearly a quarter of an hour, which appeared whole hours to us, passed in this way. Then the uproar began to calm down. The roaring and howling diminished. The bounds of the tigers which occupied the compartments in one cage were less frequent. Had the massacre come to an end? All at once I heard the gate of the kraal slam to with great noise, and Kalagani's voice calling to us loudly, Then Fox shouting, "Captain! Captain!" "This way!" cried Hood. He was heard, and we soon felt the cage being lifted. A moment more and we were free. "Fox, store!" called the captain, whose first thought was for his companions. "Here, sir," answered both the men. They were not even wounded. Matthias Van Gweet and Colligani were equally safe and sound. 2 tigers and a panther lay lifeless on the ground. The others had left the kraal, and Colligani had shut them out. We were all in safety. None of the beasts of the menagerie had effected an escape during the combat, and besides that the zoologist now counted 1 prisoner more. This was a young tiger imprisoned in the small travelling cage, which had upset over him, and under which he was caught as in a snare. The stock of Matthias Van Gweet was thus completed, but it had cost him dear. 5 of his buffaloes were killed, and 3 of his natives, horribly mutilated, weltered in their blood on the grass of the enclosure. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Book 2, Chapter 6 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Book 2, Chapter 6. Matthias Van Gweet's Farewell. During the rest of the night, no other incident occurred either in or outside the kraal. The gate was securely fastened this time. How was it that at the very time the wild beasts surrounded the palisade it should have been open? This was truly most unaccountable, for Colligani had himself placed the strong bars which fastened it. Captain Hood's wound gave him considerable pain, although it was but skin deep. A little more, though, would have caused him to lose the use of his right arm. For my part, I felt nothing of the violent blow which had thrown me to the ground. We resolved to return to Steam House as soon as day began to dawn. As to Matthias Van Gweet, except for regretting the loss of 3 of his people, he was not at all disheartened, although the being deprived of his buffaloes must put him to some inconvenience when the time for his departure came. "It is but the chances of the trade," he said, "and I have for long had a presentiment that an adventure of this kind would befall me." He then proceeded to arrange for the interment of the 3 natives, whose remains were laid in a corner of the kraal in a grave deep enough to prevent any wild animals disturbing them. Soon, however, the dawn began to light up the dark avenues of the Terai, and after many shakes of the hand we took leave of Matthias Van Gweet. To accompany us on our walk through the forest, the zoologist put at our disposal Colligani and 2 natives. His offer was accepted, and at 6 o'clock we left the kraal. No untoward incident marked our return journey. Of tigers and panthers there was not a trace. The animals, having been so severely repulsed, had no doubt retreated to their dens, and this was not the time to go and rouse them up. As to the buffaloes which had escaped from the kraal, they had either been slain and devoured in the depths of the forest, or, if still alive, having fled to a great distance, it was not to be expected that their instinct would lead them back to the encampment. They must therefore be considered as positively lost to the naturalist. At the border of the forest, Colligani and the other men left us, and not long after, Fan and Niger welcomed us back with joyful barks to Steam House. I recounted our adventures to Banks, and it is needless to say that he congratulated us heartily on having got off so well. Too often in attacks of this nature, not one of the assailed party escapes to tell the tale of the exploits of the assailants. As to Captain Hood, he was obliged, whether he liked it or not, to keep his arm in a sling. But the engineer, who was the doctor of the expedition, found his wound not serious, and declared that in a few days no trace of it would remain. At heart, Captain Hood was much mortified at having received wound without having returned it, and yet he had added another tiger to the 48 already on his list. On the afternoon of the 27th, our attention was aroused by the joyful and excited barking of the dogs. We hastened out and saw Colonel Munro, McNeill, and Gomi. Their return was a real relief to us. Had Sir Edward succeeded in his expedition? This we did not yet know. He was there, however, safe and sound, and that was the most important thing after all. Banks immediately hurried up to him, grasped his hand, and gave him a questioning look. "Nothing," was all the reply he received, accompanied by a shake of the head. This word signified not only that the search of the Nepalese frontier had resulted in nothing, but that any conversation on this subject would be useless. It appeared to mean that there was nothing to speak about. McNeill and Gomi, whom Banks interrogated in the evening, were more explicit. They told him that Colonel Munro had indeed wished to survey that portion of Hindustan in which Nana Sahib had taken refuge before his reappearance in the Bombay presidency, to ascertain what had become of the Nabob's companions, to search for any traces which might remain of their passage over that part of the frontier, to endeavour to learn whether, instead of Nana Sahib, his brother Balau Rao was hiding in that country. Such had been Sir Edward's object. The result of this search was that there could no longer be any doubt that the rebels had left the country. There was not a vestige of that camp in which the false obsequies of Nana Sahib had been celebrated. No news was heard of Balau Rao. Of his companions, nothing that could urge them to set off on the track. The Nabob killed in the defiles of the Sutpura Mountains, his friends probably dispersed beyond the limits of the peninsula. The work of the Avenger seemed already performed. To quit the Himalayas, continue southwards, and thus finish our journey from Calcutta to Bombay, was all we had now to think of. The departure was fixed for a week from that time, for the 3rd of September. That time was necessary to complete the healing of Captain Hood's wound. Colonel Munro, too, who was plainly fatigued by his excursion through that rough country, was also glad of a few days' rest. During this time Banks began his preparations by getting our train in order, and in a state for the journey from the Himalayas to Bombay. To begin with, it was agreed that the route should be a second time altered, so as to avoid the great towns of the northwest, Meerut, Delhi, Agra, Gwalior, Jhansi, and others, in which so many disasters of the mutiny of 1857 had taken place. With the last rebels of the insurrection had disappeared all that could arouse the recollections of Colonel Munro. Our travelling dwelling would thus go straight through the provinces without stopping at the principal cities, but the country was well worth a visit, if only for its natural beauties. The immense kingdom of Scindia is unequalled in this respect. The most picturesque roads in the peninsula now lay before Behemoth. The season of the monsoons had ended with the rainy season, which is not prolonged beyond the month of August. The first days of September promised a most agreeable temperature, which would render the second part of our journey far pleasanter than the first. During this last week of our stay in the sanitarium, Fox and Gomi purveyed daily for the pantry. Accompanied by the 2 dogs, they found swarms of partridges, pheasants, and bustards. These birds, preserved in the ice-house, were to supply us with game during the journey. We paid 2 or 3 more visits to the kraal. There Matthias van Gwiet was also preparing for his departure for Bombay, bearing his troubles with the philosophy which carried him calmly through all the miseries of existence, both great and small. The capture of the 10th tiger had completed his stock. It was now only necessary to make up the number of his buffaloes. Not one of those which fled during the night attack had been recaptured. The chances were that all, dispersed in the forest, had met with violent deaths. The difficulty was how to make up the teams. In hopes of obtaining animals among the scattered farms and villages of the neighborhood, Van Gwiet had sent Kalagani to inquire, and awaited his return with some impatience. The last week of our abode at the sanitarium passed without incident. Captain Hood's wound gradually healed, and he seemed to hope for one more expedition before closing the campaign. But this idea Colonel Munro would not encourage. Why risk himself needlessly while his arm was weak? During the rest of our journey he would be very likely to meet with sport en route. "Besides," observed Banks, "you surely ought to be satisfied to find yourself alive and well, with a score of 49 tigers fallen to your gun. The balance is all in your favor." "49, yes," returned the captain with a sigh, "but I wanted 50." He was evidently dissatisfied. The 2nd of September arrived, and we were on the eve of departure. In the morning Gomi came in to announce a visit from the purveyor. Van Guit, accompanied by Kalagani, came to Steam House. No doubt he wished to take formal leave at the last moment. Colonel Munro received him cordially, and the Dutchman plunged into a course of speechifying more astonishing than ever. It struck me that his high-flown compliments concealed something which he hesitated to propose. Banks brought him to the point of inquiring whether he had succeeded in making up his buffalo teams. "No, indeed, Mr. Banks," he replied. "Kalagani has been unsuccessful. Although I gave him carte blanche as to price, he failed to procure a single pair of those useful animals. I am forced to admit myself wholly at a loss how to convey my menagerie to the nearest railway station. This loss of my buffaloes, by the sudden attack on the night between the 25th and 26th of August, embarrasses me exceedingly. My cages with their 4-footed prisoners are heavy, and—" "Well, how are you going to manage?" demanded the engineer. "I can't exactly say," returned Matthias. "I plan, I contrive, I hesitate, but the fact is that on the 20th of September, that is to say 18 days hence, I am bound to deliver the animals at Bombay." "In 18 days?" echoed Banks. "Why, you have not an hour to lose." "I know it, sir, and I have but one resource, just one." "What may that be?" "It is to entreat the Colonel to do me a very great favour." "Speak freely, Mr. Van Guit," said Colonel Munro. "If I can oblige you, I will do so with pleasure." Matthias bowed, placed his right hand on his lips, swayed himself from side to side, and in every gesture betokened himself overwhelmed by unexpected kindness. He then explained that, understanding our giant engine to be of immense power, he wished to know if it would be possible to attach his caravan of cages to our train, and so to drag them to Etawah, the nearest station on the line between Delhi and Allahabad. The colonel turned to the engineer, saying, "Can we do what Mr. Van Guit requires?" "I see no difficulty," replied Banks. "Behemoth will never know that he draws a heavier weight." "It shall be done, Mr. Van Guit," said Colonel Munro. "We will take your goods to Etawah. People ought to be neighbourly and help one another, even in the Himalayas." "I am aware of your goodness, Colonel," replied Van Guit, "and I indeed felt I might reckon on it." "You were right," said Colonel Munro. Everything being thus arranged, the Dutchman prepared to return to his kraal, in order to dismiss such of his attendants as were no longer required, retaining only 4 shikaris who were wanted to tend the animals. "We will meet tomorrow, then," said Colonel Munro. "Tomorrow, gentlemen, I shall be ready, and waiting for you and your steam monster at my kraal." And the purveyor, delighted with the success of his visit, retired with all the airs of an actor leaving the stage. Kalagani, after fixedly regarding Colonel Munro, whose journey to the frontiers of Nepal appeared to interest him deeply, followed his master. The last arrangements were completed. Everything was in travelling order, and of the steam-house sanitarium nothing remained. We were ready to descend to the plains, where our elephant was to leave us and fetch the Dutchman's caravan to join our train, which then was to start across Rohilcund. At 7 o'clock on the morning of the 3rd September, Behemoth stood ready to resume the duties he had hitherto so well fulfilled. But a very unexpected occurrence now excited the surprise of everyone. After lighting the furnace to heat the boiler, Caluth opened the different flues and the soot doors, in order to be sure that nothing impeded the draught of air, but started back when, with a strange sound of hissing, a score of what seemed like leather thongs darted towards him from the tubes. "Hullo, Caluth, what's the matter?" said Banks. "A swarm of serpents, Sahib!" cried the stoker. In fact, what appeared like straps were snakes which had chosen to make themselves at home in the furnace chimneys, whence the heat now dislodged them. Some were scorched and fell to the ground. Had not Koluth opened the valves, all would speedily have been roasted. "What!" cried Captain Hood, running forward. "Has Behemoth been cherishing a brood of serpents in his bosom?" Yes, of the most dangerous and numerous description, and a superb tiger python now showed his pointed head from the tip of the elephant's trunk, and began to unfold his coils amid spiral volumes of smoke. The other serpents, which were so lucky as to escape with their lives, quickly vanished among the bushes. But the python could not easily ascend the cast-iron cylinder, and Captain Hood had time to get his rifle and send a bullet through its head. Then Gomi mounted the elephant, and scrambling up the trunk, succeeded, with the help of Koluth and Store, in hoisting out the huge reptile. It was a most magnificent boa, in a vesture of gorgeous green and purple, adorned with regular rings, which seemed as though cut out of splendid tiger skin. It was as thick as a man's arm, and measured quite 5 yards in length. Truly, it was a superb specimen, and would have made an advantageous addition to Van Guit's collection could it have been secured alive. The excitement of this incident having subsided, Koluth rearranged his furnace. The boiler soon began to do its part, and steam being fairly got up, we were ready to be off. One last glance over the marvelous panorama spread before us to the south, one last lingering look towards the indented outlines of the mighty mountain peaks which stood forth sharply against the northern sky, and then the shriek of the whistle gave notice of departure. We descended the winding road without difficulty, the atmospheric brake acting admirably on the steep pitches, and in an hour we halted on the lower limit of the Terai, at the edge of the plain. Here Behemoth, under charge of Banks and the firemen, left us, and at a dignified pace entered one of the broad roads through the forest. A couple of hours later we heard the snorting and puffing of the steam giant, and he issued from the thicket of trees with the Dutchman's caravan menagerie in tow. Matthias Van Guit made his appearance, and renewed his thanks to the colonel. The wild beast cages, with a van in front of the purveyor and his men, were attached to our train, now composed of 8 carriages. Banks gave the signal, the regulation whistle sounded, and Behemoth, with stately motion, began to advance along the magnificent road leading to the south. The addition of Van Guit and his wild beast vans made no difference to him. "Well, Van Guit, what do you think of it?" inquired Captain Hood. "I think, Captain," replied Matthias with some reason, "that this elephant would be much more wonderful if he were made of flesh and blood." We did not follow the route by which we had reached the foot of the Himalayas, but travelled southwest towards the little town of Philibit. We went at a moderate rate and easy pace, and met with no hindrance or discomfort. The Dutchman daily took his seat at our table, when his splendid appetite never failed to do honour to the culinary talents of Monsieur Parizard. It speedily became necessary to call upon our sportsmen to do their duty, and Captain Hood resumed his labours for the larder. Food was required for our 4-footed passengers as well as for ourselves, and the shikaris took care to provide it. They were clever hunters, and led by Kalagani, himself a first-rate shot, kept up a supply of bison and antelope meat. Kalagani maintained his peculiar and reserved manners, although very kindly treated by Colonel Munro, who was not a man to forget a good service done him. On the 10th of September our train skirted the town of Philibit without making a halt, but a considerable number of natives came to see us. Van Guit's wild beast show attracted little attention in comparison with Behemoth, and without more than a passing glance at the splendid creatures within their cages, all hastened to admire the steam elephant. We traversed the great plains of northern India, passing, at a distance of some leagues, Bareilly, one of the chief cities of Rohilkund. Sometimes we were surrounded by forests filled with birds of brilliant plumage, sometimes by dense thickets of the thorny acacia 2 or 3 yards high, which is called by the English wait-a-bit. There we met with many wild boars, whose flesh was of a remarkably fine flavor, from the fact of their feeding on the yellowish berry of these plants. These boars are extremely savage animals, and on several occasions they were killed by Captain Hood and Colligani under circumstances which displayed to advantage all the courage and skill possessed by our mighty hunters. Between Philibet and Etowah railway station, our train had to cross the upper Ganges, and shortly after an important tributary, the Kali Nakli. The menagerie vans were detached, and Steamhouse, assuming its nautical character, easily floated from one bank to the other. It was different with the Dutchman's vans. They had to be transported singly by a ferry-boat, and though tedious, the passage was effected without much difficulty, as both he and his men knew exactly what to do. At length, without any adventure worthy of notice, we reached the line of rail between Delhi and Allahabad. Here the two parts of our train were to separate, the first continuing to descend southwards across the vast territories of Sind, in order to reach the Vindhyas and the Presidency of Bombay. The second was to be placed on railway trucks to travel to Bombay, and so by ship to Europe. We encamped together for one night, and the respective starts were to be made at daybreak. Matthias Van Gweet was about to dismiss such of his attendants as were no longer necessary to him, retaining the natives only until he should reach the ship. Among the men now paid off was Kalagani the hunter. We had become attached to this native since he had rendered good service both to Colonel Munro and Captain Hood, and Banks, perceiving him to be at a loss for employment, asked if it would suit him to accompany us as far as Bombay. After some moments' consideration, Kalagani accepted the proposal, which seemed to please Colonel Munro very much. He was well acquainted with all this part of India, and, attached to the staff of Steamhouse, was likely to be extremely useful to us. The next morning the camp was struck. Steam was up, and store only awaited final orders. The ceremony of leave-taking was very simple on our part, highly theatrical on that of Van Gweet, who amplified his expressions of thanks, and specially distinguished himself in the final scene, when, as he disappeared from our sight, he indicated by pantomimic gestures that never, either here below or in the life hereafter, should our kindness fade from his memory. End of Book 2, Chapter 6.
Book 2, Chapter 7 of The Steamhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Steamhouse by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Book 2, Chapter 7. Passage of the Betwa. Our position on the 18th of September stood thus: distance from Calcutta, 812 miles. From Sanitarium on the Himalayas, 236 miles. From Bombay, 1,000 miles. With regard to distance, not half of our proposed journey had been accomplished, but reckoning the 7 weeks spent on the Himalayan frontier, above half the time allotted to it had elapsed. We left Calcutta on the 6th of March, and in 2 months we hoped to reach the western shores of Hindustan. Avoiding the great towns concerned in the revolt of 1857, we should travel nearly due south. There being excellent roads through Sind, we should meet no difficulties until we came to the mountains of central India. The presence of an experienced man like Kalagani would give additional security, as well as facility, to our progress, as he seemed so thoroughly well acquainted with this part of Hindustan. Banks called him the first day, while Colonel Munro was taking his siesta, and asked in what capacity he had so frequently traversed these provinces. "I belonged," replied the man, "to one of the numerous caravans of the Brinjaris, who convey to the interior, on the backs of oxen, supplies of grain, either ordered by the government or private persons. In this capacity I have passed a score of times across the territories of North and Central India. Do such caravans still cross this part of the peninsula? Yes, sir, they do, and at this season of the year I should expect to meet Brinjaris on their way north. Well, Kalagani, you are likely to be very useful to us. We wish to avoid the great cities and to pass through the open country. You shall be our guide. Certainly, sir, answered the Hindu, in the cold tone which was habitual to him, and to which I could never get quite reconciled. Then he added, "Shall I state in a general way the direction we shall have to take?" "Do so, Kalagani," said Banks, spreading a large map on the table, and preparing to verify by observation the information about to be given him. "It is very simple," said the Indian. "A direct line takes us from the Delhi Railroad to that of Bombay. The junction is at Allahabad. Between Etawah and the frontier of Bundelkund there is but one important river to cross, the Jumna. Between that and the Vindhyas mountains there is another, the Betwa. These two rivers may have overflowed their banks, but I think your train would be able to cross them, even if it were so." "There would be no serious difficulty," replied the engineer. "And having reached the Vindhyas, we should turn slightly to the southeast in order to reach a practicable pass. There will be no difficulty there either, for I know a spot where the ascents are easy. Wheel carriages prefer that way. It is the pass of Sujor." "That ought to suit us," returned Banks. "But I perceive that beyond the pass of Sujor the country is very hilly. Could we not approach the Vindhyas by crossing Bhopal?" "There are a great many towns in that direction," answered Kalagani. "It would be difficult to avoid them. The Sepoys distinguished themselves particularly there during the War of Independence." I was struck by this expression, the War of Independence, which Kalagani applied to the mutiny. However, I reflected that it was a native, not an Englishman, who used it. Besides, we had no reason to suppose that Kalagani had taken part in the revolt. "Well," resumed Banks, "leaving the cities of Bhopal to the west, are you certain that the pass of Sujor will give us access to a practicable road?" "To a road I have often travelled, sir, which, after making the circuit of Lake Paturia, will bring you near Jubbulpore on the Bombay Railway." "I see," said Banks, who followed on the map all that the man said. "And after that?" "After that the road turns to the southwest, and more or less runs alongside the line as far as Bombay." "Of course, so it does," returned Banks. "I see no particular difficulty anywhere, and the route suits us. We shall not forget your services, Kalagani." Kalagani made his salaam, and was about to retire, when, changing his mind, he again approached the engineer. "Have you any question to put to me?" said Banks. "I have, sir. May I be permitted to ask why you especially want to avoid the great towns of the Bundelkund?" Banks looked at me. There seemed no reason for concealing the facts of the case from this man, and after a little consideration, Colonel Munro's position was explained to him. He listened attentively to what the engineer related to him, and then he said in a tone denoting surprise, "Colonel Munro has nothing more to fear from Nana Sahib, at least not in these provinces." "Neither in these provinces nor anywhere else," returned Banks. "Why do you say 'in these provinces'?" "Because it was reported several months ago that the Nabob had reappeared in the Bombay Presidency, but by no research could his retreat be discovered, and supposing him ever to have been there, it is probable that he has now again passed beyond the Indo-Chinese frontier." This answer seemed to prove that Kalagani was ignorant of what had taken place in the Satapura Mountains, and that in the month of May Nana Sahib had been slain by British soldiers at the Pal of Tandit. "It seems that news takes a long time to reach the Himalayan forests," exclaimed Banks. Kalagani looked at him fixedly, like one not in the least comprehending his words. "You do not seem to know that Nana Sahib is dead," continued the engineer. "Nana Sahib dead?" cried the native. "Certainly," replied Banks. "Government announced the fact that he had been killed, with all the details." "Killed?" said Kalagani, shaking his head. "Where do they say that Nana Sahib was killed?" "At the Pal of Tandit, in the Setapura Mountains." "And when?" "Nearly 4 months ago, on the 25th of last May." I noticed a peculiar look flit over Kalagani's face as he folded his arms and remained silent. "Have you any reason," inquired I, "for discrediting the account of Nana Sahib's death?" "None, sir. I believe what you tell me." In another instant Banks and I were alone, and he exclaimed, "You see what these fellows are. They regard the chief of the rebel sepoys as something more than mortal, and because they have not seen him hanged, they never will believe he is dead." "Why," replied I, "that is just like the old soldiers of the Empire, who for 20 years after Napoleon's death stoutly maintained that he was still alive. Since passing across the Upper Ganges 15 days previous to this, a fertile country had opened before us, called the Doab, a district lying in the angle formed by the Ganges and the Jumna, which 2 rivers unite near Allahabad. My impressions of the Doab are of alluvial plains cleared by the Brahmins 20 centuries before the Christian era, farming operations of the rudest description carried on by the peasantry, vast canal works due to English engineers, fields of the cotton plant, which especially thrives in this part of the country, the groans of the cotton mill machinery at work near every village, mingled with the songs of the men who are employed about it. We went on our way very comfortably. Scenery and situations changed before our eyes, while we enjoyed in luxury the climax of the art of locomotion. What mode of progression could be superior to this? We reached the left bank of the Jumna. This important stream forms the boundary of Rajasthan, the country of the Rajas, dividing it from Hindustan, or the country of the Hindus. We found that an early flood had already raised the waters of the Jumna. The current was rapid, but although this made our transit somewhat less easy, it did not hinder it at all. Banks took some few precautions, found a suitable landing place, and within half an hour Steam House was mounting the opposite bank of the river. Railway trains require massive bridges to be built at great expense. One of these, of tubular construction, spans the Jumna at the fortress of the Pelamgir near Delhi. But our behemoth drew his double cars over the surface of the current with as much ease as along the best macadamized high road. Beyond the Jumna lay several of the towns which our engineer intended to pass by unvisited. Among these was Gwalior, situated near the river Sawanika, built on a basaltic rock, with its superb mosque of Musjid, its palace of Pal, its curious gate of the elephants, its famous fortress, and the Vira, erected by Buddhists. The modern town of Lashkar, built at a little distance, forms a singular contrast to this ancient city, and competes in trade with it vigorously. It was at Gwalior that the Rani of Jhansi, the devoted friend of Nana Sahib, defended herself heroically to the last. There, as we have already said, she fell by the hand of Colonel Munro during an engagement with 2 squadrons of the British troops, where he was in command of a battalion of his regiment, and from that moment dated the mortal hatred borne towards him by the nabob, who sought till death to gratify it by revenge. Yes, it certainly was desirable that Sir Edward Munro should not renew his recollections of the scenes which took place before the gates of Gwalior. After Gwalior we passed Antri and its vast plain, broken by numerous peaks like islands in an archipelago. Then Dutia, which has not been in existence for more than 5 centuries. It possesses a central fortress, elegant houses, temples of various forms, the deserted palace of Bersing-Diao, and the arsenal of Topekana, the whole forming the capital of the province of Dutia, which lies in the northern angle of Bundelkund, and is under British protection. Antri and Dutia, as well as Gwalior, were seriously compromised by the insurrectional disturbances of 1857. On the 22nd of September, Jhansi was passed at a considerable distance. This city is the most important military station in the Bundelkund, and the spirit of revolt is strong in the lower classes of its population. The town is comparatively modern, and has a great trade in Indian muslins and blue cotton cloths. There are no ancient remains in this place, but it is interesting to visit its citadel, whose walls the English artillery and projectiles failed to destroy. Also the necropolis of the Rajas, which is remarkably picturesque. This was the chief stronghold of the Sepoy mutineers in central India. There the intrepid Rance instigated the first rising, which speedily spread throughout the Bundelkund. There Sir Hugh Rose maintained an engagement which lasted no less than 6 days, during which time he lost 15% of his force. There, in spite of the obstinate resistance of a garrison of 12,000 sepoys, and backed by an army of 20,000, Tantia Topi, Balau Rao, brother of the Nana, and last not least, the Rani herself, were compelled to yield to the superiority of British arms. It was there at Jhansi that Colonel Munro had saved the life of his sergeant McNeill, and given up to him his last drop of water. Yes, Jhansi, of all places, must be avoided in a journey where the route was planned and marked out by Sir Edward's warmest friends. After passing Jhansi, we were detained for several hours by an encounter with travellers of whom Kalagani had previously spoken. It was about 11 o'clock. Breakfast was over, and we were lounging under the veranda, or in the saloon, while Behemoth plodded steadily on at a moderate speed. The road was magnificent. Shaded by lofty trees, it passed through fields of cotton and grain. The weather was fine, the sun very hot. All we could wish for was a metropolitan water cart to keep down the puffs of fine white dust which occasionally rose round our equipage. But after a while the atmosphere appeared to become absolutely darkened with clouds of dust as dense as any ever blown up by the simoon of the Libyan desert. "I cannot imagine the cause of such a phenomenon," said Banks, "for the wind blows quite a light breeze." "Probably Kalagani can explain it," said Colonel Munro. He was called, and entering the veranda, looked along the road, and at once said, "It is a long caravan going northward, and is most likely a party of the Benjaris I spoke of to you, Mr. Banks." "Ah, and no doubt you will find some old friends among them." "Possibly, Sahib. I lived a long time among those wandering tribes." "Perhaps you will want to leave us and join them again," remarked Captain Hood. "Not at all," answered Kalagani. Half an hour later, it was proved that his opinion was correct. A moving wall of oxen advanced, and our mighty elephant himself was brought to a standstill. There was nothing to regret in this enforced halt. However, for a most curious spectacle was presented to our observations. A drove of 4,000 or 5,000 oxen encumbered the road, and, as our guide had supposed, they belonged to a caravan of Benjaris. "These people," said Banks, "are the Zingaras of Hindostan. They are a people rather than a tribe, and have no fixed abode, dwelling under tents in summer, in huts during the winter or rainy season. They are the porters and carriers of India, and I saw how they worked during the insurrection of 1857. By a sort of tacit agreement between the belligerents, their convoys were permitted to pass through the disturbed provinces. In fact, they kept up the supply of provisions to both armies. If these Benjaris belonged to one part of India more than to another, I should say it was the Rajputana, and perhaps more particularly the kingdom of Milwar. Pray examine them attentively, my dear Muckler, as they pass before you in defile. Our equipage was prudently drawn up on one side of the great highway. Nothing could have withstood this avalanche of horned cattle. Even wild beasts hasten out of their way. Following Banks' advice, I set myself to observe closely the enormous procession as it passed by, and the first thing I noticed was that our steam elephant, so accustomed to create surprise and admiration, seemed scarcely to attract the attention of these people at all. They looked as if nothing ever could astonish them. Both men and women of the race were extremely handsome, the former tall and strong, with fine features, curly hair, and a clear bronze complexion. They wore long tunics and turbans, and carried lances, bucklers or round shields, and large swords slung across their shoulders. The latter, also very tall and well formed, were dressed in becoming bodices with full skirts, and loose mantle enveloping the whole form in graceful drapery. They wore jewels in their ears, and necklaces, bracelets, bangles, and anklets made of gold, ivory, or shells. Thousands of oxen paced quietly along with these men, women, old men, and children. They had neither harness nor halter, only bells or red tassels on their heads, and double packs thrown across their backs, which contained wheat and other grains. A whole tribe journeyed in this manner, under the directions of an elected chief, called the Nayak, whose power is despotic while it lasts. He controls the movements of the caravan, fixes the hours for the start and the halt, and arranges the dispositions of the camp. I was struck by the magnificent appearance of a large bull, who with superb and imperial step led the van. He was covered with a bright and coloured cloth, ornamented with bells and shell embroidery, and I asked Banks if he knew what was the special office of this splendid animal. "Kalagani will of course be able to tell us," answered he. "Where is this fellow?" He was called, but did not make his appearance, and search being made, it was found he had left Steam House. "No doubt he has gone to renew acquaintance with some old comrade," said Colonel Munro. "He will return before we resume our journey." This seemed very natural. There was nothing in the temporary absence of the man to occasion uneasiness, but somehow it haunted me uncomfortably. "Well," said Banks, "to the best of my belief, this bull represents, or is an emblem of, their deity. Where he goes they follow, where he stops they encamp. But of course we are to suppose he is in reality under the secret control of the Nayak. Anyhow, he is to these wanderers an embodiment of their religion." The cortège seemed interminable, and for 2 hours there was no sign of an approaching end. Soon afterwards, however, the rear guard came in sight, and at last I perceived Kalagani accompanied by a native who was not of the Brinjari type. They were conversing together very coolly, and he was no doubt one who, as Kalagani had frequently done, had joined the caravan for a time only. Probably they were talking of the country which the caravan had just passed through, and across which lay the route by which our new guide had undertaken to lead us. This man, who was the last of all the procession to pass us, paused for a moment before Steam House. He looked at the equipage with some interest, and I thought his eye rested particularly on Sir Edward Munro, but without uttering a word, he made a parting sign to Kalagani, rejoined the troop, and disappeared in a cloud of dust. Kalagani then came up, and before any questions were asked, addressed himself to Colonel Munro, and simply saying, "One of my old comrades who has been with the caravan for the last 2 months," he resumed his place in our train, and we were speedily moving along a road now deeply marked by the footprints of thousands of men and oxen. Next day, the 24th of September, we halted to pass the night a little to the east of Orkcha, on the left bank of the Betwa, which is one of the chief tributaries of the Jumna. There is nothing to see or say about Orkcha. It is the old capital of Bundelkund, and was a flourishing town during the earlier part of the 17th century. but hard blows from the Marathas on one side and the Mongols on the other reduced it to a low condition, from which it has never recovered, so that at the present time one of the great cities of central India is nothing more than a large village, miserably housing a few hundred peasants. I said we encamped on the banks of the Betwa, but the halt was made at some distance from the river, which we learned had considerably overflowed its banks. Night was coming on, and it would be necessary next day to examine carefully the nature of the ground before attempting a passage. We therefore spent our evening in the usual way, and retired to rest. Except under very peculiar circumstances, we never kept watch by night. There seemed to be no occasion for it. Could anybody run away with our houses? No. Could they steal our elephant? Rather not. Nothing was more unlikely than an attack of thieves, but at all times our two dogs, Fan and Niger, were on the alert, and ready to give notice of approaching footsteps. This very thing happened that night. Their violent barking aroused us about 2 in the morning. When I opened the door of my room, I found all my companions on foot. "Is anything the matter?" inquired Colonel Munro. "The dogs seem to think so," replied Banks. "I don't believe they would bark like that for nothing." "I should not wonder if a panther had coughed in the jungle," said Hood. "Let's take our guns and make a search." McNeil, Kalgani, and Gwami were all out listening and trying to find out what was going on. We joined them. "Well," said the captain, "I suppose a few wild animals have passed on their way to the drinking place?" "Kalagani thinks this is something very different," replied Sergeant McNeil. "What then, Kalagani?" "I don't know yet, Colonel," said the Indian, "but certainly neither panthers, tigers, nor jackals. I fancy I can discern a confused mass among the trees." "Let's have at them at once," exclaimed the captain, with eager hopes of his 50th tiger. "Wait, Hood, wait," said Banks. "Caution is desirable in this case." "But we are in force and well armed. I want to be at the bottom of this disturbance," persisted the captain. "All right, then," cried Banks. "Munro, you must remain in camp with McNeil and the other men, while Hood, Mockler, Kalagani, and I go to reconnoitre." All this time the dogs continued to bark, but without any symptoms of the fury which they always displayed on the approach of wild beasts. "Come along, Fox," cried Captain Hood, beckoning to his servant. Fan and Niger darted into the thicket. We followed them, and presently distinguished the sound of footsteps. It seemed as though the scouts of a large party were prowling round our camp. A few figures vanished silently among the bushes. The two dogs, barking loudly, ran backwards and forwards some paces in advance of us. "Who goes there?" shouted Captain Hood. No answer. "These people either do not choose to speak or else understand no English," said Banks. "Well, give it them in Hindustani. Tell them we will fire if they don't answer." In the dialect of Central India, Kalagani summoned the invisible rovers to advance and show themselves. Still no answer. A rifle shot broke the silence. The impetuous captain could stand it no longer, and had taken aim apparently at a shadow flitting through the trees. The report was followed by a confused rushing sound, as if a multitude of people were dispersing right and left. Fan and Niger ran forwards, and then returning to us quietly, showed no further uneasiness. "Well, they beat a retreat double quick, these fellows, whoever they were," exclaimed Hood. "That is very certain," returned Banks. "And now, whether they were robbers or rovers, all we have to do is get back to Steam House. But we must set a watch till daybreak." In a very few minutes we had rejoined our party. McNeil, Gwami, and Fox arranged to take turns as sentries, and we once more retired to our cabins. The night passed without disturbance. It was clear that, seeing we were on our guard, the visitors had decamped. Next day, the 25th of September, while preparation was being made for a start, Colonel Munro, Hood, McNeil, Kalagani, and I set out to explore the borders of the forest. We saw no trace whatever of the nocturnal adventurers, and on our return found Banks busily arranging for the passage of the river Betwa, whose tawny waters were flowing far beyond their accustomed bed. The current was running at so rapid a rate that Behemoth would have had to make head against it to avoid being carried downstream. The engineer, field-glass in hand, was endeavouring to determine our landing place on the opposite bank. The Betwa was at this point about a mile in width. Our train had as yet crossed no river so broad. "What," said I, "becomes of travellers and traders when they are stopped by floods like this? These currents resemble rapids. Ordinary ferry boats could not resist them." "Why, it is quite simple," replied Captain Hood. "They stay where they are." "They can always cross if they have elephants," said Banks. "You don't mean to say elephants can swim such distances?" "Of course they can, and the thing is managed thus," answered the engineer. "All the baggage is placed on the backs of these." "Proboscideans," suggested Hood, recollecting his friend the Dutchman's fine words; "and the mahouts force them, at first reluctantly, to enter the stream. The animals hesitate, draw back, trumpet loudly, but finally make up their minds to face the difficulty, and beginning to swim, gallantly effect the passage. It must be admitted that some are occasionally swept away by the current and drowned, but that rarely happens if any experienced person is in charge." "Well," said Hood, "Behemoth is thoroughly amphibious, and no doubt will make a fine passage." We all took our places, Caluth by his furnace, Storr and the Houdah, Banks acting as steersman. With gentle pace the elephant began his march. His great feet were covered, but the water was for about 50 feet too shallow to float him. Great caution was requisite, and the train moved slowly from terra firma. All of a sudden we became aware that the sounds we had heard in the night were renewed and drawing near us. About 100 creatures, gesticulating and grimacing, issued from the woods. "Monkeys, by Jove!" exclaimed Hood, with a burst of laughter, as a whole regiment of apes advanced in close order towards Steam House. "What on earth do they want?" inquired McNeill. "Of course they are going to attack us," answered the belligerent captain. "No, you have nothing to fear," said Kalagani, who was watching them. "Well, but what are they up to?" repeated McNeill. "They only want to cross the river with us," said the Indian. And Kalagani was right. These were not insolent gibbons, with long hairy arms and importunate manners, nor were they members of the aristocratic family which inhabit the palace at Benares, but black monkeys, the largest in India, very active, and with white whiskers round their smooth faces, which make them look like old lawyers. In fantastic airs and attitudes they almost rivaled our friend Matthias Van Greet himself. I then learnt that these apes are sacred throughout India. One legend asserts that they are the descendants of Rama, who conquered the island of Ceylon. At Amber they occupy the Zenana Palace, and do the honours to visitors. It is expressly forbidden to kill them. Several English officers have lost their lives through disregard of this law. These monkeys are usually very gentle and easily domesticated, but are dangerous if attacked, and when only slightly wounded, become, according to the statement of M. Louis Rousselet, quite as formidable as hyenas or panthers. But we had no intention of attacking them, and Captain Hood's gun was not called into requisition. Could Kalagani be right in saying that these creatures, unable otherwise to cross the river, intended to avail themselves of our floating equipage? We were speedily to see that it was so. When, after passing through the shallows, Behemoth reached the bed of the river, our train floated after him, and encountering a kind of eddy from a turn in the bank, remained at first almost stationary. Just then the troop of monkeys approached, wading and dabbling in the shallow water. They made no demonstration of hostility, but suddenly the whole party, males, females, old and young, began to gambol and spring towards us, and finally seizing each other by the hand, they fairly bounded up on our train. which actually seemed to be waiting for them. In a few seconds there were a dozen on Behemoth's back, 30 on the top of each carriage, and soon we had quite 100 passengers, gay, familiar, even talkative, at least among themselves, no doubt congratulating one another on the fortunate chance by which they had secured their passage across the river. Behemoth now fairly entered the current, and boldly facing it, proceeded on his way. For an instant Banks looked anxiously at the apes, but they disposed themselves judiciously, so as to trim the flotilla. They sat or clung in all directions over the back of the elephant, on his neck, on his tusks, even on his upraised trunk, caring nothing for the jets of steam which it cast forth. They clustered on the arched roofs of our carriages, some squatting down, some standing upright, some on all fours, others dangling by the tail from the veranda roofs. Steam House maintained its equilibrium, and the excess of cargo proved to be quite immaterial. Captain Hood was immensely amused, and his man Fogg successively astonished. He soon made friends with the free and easy creatures, who were grimacing on all sides of him, and began to do the honours of the house. He talked to them, shook hands, made his best bows, offered lumps of sugar, and would willingly have handed sweetmeats all round if Monsieur Parizade would have allowed it. Behemoth worked his 4 feet strenuously. They beat the water and acted like paddles. Drifting downwards in the current, he followed the direction which took us towards the landing place. This we safely reached in about half an hour, and the moment our train touched the shore, the whole troop of monkeys sprang down, and with numberless absurd antics and capers scampered off as hard as they could go. "They might as well have said 'Thank ye,'" cried Fawkes, quite disgusted with the bad manners of his fellow passengers. Chapter 7.
Book 2, Chapter 8 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Book 2, Chapter 8. Hood versus Banks. Having passed the Betwa, we found ourselves already 62 miles from the station of Etowah, where we had left the Dutchman Van Guit. 4 days passed without incident, without even any sport for Captain Hood, wild animals being scarce in that part of the Sind. "Upon my word," he kept repeating in tones of great annoyance, "I begin to fear I shall arrive at Bombay without having bagged my 50th." Kalagani evidently knew this thinly peopled region perfectly, and guided us across it most admirably. On the 29th September, our train began to ascend the northern slope of the Vindhyas, in order to reach the pass of Sirgur. Hitherto we had met with no obstacle or difficulty, although this country is one of the worst in repute of all India, because it is a favourite retreat of criminals. Robbers haunt the highways, and it is here that the dacoits carry on their double trade of thieves and poisoners. Great caution is desirable when travelling in this district. Steam House was now about to penetrate the very worst part of the Bundelkund, namely the mountainous region of the Vindhyas. We were within about 60 miles of Jubbulpore, the nearest station on the railway between Bombay and Allahabad. It was no great distance, but we could not expect to get over the ground as quickly as we had done on the plains of Sind. Steep ascents, bad roads, rocky ground, sharp turnings, and narrow defiles. All these must be looked for, and would reduce the rate of our speed. It would be necessary to reconnoitre carefully our line of march, as well as the halting places, and during both day and night keep a very sharp lookout. Kalagani was the first to urge these precautions. It was certainly wise to be prepared for every contingency. Prudence is always a virtue. Nevertheless, we had little to fear, being a numerous party, thoroughly armed, and, as it were, garrisoning 2 strong houses and a castle, which it was hardly likely marauders of any sort, dacoits or even thugs, supposing any still lurked in this wild part of the Bundelkund, could venture to assault. The pass of Sirgur was attained with no great difficulty. In some places it was necessary to put on steam when Behemoth instantly displayed power amply sufficient for the occasion. Caligani appeared so well acquainted with the winding passes among which we found ourselves that we ceased to feel anxiety as to the route we were on. He never showed the smallest hesitation, but led the way confidently among deep gorges, lofty precipices, and dense forests of pines and other alpine trees, even where crossroads would have puzzled many guides. At times he stopped the train, and went forward to survey the road, but it was to ascertain its condition, which after the rainy season was often torn up by torrents, and retreat being difficult, it was awkward to come upon such chasms unawares. The weather was perfect. The rains were over, and the burning sky was veiled by light mists, which tempered the solar rays, so that the heat we experienced was temperate, very endurable for travelers so well sheltered as we were. It was easy for our sportsmen to shoot what game we needed for the table, without going any great distance from Steam-house. Captain Hood, however, and doubtless Fox also, regretted the absence of the wild beasts which abounded in the Terai. But how could they hope to find lions, tigers, and panthers where there was nothing for them to eat? If, however, there was a lack of carnivora, we found occasion to make better acquaintance with Indian elephants, I mean wild elephants, of whom hitherto we had seen but rare examples. It was about noon on the 30th September that we perceived a pair of these superb animals in front of our train. On our approach, they left the road to let us pass, as though alarmed by the novel appearance of our equipage. Even Captain Hood never thought of firing at the magnificent creatures unnecessarily. We all stood admiring them thus roaming at liberty their native wilds, where streams, torrents, and pastures afforded all they required. "What a fine opportunity now for our friend Van Guit to deliver a lecture on zoology!" cried the captain. Everybody knows that India is, par excellence, the country for elephants. The species is rather smaller than the African elephant. It abounds in the various provinces of the peninsula, and is sought after also in Burma, Siam, in the territories east of the Bay of Bengal. They are usually captured by means of a keddah, which is an enclosure surrounded by palisades. Sometimes it is intended to secure a whole herd at once, and then the hunters assemble to the number of 300 or 400 under command of a jemidar, that is, a native sergeant or headman, and drive them gradually towards the keddah. This they are enticed to enter by the aid of tame elephants trained to the business. They are then separated and have their hind legs shackled. The capture is then complete. But this method, besides being tedious and troublesome, is generally unsuccessful with the large male elephants, who are bolder and cunning enough to burst through the circle of beaters, thus escaping imprisonment in the keddah. The tame female elephants are appointed to follow these males for several days. The mahouts, wrapped in dark clothes, remain on their backs, and at last the unsuspecting elephants, when peacefully slumbering, are seized, chained, and led away captive before they recover from their first surprise. In former times, as I have already had occasion to mention, elephants were taken in deep pits dug near their haunts, but by falling into these, which were about 15 feet deep, the animals were often hurt or even killed, and the barbarous practice is now almost given up. In Bengal and Nepal, where the lasso is still in use, the chase becomes highly exciting and replete with adventure. Well-trained elephants are mounted by 3 men. One, the mahout, rides on the neck, and directs the animal's movements. Another behind, whose duty it is to spur and goad him, while the hunter is seated on his back, armed with a lasso, the noose ready, prepared to fling. Thus equipped, the pursuit may last for hours, over plains and through forests, the hunters running great danger in the chase, but at length the huge quarry is lassoed, falls heavily, and is at the mercy of his captors. By these different methods a vast number of elephants is annually caught in India. It is not a bad speculation. The price of a female elephant is sometimes 280 lakh, of a male 800 lakh, or even 2,000 lakh if he is of noble race. But are the animals which cost such sums really so useful as to be worth it? Yes, provided they are well fed. They must have 600 or 700 pounds weight of green fodder in every 18 hours. That is about the amount allowed for average rations, and are then fit for active service, for the transport of troops and military stores, transport of artillery and wagons in mountainous countries, or through jungle impassable for horses, also in many great works of civil engineering, and other undertakings where they are employed as beasts of burden. These strong and docile giants are easily and quickly trained, seeming by instinct to be disposed to obedience. They are universally employed in Hindustan, and as they do not multiply in captivity, it is necessary to keep up the supply for the country and for exportation by continually hunting those which roam the forests. Notwithstanding this, the herds of wild elephants appear in no way diminished. Numbers are still to be found in the different kingdoms of India. Indeed, as far as we were concerned, far too many were at liberty, and this I shall presently show. The two elephants in advance of us drew aside as I described, so as to allow our train to pass by them, immediately afterwards resuming their march in the rear. Presently several other elephants came in sight, and quickening their pace, overtook and joined the pair we had just passed. In a quarter of an hour as many as a dozen were behind us. They were evidently watching our equipage, and followed us at a distance of 50 yards. They did not try to overtake us, still less did they show any intention of leaving our company. They might easily have done so, for an elephant's pace can be much more rapid than at first sight one would suppose, and among the rugged steeps of the Vindhyas, Behemoth could travel but slowly. But their object evidently was to assemble in greater numbers. As they advanced, they uttered peremptory calls, which appeared to be a summons to companions lingering behind, for cries, unmistakably in answer, sounded in the distance. By 1 o'clock a troop of full 30 elephants followed us closely, and it was quite likely the number would increase. Herds of these animals, consisting of 30 individuals and forming a family party more or less nearly related, are frequently seen together. At times a formidable assemblage of at least 100 are encountered with no great pleasure by travellers. We all stood in the veranda behind our second carriage, and watched proceedings with some anxiety. "The numbers continue to increase," remarked Banks. "I suppose they mean to bring all the elephants in the district about us." "But," said I, "they cannot call to each other at any great distance." "No," replied the engineer, "but they have a very acute sense of smell, and we know it, because tame elephants detect the presence of wild ones 3 or 4 miles off." "Why, it is like a migration, an exodus," said Colonel Munro. "We ought to increase our speed, Banks." "Behemoth is doing his best, Munro. He has heavy work on this steep and rugged way." "What's the use of hurrying?" cried Hood, always delighted with fresh adventure. "Let them come along with us, the jolly beasts. They form an escort just suited to us. The country, which seems so desolate and deserted, is much more interesting now, and we go along with a retinue fit for a rajah." "We shall have to submit to their presence, certainly," said Banks. "I don't see how we are to prevent it." "Why, what in the world are you afraid of?" asked the captain. "You know very well that a herd is always less dangerous than a solitary elephant. These are good, quiet beasts. Sheep, big sheep, with trunks, that's all." "Hood's enthusiasm is rising fast," said Colonel Munro. "I am willing to believe that if these animals remain in the rear and keep their distance, we have nothing to fear, but if they take it into their heads to try to pass us on this narrow road, the consequences might be serious." "Besides," I added, "what sort of reception will they give Behemoth if they find themselves face to face with him?" "Oh, nonsense! They will only salute him," cried Hood. They will make grand salams to him as Prince Goro Singh's elephants did." "But those were tame elephants, sir, and well trained," remarked Sergeant McNeill very sensibly. "Well, those fellows behind there will become tame too. Their astonishment at meeting our giant will produce the deepest respect." Our friend's admiration for the artificial elephant continued unabated. That chef d'oeuvre of mechanism created by the hand of an English engineer. "Besides," he continued, "these animals are intelligent. They reason, compare, and judge. They can associate ideas like human beings." "I question that," said Banks. "Question that, do you?" cried the captain. "One would almost think you had never lived in India. Are not these excellent fellows put to all manner of domestic service? Have we any servant to equal them? Is not the elephant always ready to be useful? Don't you know, Maclear, what accounts of him are given by the best informed authors? According to them, the elephant is devoted to those he loves, carries their parcels, gathers flowers for them, goes out to shop in the bazaars, buys his own sugar-cane, bananas, and mangoes, and pays for them himself, guards the house from wild beasts, and takes the children out walking more carefully than the best nurse in all England. He is kind, grateful, has a prodigious memory, and never forgets either a benefit or an injury. And then so tender-hearted. Why, an elephant won't hurt a fly if he can help it. Look here, a friend of mine told me this himself. He saw a ladybird placed on a big stone, and the elephant was ordered to crush the little insect. Not a bit of it. The good beast would not put his foot on the creature. Neither commands nor blows could drive him to the cruel deed. But directly he was told to lift it, he picked it up most tenderly with the delicate tip of his trunk and let it fly away. Now then, Banks, I hope you will admit that the elephant is good and generous, superior to every other animal in creation, even to the ape and the dog. Are not the natives in the right when they attribute to him the most human intelligence?" And the captain wound up his tirade by taking off his hat and making a flourishing bow to the formidable army, which, with measured pace, came marching after us. "Well spoken, Hood," exclaimed Colonel Munro with a smile. "Elephants have in you a very warm advocate." "Don't you think I am in the right, Colonel?" "Hood may possibly be right," said Banks, "but I am disposed to agree with the opinion of Sanderson, a great hunter and the best authority in such matters." "Well, and what may this Sanderson say?" cried the captain in a tone of contempt. "He maintains that the elephant possesses no unusual amount of intelligence, and that his most wonderful performances are simply the result of absolute obedience to orders given more or less secretly by their drivers." "Oh, indeed!" exclaimed Hood with some warmth. "And he points to the fact," continued Banks, "that the Hindus have never chosen the elephant to symbolize wisdom, but in their sculptures and sacred carvings have given in this respect the preference to the fox, the crow, and the ape." "Oh, I protest!" cried the captain vehemently. "Protest as much as you like, but listen to me. Sanderson adds that in the elephant the organ of obedience is phrenologically developed to an extraordinary degree. Anyone may see the protuberance on his skull. Besides, he lets himself be taken in traps which are perfectly childish in their simplicity, such as holes covered over with sticks and branches, from which he never contrives to escape. He is easily decoyed into enclosures which no other wild animal would go near, and if he escapes from captivity, he is retaken with a facility which is very little credit to his good sense. Every experience does not teach him prudence." "Poor beggars," interposed Hood in a comic tone. "What a character this engineer is giving you, to be sure." "I will add as my final argument," continued Banks, "that it is often extremely difficult to domesticate and train these creatures, especially while they are young, and when they belong to the weaker sex." "Why, that only proves more than ever that they resemble human beings," exclaimed Hood joyfully. "Isn't it much easier to manage men than children and women?" My dear fellow, I do not see that either you or I, as bachelors, can be competent to decide such a question as that. Ha ha! Well answered. In short, added Banks, I do not think we ought to place too much reliance on the amiability of the elephant. If anything were to excite a troop of them to fury, it would be impossible to resist them. And as for those who are at this moment escorting us to the south, I heartily wish that they had urgent business in the opposite direction. Where you and Hood have been disputing about them, my dear Banks, their number has increased to an alarming extent, remarked Colonel Munro. End of Book 2, Chapter 8.
Book 2, Chapter 9 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Steam House by Jules Verne, translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Book 2, Chapter 9. 100 against 1. Sir Edward was not mistaken. A herd of from 50 to 60 elephants was now behind our train. They advanced in close ranks and were already so near to the steam house, within 10 yards, that it was possible to survey them minutely. At their head marched one of the largest in the herd, although its height, measured from the shoulder, was certainly not more than 9 feet. As I remarked before, the Asiatic elephant is smaller than the African, which is frequently 12 feet high, and its tusks are in proportion. In the island of Ceylon, a certain number of animals are found deprived of these appendages, but mucknas, which is the name given them, are rare on the mainland of India. Behind the first elephant came several females, who in general are the leaders, while the males remain in the rear. Apparently on this occasion the usual order was changed, because of our presence on the line of march. The males, in fact, have nothing to do with the guidance of the herd. They have not the charge of the young ones. They cannot know when the babies ought to have a rest, nor can they tell what sort of camping place is most fit for them. It is the females who figuratively carry the tusks of the household and direct the great migrations. It was really difficult to answer the question of why they were now on the move, whether it was to seek a more abundant pasture, or to escape the sting of certain venomous insects, or merely a fancy to follow our strange equipage. The country was open enough, and according to their usual custom when they were not in wooded regions, these elephants journeyed by daylight. Before long we should see whether they would stop at nightfall, as we should ourselves be obliged to do. "Hood," I said, "see how our rear guard has increased. Do you still persist in thinking there's no danger?" "Pooh," said the captain. "Why should those animals want to do us any harm? They're not like tigers, are they, Fox?" "Nor even panthers," was the answer of the servant, who always chimed in with his master's ideas. "You seem to be uneasy, Kalagani," said Banks, looking at him. "Cannot the speed of the train be increased?" was the man's only reply. "It would be rather difficult," returned the engineer, "but we will try." So saying, Banks left the veranda and ascended to the howdah in which Storr was standing. Almost immediately the snorts of the behemoth increased, as well as the speed of the train. Very little, though, for the road was rough. But even if our rate had been redoubled, the state of things would have remained the same. The herd of elephants also advanced more rapidly, and the distance between them and the steam house did not diminish. Several hours passed thus without any important alteration taking place. After dinner we resumed our places on the veranda of the second carriage. The road now stretched away behind us for 2 miles or so in a straight line. Our view of it was no longer intercepted by sudden turnings. To our extreme uneasiness, we perceived that the number of elephants had increased within the last hour. We now counted at least 100. The creatures marched in double or treble file, according to the width of the road, silently, at an even step, with their trunks in the air. It was like the advance of a tide flowing quietly in. All was calm now, to continue the metaphor, but if a tempest lashed into a fury this moving mass, to what danger might we not be exposed? In the meantime, evening came on. There would be no moon, nor would the stars give any light, for a sort of fog or haze shrouded the heavens. As Banks said, it would be impossible to follow such a difficult road in the dark. He resolved, therefore, to halt as soon as the valley widened, or we met some gorge into which we could go, and allow the alarming-looking herd to pass us and continue their migration to the south. But would they do so? Might they not halt in or near our encampment? This was the great question. With nightfall came a sort of agitation among the elephants, which we had not observed during the day. A sort of roar, powerful but dull, escaped from their mighty lungs. To this uproar succeeded another peculiar noise. "What does that mean?" asked the colonel. "That is the sound they make," replied Kalangani, "when they are in the presence of an enemy. And it is we. It can only be we whom they consider as such," said Banks. "I fear so," replied the native. The sound now resembled distant thunder. It recalled that which is produced in the side scenes of a theater by the vibration of sheets of iron. Rubbing the extremity of their trunks on the ground, the elephants sent forth prolonged breaths with a deep and sullen roar. It was now 9 in the evening. We had reached a sort of little plain, almost circular and half a mile in width, from which debouched the road to the Lake Baturia, near which Kalangani had proposed our halting. But this lake being still 10 miles off, it was hopeless to think of reaching it that night. Banks now gave the signal to stop. Behemoth became stationary, but he was not unharnessed. The fires were not even raked out. Storr received orders to keep up the pressure so that the train might move on again at a moment's notice. We were thus ready for any emergency. Colonel Munro retired to his room. Banks and Hood did not care to go to bed, and I preferred setting up with them. All our servants were also afoot. But what could we possibly do if the elephants took it into their heads to attack the steam house? For the first hour a dull murmur continued around our encampment. The herd was evidently spreading over the little plain. Were they merely crossing it and pursuing their way southwards? "That's possible, after all," said Banks. "It is even more than probable," added Captain Hood, whose optimism was never at fault. Towards 11 o'clock the sounds began to diminish, and at 10 minutes past it had totally ceased. It was a perfectly calm night, so that the slightest noise would have reached our ears. Nothing was to be heard but the panting of Behemoth, and nothing was to be seen but the sparks which flew occasionally from his trunk. "Well," remarked Hood, "wasn't I right? Those fine fellows have taken their departure." "And a pleasant journey to them," I rejoined. "I am not at all sure they are gone," said Banks, shaking his head, "but we must find out." Then, calling to the engine driver, "Storr," he said, "the signal lamps." "Aye, aye, sir." In 20 seconds' time the 2 electric lights blazed from Behemoth's eyes, and by automatic mechanism were directed in turn to every point of the horizon. There lay the elephants in a great circle round Steam House, motionless, perhaps asleep. The brilliant light turned upon their dark bodies seemed to animate them with supernatural life. By a natural optical illusion the monsters assumed gigantic proportions, rivaling our Behemoth. Aroused by the glare, they started as if touched by a fiery sting. Trunks were raised and tusks pointed as if the creatures were making ready for a rush at the train. Roars issued from each vast throat. A sudden fury communicated itself to all, and round our encampment soon arose a deafening concert, as if 100 clarions at once were sounding a startling call. "Out with the light!" called Banks. The electric current was suddenly interrupted, and as suddenly the commotion ceased. "They are there, you see, camped in a circle," said the engineer, "and there they will still be at daybreak." "Hum!" observed Captain Hood, whose confidence appeared to be somewhat shaken. What was to be done next? Kalangani was consulted. He did not attempt to conceal the anxiety he felt. Could we leave the encampment under the cover of darkness? That was impossible. Besides, what use would it be? The herd of elephants would certainly follow us, and the difficulties of the road would be far greater than by day. It was therefore agreed that the departure should not be attempted until dawn. We would then proceed with all possible prudence and celerity, but without startling or offending our formidable retinue. And suppose those animals persist in escorting us? I asked. We will endeavor to reach some spot where Steam House can be put out of their reach, answered Banks. Shall we find such a spot before we get to the Vendayas? Asked the captain. There is one, said the Hindu. What is it? Demanded Banks. Lake Pretoria. At what distance is it? About 9 miles. But elephants swim, replied Banks, perhaps better than any other quadruped. They have been seen to keep themselves on the surface of the water for more than half a day. Now, is it not to be feared that they might follow us into Lake Pretoria, and thus the situation of Steam House be made still more serious? I cannot see any other way of escaping their attack, said the native. Then we will try it, said the engineer. It was indeed the only thing to be done. The elephants might perhaps not venture to swim after us, and if they did, we might outstrip them. We waited impatiently for day, which was not long in appearing. No hostile demonstration was made during the night, but at sunrise not an elephant had stirred, and Steam House was surrounded on all sides. All at once a general move was made, as if the creatures were obeying a word of command. They shook their trunks, rubbed their tusks on the ground, made their toilet by squirting water all over their bodies, gathered several mouthfuls of the thick grass with which the ground was covered, and finally approached so near to the steam house that we could have touched them through the windows. Banks, however, expressly forbade us to provoke them. It was important that no pretext should be given for a sudden attack. In the meantime, several elephants pressed up close to Behemoth. They evidently wished to ascertain what the enormous animal, now standing so motionless, could be. Did they consider him as a relation? Did they suspect that he was endowed with marvelous power? On the day before, they had had no opportunity for seeing him at work, for the first ranks had always kept a certain distance from the rear of the train. But what would they do when they heard him snort and bellow, when his trunk ejected torrents of vapor, when they saw him raise and set down his great feet and begin to march, dragging the 2 great vans after him? Colonel Munro, Captain Hood, Kalagani, and I took our places in the forepart of the train. Sergeant McNeil and his companions were at the back. Calluth, at the furnaces, kept up the supply of fuel, so that the pressure of the vapor had already reached 5 atmospheres. Banks was in the howdah with store, and kept his hand on the regulator. The moment for departure came. At a sign from Banks, the driver touched the spring, and an ear-piercing whistle resounded through the air. The elephants raised their heads, then, drawing back a little, they left the way open for a few feet. A jet of vapor started from the trunk. The wheels of the machine were put in motion. Behemoth and the train advanced together. None of my companions will contradict me when I assert that there was at first a lively movement of surprise among the foremost animals. A wider passage opened, and the road appeared free enough to allow the train to proceed at a pace equal to a horse's trot. But at the same moment all the Proboscidean herd, to use an expression of the captain's, moved too, both in front and rear. The first took the lead of the procession, the rest followed the train. All seemed quite determined not to abandon it. At the same time, as the road was here wider, others walked at the sides, like horsemen accompanying a carriage. Male and female mingled, of all sizes, of all ages, adults of 5 and 20 years, and grown men of 60, old fellows of more than 100, and little ones who had not yet left their mother's side, but sucking with their lips, and not with their trunks, as is sometimes supposed, got their breakfast as they trotted along. The entire troop kept a certain order, not hurrying, but regulating their pace to that of Behemoth. "If they escort us like this to the lake," said Colonel Munro, "I shall make no objection." "Yes," replied Kalangani, "but what will happen when the road narrows?" In this lay the danger. No incident occurred during the 3 hours which we were employed in traveling 8 out of the 10 miles to Lake Pretoria. 2 or 3 times only a few elephants stood across the road, as if it was their intention to bar it, but Behemoth pointed its tusk straight at them, sputtered out smoke in their faces, advancing all the time, so that they thought better of it and started out of his way. At 10 o'clock 2 miles only lay between us and the lake. There, at least so we hoped, we would be in comparative safety. Of course, if no hostile demonstration was made before we reached the lake, Banks intended to leave Pretoria on the west without stopping there, so as to quit the region of the Vindhyas the next day, from thence to the station of Jubbulpore, but was but a few hours' journey. I may here add that the country was not only very wild, but absolutely a desert. Not a village, not a farm, the insufficiency of pasture accounting for this. Not a caravan or even a solitary traveler. Since our entry into this mountainous part of Bundelkund, we had not met a single human being. About 11 o'clock, the valley through which the steam house was passing between two great spurs of the chain began to narrow. The danger of our situation, already fraught with so much to cause uneasiness, was now aggravated. If the elephants had simply gone on in front or followed the train, the difficulty would not have occurred, but those marching alongside could not remain there. We should either crush them against the rocky sides of the road or tumble them over the precipices which bordered it in some places. Instinctively they tried to get either forward or back, the consequence being that it was no longer possible either to advance or retreat. "This complicates matters," remarked the colonel. "Yes," said Banks, "we are now under the necessity of breaking through the herd." "We'll break through, dash into them!" exclaimed Captain Hood. "By Jove, Behemoth's iron tusks are worth much more than the ivory tusks of those idiotic brutes." The Proboscideans were now only idiotic brutes in the eyes of our lively and changeable captain. "No doubt," said McNeil, "but we are 1 against 100. "Forward, whatever happens," cried Banks, "or the herd will trample us underfoot." Several puffs of steam now gave notice of more rapid movement on Behemoth's part. His tusk ran into the elephant nearest him. A cry of pain burst from the animal, which was answered by the furious clamor of the whole herd. A struggle, the issue of which we could not foresee, was imminent. We had our weapons already in our hands, the rifles loaded with explosive ball and the revolvers charged. We were thus prepared to repel any aggression. The first attack was made by a gigantic male of ferocious aspect, who, planting his hind feet firmly on the ground, turned against Behemoth. "A Goonish!" cried Kalagani. "Pooh! He only has 1 tusk," replied Hood, shrugging his shoulders disdainfully. "He is more the terrible," answered the native. Kalagani had given to this elephant a name which hunters use to designate the males which have only 1 tusk. These are animals particularly reverenced by the natives, especially when it is the right tusk which is wanting. Such was the case with this one, and, as Kalagani said, it was, like all its species, uncommonly fierce. This was soon proved. The Goonish uttered a trumpet note of defiance, turned back its trunk, which elephants never use for fighting, and rushed against the Behemoth. His tusk struck the iron side with such violence as to pierce through, but meeting with the thick armor of the inner plating, it broke against it. The whole train felt the shock. However, it continued to advance and drove back the Goonish, which boldly but vainly endeavored to resist it. His call had been heard and understood. The whole mass of animals stopped, presenting an insurmountable obstacle of living flesh. At the same moment, the hinder troops, continuing their march, pressed violently against the veranda. How could we resist such a crushing force? Those which still remained at the side raised their trunks, entwining them around the uprights of the carriages, shook them violently. It would not do to stop, or it would be soon all up with the train, but we had to defend ourselves. No hesitation was possible. Guns and rifles were instantly aimed at our assailants. "Don't waste a single shot," cried the captain. "Aim at the root of the trunk, or the hollow below the eye. Those are the vital parts." Captain Hood was obeyed. Several reports rang out, followed by yells of pain. 3 or 4 elephants hit in a vital spot had fallen behind us and at the side, a fortunate circumstance such that their corpses did not obstruct our road. Those in front drew to one side, and the train continued its advance. "Reload and wait!" cried Hood. If what he ordered us to wait for was the attack of the entire herd, there was no long delay. It was made with such violence that we almost gave ourselves up for lost. A perfect chorus of hoarse and furious trumpeting suddenly burst forth. One might have supposed them to be an army of those fighting elephants, which, when possessed by the excitement called "must," are treated by the natives so as to increase their rage. Nothing can be more terrible, and the boldest elephantador, trained in Guiquar for the express purpose of fighting these formidable animals, would certainly have quailed before the assailants of the steam house. "Forward!" cried Banks. "Fire!" shouted Hood. And with the snorts and shrieks of the engine were mingled the crack of our rifles. It was next to impossible to aim carefully, as the captain had advised. In such confusion, every ball found a mark in the mass of flesh, but few hit a mortal part. The wounded animals, therefore, redoubled their fury, and to our shots they answered with blows of their tusks, which seriously damaged the walls. To the report of the guns, discharged both in front and rear of the train, and the bursting of the explosive balls in the body of the animals, was joined the hissing and whistling of the steam. Pressure rapidly increased. Behemoth dashed into the bellowing crowd, dividing and repelling it. At the same time, his movable trunk, raising and falling like a formidable club, dealt repeated blows on the quivering bodies which he pierced with his tusks. Thus we advanced along the narrow road. Sometimes the wheels seemed about to stick fast, but on we struggled till we were within a short distance of the lake. "Hurrah!" shouted Captain Hood, like a soldier who was about to dash into the thick of the fight. "Hurrah! Hurrah!" we echoed. All at once I caught sight of a huge trunk darting across the front veranda. In another minute Colonel Munro would be seized by this living lasso and be dashed under the monster's feet. Just in time, however, Kalagani bounded forward and severed the trunk by a vigorous blow from a hatchet. After this, while all were taking part in common defense, the Hindu never lost sight of Sir Edward. In his unfailing devotion and exposure of his own person to shield the colonel, he showed how sincere was his desire to protect him. Bohemus' power and strength of endurance were now put to the proof. How he worked his way like a wedge, penetrating through the mass, and at the same time the hindermost elephants butted at us with their heads. The train advanced, not only without stopping, although with many a jolt and shock, but even faster than we could have hoped. All at once a fresh noise arose amid the general din and clamor. A party of elephants were crushing the second carriage against the rocks. Join us! Join us!" shouted Banks to those of our friends who were defending the back of the steam house. Already Fox, Galmi, and the sergeant had darted into our house. "Where is Parizard?" asked the captain. "He won't leave the kitchen," answered Fox. "He must come. Haul him along." Doubtless our cook considered it a point of honor not to leave the post which had been confined to him, but to attempt to resist Galmi's powerful arms, when those arms had once grasped him, would have been as much use as to endeavor to escape from the jaws of a crocodile. Monsieur Parizard was soon deposited in the drawing room. "Are you all there?" cried Banks. "Yes, Sahib," returned Galmi. "Cut through the connecting bar." "What, and leave half our train behind?" cried Captain Hood. "It must be done," answered Banks. The bar was cut through, the gangway hacked to pieces, and our second carriage was detached. Not too soon. The carriage was crushed, heaved up, capsized, the elephants ending by pounding it beneath their feet. Nothing but a shapeless ruin was left, obstructing the road. "Hum!" uttered Hood in a tone which would have made us laugh had the occasion allowed of it. "And those animals wouldn't crush a ladybird." If the maddened elephants treated the first carriage as they had treated the last one, we now knew the fate which awaited us. "Pile up the fires, Clouth," called the engineer. A few more yards, a last effort, and Lake Pretoria might be reached. Storr opened wide the regulator, thus showing Behemoth what was expected of him. He made a regular break through the rampart of elephants, and not contenting himself with merely thrusting them with his tusks, he squirted them with jets of burning steam, as he had done to the pilgrims in the Falgo scalded them with boiling water. It was magnificent. The lake lay before us. 10 minutes would put us in comparative safety. The elephants no doubt knew this, which was proof in favor of the intelligence Captain Hood had argued for. For the last time they bent all their effort to capsize our train. Still, we used our firearms. The balls fell on the animals like hail. Only 5 or 6 elephants now barred our passage. Many fell, and the wheels ground over the earth red with blood. These last remaining brutes had now to be got out of the way. "Again! Again!" shouted Banks to the driver. At this Behemoth roared, as if his inside was a workshop full of spinning jennies. Steam rushed through the valves under the pressure of 8 atmospheres. To increase this would have burst the boiler, which already vibrated. Happily, this was needless. Behemoth's power was now irresistible. We could actually feel him bounding forward with the throbbing of the piston. The remains of the train followed him, jolting over the legs of the elephants, which covered the ground, at the risk of being overset. If such an accident had happened, Steam House and its inhabitants would most certainly have come to an untimely end. Mercifully, this we were saved from. The edge of the lake was safely reached. Into it dashed our brave Behemoth, and the train floated on the surface of its tranquil waters. "Heaven be praised!" ejaculated the colonel. 2 or 3 elephants, blind with fury, rushed after us into the lake, attempting to pursue on its surface those whom they had vainly endeavored to annihilate on dry land, but Behemoth's feet did their work well. The train drew gradually from the shore, and a few well-directed shots soon freed us from the marine monsters, just as their trunks were getting closer than was pleasant to our back veranda. "Well, Captain," remarked Banks, "what do you think of the gentleness of Indian elephants?" "Pooh!" said Hood. "They aren't worth being called wild beasts. Just suppose 30 tigers or so in the place of those 100 pachyderma, and I wager my commission that by this time not one of us would be alive to tell the tale." End of Book 2, Chapter 9. Reading by Dan Mason of Midland, Michigan.
Chapter 26 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Lake Puturia. Lake Puturia, on which Steam House had found a temporary refuge, is situated 25 miles to the east of Dumo. This town, the chief place in the English province to which it has given its name, is in a fair way of prosperity, and with its 1,200 inhabitants, reinforced by a small garrison, commands this dangerous portion of Bundelkund. Beyond its walls, however, especially towards the east, in the uncultivated region of the Vindhyas, partly occupied by the lake, its influence can only slightly make itself felt. But after all, what could happen to us worse than the adventure with the elephants from which we had come out safe and sound? Our situation was still, however, somewhat critical, since the greater part of our stores had disappeared with number 2. It was hopeless even to think of patching up our ill-fated carriage. Turned over and crushed among the rocks, we knew that the mass of elephants must have passed over its remains, and that only shapeless debris could be left. And yet, besides being the lodging of our attendants, that house contained not only the kitchen and pantry, but our store of provisions and ammunition. Of the latter we now had but a dozen cartridges. It was not probable, however, that we should wish to use firearms before our arrival at Jubbulpore. As to food, that was another question, and one more difficult to answer. We had indeed nothing to eat of any description. Even supposing that we reached the town, 43 miles distant, by the next evening, we must resign ourselves to passing 24 hours without food. There was no help for it. Under these circumstances, the most melancholy among us was naturally Monsieur Parizard. The loss of his pantry, the destruction of his apparatus, the scattering of his stores, had pierced him to the heart. He could not conceal his despair, and forgetful of the dangers through which we had been so miraculously preserved, regarded the disaster as an entirely personal misfortune. Whilst we were all assembled in the saloon, discussing what was best to be done, Monsieur Parizard, with the most solemn face, appeared at the door, and begged to make a communication of the utmost importance. "Speak, Monsieur Parizard," replied Colonel Munro, signing to him to enter. "Gentlemen," gravely said our dismal cook, "you cannot but know that all the stores contained in the second carriage of Steam House have been destroyed in the late catastrophe. Had a few provisions remained, I should have had some difficulty in preparing you even the most modest repast without a kitchen." "We know it, Monsieur Parizard," answered the colonel. "It is to be regretted, but if we are compelled to fast, we must fast, and make the best of it." "It is the more to be regretted indeed, gentlemen," resumed our cook, "when we are actually within sight of the herd of elephants which assailed us, of which more than one fell under your murderous fire." "That's a fine sentence, Monsieur Parizard," interrupted Captain Hood. "With a few lessons you would soon learn to express yourself with as much elegance as our friend Matthias Van Gwick." At this compliment Monsieur Parizard bowed, taking it all seriously, then with a sigh continued: "I say then, gentlemen, that a unique occasion for distinguishing myself in my business has offered itself. The flesh of the elephant, as may be supposed, is not all good, most of the parts being unquestionably hard and tough, but it appears that the author of all things has placed in the huge mass of flesh two choice morsels, worthy to be served at the table of the Viceroy of India. I mean the tongue of the animal, which is extraordinarily savoury when it is prepared by a recipe which is exclusively my own, and also the feet of the pachyderm." "Pachyderm? Very good, although proboscidean may be more elegant," put in Hood, with an approving gesture. "With the feet," resumed Parizard, "may be made one of the best soups known in the culinary art, of which I am the representative in Steam House." "You make our mouths water, Monsieur Parizard," answered Banks. "Unfortunately on one account, and fortunately on another, the elephants have not followed us into the lake, and I fear much that we must renounce, for some time at least, any idea of foot soup or a tongue ragout made from this savoury but formidable animal." "Would it not be possible," said the cook, "to return to land and procure—" "Out of the question, Monsieur Parizard. However dainty and perfect your preparations would be, it would not do to run such a risk." "Well, gentlemen," returned our cook, "pray accept my expression of the great regret I feel on the subject of this deplorable adventure." "Your regrets are well expressed, Monsieur Parizard," replied Colonel Munro, "and we give you credit for them. As to dinner and breakfast, don't think about such a thing until we reach Jubbulpore." "I must then withdraw," said Parizard, bowing without losing any of the gravity which was habitual to him. We could have laughed heartily at our cook's speeches and appearance had we not been so occupied with other matters. In fact, another complication had arisen. Banks informed us that the thing most to be regretted was not the want of provisions, not the want of ammunition, but the lack of fuel. There was nothing wonderful in this, since for 48 hours it had not been possible to renew the supply of wood necessary for the feeding of the machine. The last of our store was thrown into the furnaces as we reached the lake. It would have been impossible to go on for another hour, so if we had not found a refuge then, the first carriage of Steam House would have shared the fate of the second. "Now," added Banks, "we have nothing more to burn. Pressure is becoming lower. It has already fallen to 2 atmospheres, and there is no means of raising it." "Is our situation really as serious as you seem to think, Banks?" asked the colonel. "If we only wanted to get back to the shore, from which we are now but a little distant, that would be practicable," said Banks. "A quarter of an hour would do it. But to return to a spot where doubtless the elephants are still collected would be highly imprudent. No, we must, on the contrary, cross this lake and seek a landing place on its southern shore." "How wide may it be at this part?" asked Colonel Munro. Kalagani reckons it to be about 7 or 8 miles. Now, under present circumstances, it would take several hours to cross, and as I say, in 40 minutes the engine will cease working. "Well," answered Sir Edward, "to begin with, we must pass the night quietly on the lake. We are safe here. Tomorrow we shall see what is to be done." This was decidedly the best thing to be done. We were all in great need of rest. At our last halting place in the middle of the circle of elephants, no one in Steam House had been able to sleep. But if that was a white night, as we say in French, meaning sleepless night, this one was black, and much blacker than we liked. In fact, towards 7 o'clock a slight mist began to rise over the surface of the lake. There had been a great deal of fog the preceding night in the higher regions of the atmosphere, but owing to the difference of locality and evaporation of the water, it was here low. After a hot day there was confusion between the higher and lower layers of the air, and the lake soon began to disappear in a fog, slight at first, but every moment increasing in density. This, as Banks said, was a complication which we had to take into consideration. As we had foreseen, about 7:30 the panting of Behemoth grew fainter, the throbbing of the piston became weaker, his feet at last ceased to beat the water, and the mighty beast and our single house floated peacefully on the bosom of the lake. We no longer moved. There was no fuel, and no means of procuring any. Under the circumstances it was difficult to make out our situation exactly. During the short time the machine was working, we steered towards the southeastern shore, there to seek a landing place. Puturia being in form a long oval, it was possible that Steam House was not so very far from one or other of its banks. It is needless to say that the trumpetings of the elephants, which we had heard for quite an hour after leaving the shore, had now died away in the distance. Whilst talking of the different eventualities which might occur in this new situation, Banks summoned Kalagani to share in our consultation. The native soon appeared and was invited to give his opinion. We were all assembled in the dining room, which had a skylight but no side windows. The light from the lamps could not therefore be seen outside. This was a wise precaution, it being just as well that the situation of Steam House should not be known by any prowlers who might happen to be on the shore. In answering the questions put to him, Kalagani, at least, so it appeared to me, hesitated somewhat. We wished to know the position which the train now occupied, and that, I confess, was rather embarrassing to answer. Perhaps a slight breeze from the northwest had had an effect upon Steam House, or perhaps a current was insensibly drifting us to the lower point of the lake. "Look here, Kalagani," said Banks, "do you know the exact extent of the Puturia?" "Doubtless, Sahib," replied the man, "but in such a fog it is difficult." "Can you make a rough guess at the distance which we now are from the nearest bank?" "Yes," answered the native, after some thought, "the distance cannot be more than 1.5 miles." "To the east?" asked Banks. "To the east." "So then if we land there, we shall be nearer Jubbulpore than Dumo?" "Certainly." "At Jubbulpore then we must refit," said Banks. "But now who knows when or how we can reach the shore? It may be a day or a couple of days before we can do so, and our provisions are exhausted." "But," said Kalagani, "could we not try, or at any rate one of us try, to land this very night?" "How?" "By swimming to shore." 1.5 miles in such a dense fog," returned Banks. "A man would risk his life." "That is no reason for not making the attempt," replied Kalagani. I cannot tell why, but again it appeared to me that the man's voice had not its accustomed frankness. "Would you attempt this swim?" asked Colonel Munro, fixing his steady gaze on the countenance of the native. "Yes, Colonel, and I have every reason to believe I should succeed." "Well, my man," resumed Banks, "in doing this you would render us a great service. Once on shore you will easily reach Jubbulpore, and from that place send us the help we need." "I am ready to start at once," was Kalagani's quiet response. I expected Colonel Munro to thank our guide for having consented to perform such a perilous task, but after giving him another long and attentive look, he summoned Gomi. The servant appeared. "Gomi," said his master, "are you not an excellent swimmer?" "Yes, Sahib." 1.5 miles on a night like this? through the calm waters of the lake would not be too much for you? Not 1 mile, nor even 2. Well, resumed the Colonel, here is Kalagani offering to swim across to the shore nearest to Jubalpur. Now in the water, as well as on the land, in this part of Bundelkund, 2 bold and intelligent men, being able to assist each other, have a better chance of succeeding. Will you accompany Kalagani? Directly, Sahib, answered Gumi. I do not need anyone, said Kalagani. I willingly accept Gumi as a companion. Go then, my men, said Banks, and be as prudent as you are brave. This settled, Colonel Munro called Gumi aside and gave him a few brief directions. 5 minutes after, the 2 natives, each with a parcel of clothes on his head, slipped over the side into the water. The fog being now very dense, a few strokes carried them out of sight. I asked Colonel Munro why he had been so anxious to send a companion with Kalagani. My friends, returned Sir Edward, that man's replies, although till now I have never suspected his fidelity, did not appear frank to me. The same thing struck me, said I. I cannot say I noticed anything of the kind, observed the engineer. Listen, Banks, resumed the Colonel. In offering to swim ashore, Kalagani had some ulterior motive. What? I do not know, but though he wished to land, it was not to bring us help from Jubalpur. Hullo! Exclaimed Hood. Banks knit his brows as he looked at the Colonel. Then, Munro, he said, till now that native has been most devoted to us all, and more particularly to you. And now you imagine that Kalagani would betray us? What possible reason can you have for thinking such a thing? Whilst Kalagani was speaking, answered Sir Edward, I noticed that his skin darkened, and when a copper-colored complexion becomes darker, it means that the man is lying. Scores of times I have, by knowing this, been able to convict of falsehood both Hindus and Bengalese, and have never been mistaken. I repeat, then, that Kalagani, notwithstanding all the presumptions in his favour, has not told the truth. This observation of the Colonel's, which I have often since seen verified, was quite correct. When they lie, the natives of India turn a shade darker, just as white people turn red. This symptom had not escaped the Colonel's penetration, and he had therefore acted upon it. But what could Kalagani's plans be, questioned Banks, and why should he betray us? That remains to be seen, answered Colonel Munro. We shall know later, perhaps too late. Too late, Colonel? Cried the captain. Why, what do you expect? We aren't going quite to destruction, I should hope. At any rate, Munro, said the engineer, you did very right in sending Gumi as well. That fellow would serve us till his last breath. Active, intelligent as he is, if he suspects any danger, he will know. So much the more, observed the Colonel, that he has been warned beforehand and mistrusts his companion. Good, said Banks. Now we can wait for day. The mist will doubtless disperse as the sun rises, and then we shall better know where we are. The fog was dense, but nothing denoted the approach of bad weather. This was fortunate, for though our train could float, it was not built for a sea voyage. Our attendants took up their abode for the night in the dining-room, we ourselves lying down on the sofas in the saloon, talking little, but listening to every sound from the outside. About 2 in the morning, a perfect concert of wild beasts suddenly broke the stillness. This showed the direction of the southwest shore, but it was evidently at some distance from the sounds, and Banks guessed it to be a good mile from us. A band of wild animals had doubtless come to drink at the extreme point of the lake. Very soon we became sure that, urged by a slight breeze, our train was drifting in a slow but steady manner towards the shore. In fact, by degrees, the sounds not only came more distinctly to our ears, but we could already distinguish the deep roar of the tiger from the hoarse howl of the panther. By Jove! Hood could not refrain from saying, what a splendid opportunity for potting my 50th. Another time for that, Captain, observed Banks. When day breaks, I prefer to think that when we touch the shore, that band of wild beasts will have left the place free for us. Would it be at all dangerous, I asked, to light the electric lamps? I do not think so, replied Banks. That part of the shore is probably only occupied by those animals who have come to drink. There can be no danger in trying to get a look at them. By Banks' orders the brilliant light was thrown in a southwesterly direction, but powerless to pierce the thick mist, it only illuminated a short space before Steam House, and the shore remained totally invisible. However, the sounds becoming more and more clear showed that the train had not ceased to drift. The wild beasts were evidently very numerous, though there was nothing astonishing in this, since Lake Pretoria is the natural watering place for all the animals in that part of Bundelkund. "I only hope Gumi and Kalagani won't fall into the clutches of those brutes," observed Captain Hood. "It is not tigers that I dread for Gumi," responded the Colonel. Colonel Munro's suspicions had evidently increased, and for my part I began to share them. Yet the good offices of Kalagani since our arrival in the Himalayan regions, his unquestionably useful services, his devotion on both occasions that he had risked his life for Sir Edward and Captain Hood, all told in his favour. But when the mind once allows a doubt to gain an entrance, the value of deeds performed grow less, their character changes, we forget the past, and dread the future. And yet what motive could the man possibly have for betraying us? Had he any reason for personal hatred against the inhabitants of Steam House? Assuredly not. Why then should he lead them into an ambush? It was most inexplicable. All felt quite bewildered on the subject, and longed impatiently for the denouement. About 4 o'clock the roaring of the wild beasts abruptly ceased. What struck us as curious in this was that they did not grow gradually distant and drop off, one after another, as each took a last bumper and roared a farewell to his fellows. No, this was instantaneous. It was just as if some chance disturbed them in their carouse and caused their flight. Evidently they returned to their dens and lairs, not like beasts going quietly homeward, but like beasts running away. Silence succeeded. The cause was not apparent to us now, but nevertheless it increased our anxiety. As a precautionary measure, Banks ordered the lamps to be extinguished. If the animals had fled on the approach of a band of those highway rovers who frequent Bundelkund and the Vindhyas, it was most necessary carefully to conceal the situation of Steam House. The stillness was not even broken by the ripple of the water, for the breeze had fallen. Whether or not the train was continuing to drift in a current, it was impossible to know, but with the day we hoped the fog would disperse. I looked at my watch. It was 5 o'clock. Without the mist there should have been light enough to allow us to see some miles round. But the veil was not lifted. We were compelled to wait. Colonel Munro, McNeill, and I in front, Fox, Caluth, and Monsieur Perizard at the back, Banks and Storr in the howdah, and Captain Hood perched on the neck of the gigantic animal near the trunk, like a sailor on the topmast of a ship. All watched and waited for the first shout of "Land!" Towards 6 o'clock a breeze sprang up, which gradually freshened. The first rays of the sun pierced the fog. It cleared, and the horizon lay before us. "Land!" shouted Captain Hood. There to the southeast was the shore. It formed at the extremity of the lake a sort of narrow creek with a well-wooded background. The mist rose and left exposed to view the distant mountains. The train was now floating not more than 200 yards from the other end of the creek, and it was still drifting on under the influence of the northwest breeze. Nothing was to be seen on the shore, not an animal nor a human being. It seemed a perfect desert. We could not even perceive a cottage or farm under the trees. A landing might surely be effected here without danger. The wind sent us slowly onwards. We neared the shore. At last we touched. A better place for landing could not have been chosen, for here the bank was low, sandy, and shelving. But now it was impossible to move another inch. Without steam we could not advance a step on the road which the compass told us must be the way to Jubbulpore. Without losing a moment, therefore, we all followed Hood, who was of course the first to leap on to the beach. "Fuel, fuel!" cried Banks. "In an hour we shall be under pressure and then forward." This was easy work. The ground all around was strewn with dead wood, fortunately dry enough to be used at once. We had only to fill the furnaces and load the tender. All hands were soon hard at it, Caluth alone remaining on the engine to receive and stow away what we collected. This was amply sufficient to take us to Jubbulpore, and at that place we could take in a supply of coal. As to food, the want of which speedily made itself felt, why the hunters belonging to the expedition were not forbidden to shoot any game they might come across. Monsieur Parizard could borrow Calou's fire, and we must satisfy our hunger as well as we could. In an hour's time the steam had reached a sufficient pressure. Behemoth began to move, ascended the slope, and set foot on the road. "Now for Jubbulpore!" cried Banks. But before Storr had time to give even a half turn to the regulator, furious shouts burst from the neighbouring forest. A band of at least 150 natives rushed out and made directly at Steam House. In a moment the howdah, the carriage, both front and rear, were invaded. Before we knew where we were, we found ourselves seized, dragged 50 paces from our train, and held so firmly that it was impossible to free ourselves. Judge of our wrath and fury when we were compelled to behold the scene of destruction and pillage which ensued. The natives, hatchet in hand, fell to the work of devastation and ruin. Of the interior furniture soon nothing was left. Then fire finished what the axe began, and in a few minutes all that could burn in our second carriage was in flames. "The blackguards! The scoundrels!" yelled Captain Hood, struggling in the grasp of several natives. All abuse was in vain, for the robbers could not even understand what was said. As to escaping from those who held us, it was not to be thought of. The flames died down, leaving only the bare skeleton of our travelling house, which had journeyed half over the peninsula. The natives next applied themselves to Behemoth, eager to destroy him also. But here they were impotent. Neither axe nor fire could make the smallest impression on the thick iron skin of the creature, nor on the engine which he bore within. In spite of all their efforts, he remained unhurt, to the triumph of Captain Hood, who uttered shouts of mingled joy and rage. At this moment a man came forward, evidently the chief of the band. The men immediately drew up in order before him. Another man accompanied him. All was explained, for in him we recognized our guide, Kalagani. Of Gumi there was no trace. The faithful servant had disappeared, and the traitor only remained. No doubt the devotion of the brave man had cost him his life, and we should never see him again. Kalagani advanced straight to Colonel Munro, and quite coolly, without the faintest sign of shame, pointed him out. "This one," said he. Instantly Colonel Munro was seized and dragged away, soon disappearing in the midst of the band, who at once set off in a southerly direction without allowing us to give him one grasp of the hand or exchange a last farewell. Hood, Banks, and the rest of us struggled in vain to free ourselves and fly to our friend's assistance. 50 rough hands threw us to the ground. Another movement and we would have been strangled. "Don't resist, it's useless," said Banks. The engineer was right. We could do absolutely nothing to save the colonel. It was better to reserve all our energies for another attempt. When a quarter of an hour had elapsed, the natives who detained us suddenly let go their hold and darted off in the track of the first band. To follow them would have caused a catastrophe of no advantage to Sir Edward, and yet we would have done anything to be with him once more. "Not another step," said Banks. We obeyed. It was very evident that Colonel Munro, and he alone, was the object of this attack of the natives led by Kalagani. What were the intentions of the traitor? He surely was not acting on his own account. Who then could he be obeying? The name of Nana Sahib came, with ominous meaning, into my mind. Here ends the manuscript written by Mauclair. The young Frenchman did not witness the events which occurred after this, and hastened the denouement of the drama, but on their becoming known later, they were put together in a narrative form, thus completing the account of this journey across northern India. End of section 26.
Chapter 11 of the Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Chapter 11. The murderous thugs from whom India appears now to be delivered have left worthy successors behind them. These are the dacoits, who are really only thugs with a difference. These assassins have not the same object in view, and they carry it out in another way, but the result is identical. It is premeditated murder, assassination. The thugs devoted their victims to the ferocious Kali, goddess of death, and effected murder by strangulation. The dacoits practice poisoning for the purpose of robbery. They are more commonplace criminals than the fanatical thugs, but quite as formidable. Certain territories of the peninsula are infested with bands of dacoits, recruited ever and anon by such evildoers as manage to slip through the fingers of Anglo-Indian justice. Day and night, they haunt the highways of the wilder and more uncultivated regions, the Bundelkund in particular, affording them favorable localities for their deeds of violence and pillage. At times, the bandits unite in numbers to attack a lonely and defenseless village. The wretched population has no safety but in flight. Torture awaits all who remain in the hands of the dacoits. Their cruelties, according to Mr. Louis Rousselet, surpass all that imagination can conceive. Colonel Munro had fallen into the power of a band of dacoits conducted by Kalagani. Rudely torn from his companions, he found himself hurried along the road to Jabalpur before he had time to collect his thoughts. The conduct of Kalagani from the day he joined our party had been that of a traitor. He was the emissary of Nana Sahib, the instrument chosen by him to procure his revenge. It will be recollected that on the 24th of May at Bhopal, during the festival of the Muharram, which the Nabob had audaciously attended, he had become aware of Sir Edward Munro's departure on a journey to the northern provinces of India. Kalagani, one of the followers most absolutely devoted to his cause and to his person, had then instantly quitted Bhopal. His orders were to throw himself on the track of the colonel, to find and to follow him, and at all hazards to obtain confidential employment about the person of the enemy of Nana Sahib. Without an hour's delay, Kalagani had pushed northwards. He overtook the steam-house train at Kanpore, and from that moment never lost sight of it, but failed to find opportunity to do more. Therefore, when Colonel Munro and his party were installed in the sanitarium on the Himalayas, he determined to enter the service of Matthias van Giet. Kalagani foresaw that almost daily intercourse would infallibly take place between the kraal and the sanitarium. He was right, and immediately succeeded not only in attracting the notice of Colonel Munro, but in securing a claim upon his gratitude. The most difficult part of his mission was thus accomplished. We know the sequel. The Indian often came to Steam-house. He became acquainted with our future plans. He heard what route Banks proposed to take when the journey was resumed. Thenceforth, one single idea and design possessed him, that of securing the office of guide to the expedition. For the attainment of his purpose, Kalagani left no stone unturned. He risked his own life and that of others under what circumstances the reader will not have forgotten, but they demand explanation. He wished to disarm suspicion by accompanying the expedition at first starting without leaving the service of Van Giet, hoping that something might afterwards lead to the very post being offered to him which it was his sole object to obtain. But the union of the two parties could not be effected while the Dutchman had his full complement of draft oxen, or rather buffaloes. Deprived of them, he would be obliged to seek the aid of Behemoth. That the buffaloes might leave the enclosure and wander away during the night? Kalagani, at the risk of such disaster as actually occurred, withdrew the bolts and left the gate open. Tigers, panthers, and what not rushed into the kraal. The buffaloes were killed or dispersed. Several natives lost their lives. What matter? The plan had succeeded, and Matthias van Giet was forced to entreat Colonel Munro to help his menagerie along the road to Bombay. He did not do this without an attempt to make up his teams, but this was naturally a matter of great difficulty in the desert region of the Himalaya, and the business being entrusted to Kalagani had not the slightest chance of success. The result was that Matthias van Giet, with his whole menagerie and personal goods, travelled in tow of Behemoth to Itawa station. There, availing himself of the railway, Kalagani and the other shikaris became of no further use to him, and were consequently dismissed. Banks, observing the embarrassment evinced by Kalagani, and well aware of his intelligence and perfect acquaintance with this part of India, concluded that he would render important service as a guide, offered him the situation. It was accepted, and from that moment Kalagani held the fate of the expedition in his hands. Who could suspect treason in a man always ready to venture his life? Once only was Kalagani on the point of betraying himself. It was when Banks spoke of the death of Nana Sahib. An incredulous gesture escaped him. He shook his head like one who knows better than to believe what is stated. To us, however, it seemed only natural that he, in common with his race, should regard that fiendish man with superstitious veneration and believe he bore a charmed life. Kalagani may have had our news confirmed, when, certainly not by accident, he met an old comrade in the caravan of the Brinjaris. Whatever he may then have heard, he in no way changed his tactics, but led us on through the defiles of the Vindhyas, and finally, after the various adventures which have been related, to the banks of Lake Puturia, amid whose waters we were forced to take refuge. Then, under pretext that he would seek help at Jubbulpore, the traitor proposed to leave us. Dissembler as he was, a peculiar change of countenance aroused Colonel Munro's suspicions, and he ordered Gumi to accompany him. The two men plunged into the lake, and within the hour reached its southwestern bank. They proceeded together through the darkness of the night, one full of suspicion, the other ignorant that he was suspected. Gumi, therefore, as faithful to his colonel as MacNeil could be, had the advantage. During 3 hours they journeyed side by side along the road which leads across the southern slopes of the Vindhyas to the station of Jubbulpore. The fog became less dense, and Gumi closely surveyed his companion. A strong knife hung at his girdle. Gumi, rapid in all he did, was prepared to spring on his companion and disarm him on the slightest suspicious movement. Unfortunately, the faithful fellow had no time to act as he intended. The night was pitchy dark. Even a moving figure could not be discerned a few paces distant. Thus it happened that at a turning in the path a voice suddenly called, "Kalagani!" "Here I am, Nasim," replied the Hindu. At the same instant a strange shrill cry sounded to the left of the way. This sound was the Kisri, of the fierce tribes of the Gondwana, well known to Gumi. He was taken by surprise and attempted nothing. The cry was a summons to a whole band, and even had he struck down Kalagani, of what use would that have been? Escape! He must escape! He must fly at once, and strive to rejoin his friends so as to warn them of their danger. Once more by the lake, he would endeavor to swim back to them and prevent any attempt to reach the shore. Without an instant's hesitation, he moved aside, and while Kalagani joined Nasim, who had spoken, sprang into the jungle and disappeared. Presently Kalagani turned back with his accomplice, intending to rid himself of the companion thrust upon him by Colonel Munro. But Gumi was gone. Nasim was the chief of a band of dacoits devoted to the cause of Nana Sahib. When he heard of Gumi and that he had fled, he dispersed his men on all sides in pursuit. It was important to secure at any price so brave an adherent of Sir Edward Munro. But search was useless. Gumi made good his escape. What, after all, had these dacoits to fear from him? He was thrown on his own resources, in a wild and unknown country, already 3 hours' march from Lake Puturia. Make what speed he might, he could not reach it before they did. Kalagani took his measures. He conferred for a few moments with the chief of the dacoits, who appeared to await his orders, and the whole band was speedily in hasty march towards the lake. Now, by what means had this troop been summoned from the gorges of the Vindhyas? How were they made aware of the approach of Colonel Munro to the neighborhood of Puturia? By Nasim himself, who was none other than the Indian who followed the caravan of Brinjaris. In fact, everything that happened was the result of a well-laid plan in which Colonel Munro and his companions merely acted the parts prepared for them. And thus, at the moment when the train touched the southern border of the lake, the dacoits were ready to attack it, under command of Nasim and Kalagani. It was their object to seize Colonel Munro alone. His companions, abandoned to their fate in this wild region, their last house destroyed, were powerless. He only, therefore, was made prisoner, and hurried away, so that by 7 o'clock in the morning Lake Puturia lay 6 miles behind them. Sir Edward at once concluded that his enemies, having secured him in this desolate place, would never let him leave the Vindhya region alive. Yet the brave man maintained his calm and dignified aspect. He walked with the utmost coolness in the midst of his savage captors, ready for anything that might occur, and by no sign or look showing that he perceived Kalagani. Flight was of course impossible, for although unbound, he was so closely surrounded that no gap in the crowd was available. Besides, instant recapture must have ensued. All the circumstances of the case passed in review before the colonel's mind. Was it credible that this seizure was brought about by Nana Sahib? Impossible. Was not that terrible man dead? Yet it might be that to some devoted follower, perhaps to Balau Rao, he had bequeathed the fulfilment of his long-cherished revenge. Thus only could Sir Edward account for his misfortune. Then he thought of poor Gumi. He was not apparently a prisoner of these dacoits. Could he have escaped from them? It was possible. Had he not rather been slain at once? That was much more likely. But supposing him to be safe and at liberty, might his assistance be reckoned upon? It was hard to say. If he had pressed forward to demand help at Jabalpur, he would arrive too late. If, on the other hand, he had gone to rejoin Banks in the rest of the lake, what could be done, destitute as they were of all stores and supplies? They might endeavor to reach Jabalpur, but long ere they could do so, the unhappy captive would be dragged into the inaccessible retreats of the robbers among the mountains. The case appeared hopeless, as Colonel Munro carefully and deliberately examined its bearings. He would not despair, neither would he indulge in groundless visions of deliverance. The dacoits marched with extreme rapidity. Nassim and Kalagani seemed anxious to reach before sunset an appointed rendezvous, where their prisoner's fate would probably be decided. Colonel Munro was equally anxious to advance and end his suspense. Once only, for half an hour at midday, Kalagani called a halt. The dacoits carried provisions, which were eaten by the margin of a little brook. A morsel of bread and dried meat was given to the colonel, who ate it readily, not wishing to refuse what was necessary to sustain his powers at this dreadful crisis. By this time they had travelled nearly 16 miles. When Kalagani gave orders to resume the march, they still proceeded in the direction of Jabalpur. It was not until 5 o'clock in the afternoon that the dacoits abandoned the highway and turned off to the left. Then indeed did Sir Edward Munro feel that he was beyond human help. God alone could save him now. In a short time, Kalagani and his followers were passing through a narrow defile at the extreme limit of the valley of the Nerbudda, and approaching the wildest and most savage part of Bundelkund. The place is 216 miles from the Pal of Tandit, at the east end of the Sautpura Mountains, which may be called the western point of the Vindhyas, on one of the spurs of which stood the ancient fortress of Ripore, now long abandoned, because when the defiles were occupied by the enemy, even in small numbers, it was impossible to obtain supplies. This fort occupied a commanding position, which formed a kind of natural redan, 500 feet in height and overhanging a wide gorge amidst adjacent precipices. The only access to it was by a narrow winding path cut in the solid rock and extremely difficult, even for foot soldiers. Dismantled walls, ruined bastions crowned the summit. A stone parapet guarded the esplanade from the abyss beneath, and part remained of the building which had served as barracks for the little garrison of Ripore. One alone was left of all the guns which had formerly defended the fort. This was an enormous cannon, pointed from the front of the esplanade. Too heavy for removal, too much impaired to be of any value, it had been left there a prey to devouring rust. This piece of artillery, in size and length, was a match for the famous bronze cannon of Bilsa, which was cast in the time of Jihangir and is an enormous gun, 6 yards in length, with a caliber of 44. It might also bear comparison with the equally celebrated cannon of Bijapur, whose detonation, according to the natives, was enough to overthrow every building in the city. Such was the hill fort of Ripore, to which Kalagani led his prisoner. It was late when they reached it, after a fatiguing march of more than 25 miles. In whose presence was Colonel Munro about to find himself? He was soon to know. At the further end of the esplanade, a group of natives could be seen within the ruined barracks. They left it and advanced, while along the opposite parapet the dacoits ranged themselves in a half-circle, of which Colonel Munro occupied the center. He stood with folded arms, awaiting his fate. Kalagani, quitting his place in the ranks, advanced a few paces to meet the party. A native, simply dressed, walked in front. Before him, Kalagani bent respectfully and kissed his extended hand, receiving a sign of approbation for good service rendered. His leader then approached the prisoner, deliberately, but with flaming eyes, and in every feature showing symptoms of rage, intense, although restrained. He was like a wild beast drawing near his prey. Colonel Munro let him come. He drew not back an inch, but regarded the man as fixedly as he was himself regarded. When but 5 paces apart, "'Tis only Balau Rao," said the colonel, in a tone of profound contempt. "Look again," returned the Hindu. "Nana Sahib!" cried Colonel Munro, and now indeed he started back. "Nana Sahib alive!" It was indeed the Nabob himself, the notorious leader of the Sepoy revolt, the deadly enemy of Sir Edward Munro. Who then fell at the Pal of Tandit? His brother, Balau Rao. The extraordinary resemblance of these 2 men, both marked with smallpox, both having lost the same finger of the same hand, had deceived the soldiers of Lucknow and Campore. They had not hesitated to express absolute certainty that that man was the Nabob, who in fact was his brother. The mistake was inevitable, and thus government was informed of the death of Nana Sahib while he yet lived, and Balau Rao was no more. He failed not to take advantage of this new aspect of affairs by which almost absolute security was afforded him. No such indefatigable search would be made for his brother as for himself, because neither had he taken a leading part in the Campore massacres, nor had he the pernicious influence possessed by the Nana over his countrymen. Nana Sahib therefore resolved to maintain the idea of his death, and renounce for the present his insurrectionary schemes, devoting himself wholly to private revenge. Never had circumstances in this respect so favored him. Colonel Munro had left Calcutta on a long journey by which he meant to reach Bombay. Believing it possible to decoy him across the Bundelkund into the lonely region of the Vindhyas, Nana Sahib had previously put that mission into the hands of the crafty Kalagani. After the affair at the Pal of Tandit, he himself of course quitted what was no longer a safe retreat, and plunging into the Narbura valleys, concealed himself among the deep gorges of the Vindhyas. There, with a band of followers devoted to his person, he established himself in the deserted fort of Ripore, where he was soon reinforced by a party of dacoits, worthy allies of such a chief, and month after month he waited. 4 months he waited, until, having done his part, Kalagani should inform him of the near approach of his enemy. One fear possessed Nana Sahib. It was lest news of his death should reach the ears of Kalagani, for if he had reason to believe it, would he not abandon his treacherous designs? In order to prevent any such mistake, Nasim had been dispatched to meet the steam-house train on the road from Sindh, communicate with Kalagani, and acquaint him with the exact state of the case. Immediately after doing so in the crowded caravan of the Brinjaris, Nasim hastened back to the fort of Ripore, and gave him the latest intelligence of the progress of his victim. Kalagani was bringing him by short journeys towards the Vindhyas, and he was to be taken prisoner on the banks of Lake Paturia. All had succeeded to a wish. This time, revenge was certain. And now Colonel Munro stood before Nana Sahib, disarmed, alone, at his mercy. After the first few words, these two men continued to gaze in silence one upon another. On a sudden, the image of Lady Munro rose so vividly before his eyes that the blood rushed from her husband's heart to his head. He sprang at the murderer of the prisoners of Campore. Nana Sahib merely stepped back 2 paces, while several men flung themselves upon the colonel, whom they overpowered, though not without difficulty. Sir Edward Munro resumed his self-possession, which, no doubt, the Nabob perceived, for by a sign he made his men retire. Once more the foes stood face to face. At length the Nana spoke. "Munro," he said, "by your people 120 prisoners were blown from the cannon's mouth at Peshawar. Since then, more than 1,200 sepoys have perished by that frightful death. Your people ruthlessly massacred the fugitives of Lahore. After the siege of Delhi, they slaughtered 3 princes and 29 members of the royal family. At Lucknow, they slew 6,000 of a race and 3,000 after the campaign of the Punjab. In all, by cannon, musketry, by the gallows and the sword, 120,000 sepoys and 200,000 natives have paid with their lives for the rising and defense of national independence." "Death! Death!" cried the dacoits and all the followers of Nana Sahib. He silenced them by a gesture, and waited for Colonel Munro to speak. The colonel gave no answer. "As for thee, Munro," resumed the Nabob, "my faithful friend, the Rani of Jhansi, was slain by thy hand. She is not yet avenged." Still no reply. "4 months ago," said Nana Sahib, "my brother Balao Rao fell under English balls aimed at me, and my brother is not yet avenged. Death! Death!" This time these words were uttered more furiously, and the whole band made a movement as though to fall upon the prisoner. "Silence!" exclaimed the Nana. "Await the hour of justice." All drew back. "Munro," once more continued the Nabob, "an ancestor of yours, one Hector Munro, first invented the punishment of which fearful use was made during the war of 1857. He gave the first order to tie the living bodies of our people, our parents, our brothers, to the cannon's mouth." These words excited a fresh outburst of rage among his followers. Once more he calmed them, and said, "Munro, as they perished, so shalt thou perish. Behold this gun!" And turning round, he pointed to the enormous cannon which occupied the centre of the esplanade. "It is already loaded. You are about to be bound to its mouth. And tomorrow morning, when the sun rises, that cannon's roar shall announce throughout the depths of the Vindhyas that the vengeance of Nana Sahib is at last complete." Colonel Munro fixed his eyes on the Nabob with a composure which proved that death, even such a death, had no terrors for him. "It is well," he said. "You do as I should have done had you fallen into my hands." And walking up to the gun, he placed himself before it. His hands were tied behind his back, and by strong cords he was bound across its deadly mouth. There, for more than an hour, he was subjected to the base insults of all these savage men. The brave colonel remained unmoved before their outrages, as before death itself. Night fell. Nana Sahib, Kalagani, and Nasim withdrew into the old barracks. Their men at length, weary of tormenting the captive, followed their leaders. Sir Edward Munro was alone, in the presence of death and of his God. End of chapter 11. Recording by Elizabeth Lasley.
Book 2, Chapter 12. The Steam House by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, contact LibriVox.org. The silence was not long unbroken. An ample supply of provisions and abundance of arrack quickly excited the dacoits, who ate and drank immoderately to noisy and vociferous clamor. By degrees, however, the uproar subsided. Sleep overtook the ruffians, who were wearied by days spent on watch before capturing their prisoner. Was it possible he would be left alone thus until the hour of execution? Even though secured by triple cords round breast and arms, incapable of the least movement, would not Nana Sahib place a guard over his victim? While such thoughts passed through the colonel's mind, a dacoit left the barracks and came across the esplanade. This man was appointed to keep watch over the prisoner throughout the night. He approached the gun, and after ascertaining that Colonel Munro's position remained unaltered, he tried the cords with no gentle hand, muttering, 10 pounds of gunpowder! The old gun has not spoken for a long time. Tomorrow she shall say something worth hearing. This remark brought a haughty smile to the lips of the gallant colonel. The most fearful death had no terrors for him. The native then went round the cannon, caressing it with his hand, and resting his finger for an instant on the touch-hole. There he stood, leaning on the breech of the gun, apparently losing all recollection of the prisoner, who remained like a culprit beneath a gibbet, waiting till the fatal bolt be withdrawn. Somewhat affected by the powerful spirit he had been drinking, and utterly indifferent to the awful position of the unhappy prisoner, the Hindu indistinctly hummed the air of an old Hindustani song, breaking off and resuming the tune as a man does when, under the influence of liquor, his thoughts gradually escape control. Presently he stood erect. Again passing his hand all over the gun, he came round it and stopped in front of the colonel, gazing stupidly as he muttered incoherent words. He touched the cords and seemed about to draw them tighter. Then, nodding his head as if reassured, sauntered up to the parapet about a dozen paces off. For 10 minutes he remained there, resting his arms on the top, sometimes glancing round, and then again gazing far down into the abyss at the foot of the fortress. It was plain he was making a last effort against the drowsiness which threatened to overcome him. But at last he yielded, let himself drop to the ground, and there lay stretched, the shadow of the parapet completely hiding him. The night was intensely dark. Heavy clouds hung low and motionless. The atmosphere was still and oppressive. No sound from the valley reached this height. Perfect silence reigned around. For the honor of brave Colonel Munro, we must describe how he spent this terrible night. Not for a moment did he allow his thoughts to dwell on that last moment of his life, now fast approaching, when with rude force his body would be blown to pieces and the atoms scattered far and wide. After all, it would be instantaneous, and such a death had no terrors for a nature on which no moral or physical danger ever had effect. A few hours were still his. They belonged to this life, which for the greater part had been spent so happily. His whole existence passed before him with wonderful exactitude. The image of Lady Munro arose. Once more he saw, he heard that dear one whom he still mourned as in the first days of his bereavement, no longer with tears, but with an ever-aching heart. In his thoughts he returned to the beginning of his acquaintance with her, then a fair young girl living in the doomed town of Cawnpore, in the house where he first admired, knew, and loved her. He lived over again those few years of happiness, suddenly terminated by that most frightful catastrophe. He could recall every word, look, glance of hers with such distinctness that the reality itself could hardly have been more real. Midnight passed without his being aware of it. The present was forgotten by him. Nothing could disturb him in his blissful recollections of his adored wife. In 3 hours he had gone over every day of the 3 years they had spent together. Yes, he was far away in imagination from the plateau and fortress of rapport, far away from the mouth of that cannon which the first rays of the sun were to fire. But now came that horrible siege of Cawnpore, the imprisonment of Lady Munro and her mother in the Bibigar, the frightful massacre, and lastly the well, the tomb of 200 victims, on which 4 months ago he had wept for the last time. And now that demon, Nana Sahib, was here, only a few yards from him, behind the walls of a ruined barrack. The leader of the massacres, the murder of Lady Munro, and of so many other unhappy beings. It was into this assassin's hands he had fallen, who he had hoped to do justice on the assassin who had hitherto escaped. These thoughts roused Sir Edward. With an impulse of blind anger, he made one desperate effort to free himself. The cords stretched, but the tightened knots cut into his flesh. He uttered a cry, not of pain, but of impotent rage. At the sound, the native raised his head. His senses returned. He remembered that he was guarding the prisoner. He got up and staggered to the colonel, laid his hand on his shoulder to make sure his prisoner was still there, and in a drowsy tone muttered, "Tomorrow, at sunrise." Boom! Then he returned to the parapet as if for support, but no sooner did he touch it again than he lay down and was soon sound asleep. After that one vain effort, calm fell upon Colonel Munro. The course of his thoughts was changed, though not directed to the fate which awaited him. By a natural association of ideas, his mind reverted to his friends, his companions. He wondered whether they had also fallen into the hands of another band of the dacoits who swarm all over the Vindhyas, whether a fate similar to his own might not be reserved for them. The very idea sent a pang through his heart. But then he told himself that such a thing could not be. If the Nabob had wished their death, would he not have united them together in the same punishment, to double his agony by the side of his friends? No, it was on him, and on him alone, this he strove to believe, that Nana Sahib wished to wreak his hatred. Then if Banks, Captain Hood, and Mockler were free, what were they doing? Had they taken the road to Jubalpur, mounted on Behemoth? The dacoits had not been able to destroy him, and he could carry them quickly. Once there, they could soon get help. But what would be the use of it then? How could they find out where the colonel was? No one knew of the fortress of Raipur, the retreat of Nana Sahib. And besides, why should the name of Nabob come into their minds? Did they not believe that Nana Sahib was dead, and that he fell in the attack on the Pal de Tandit? No. They could do nothing for the prisoner. Neither from Gumi could help be expected. Kalagani had had every reason for getting rid of this faithful servant, and since Gumi was not there, it was because his death had preceded that of his master. It was useless to count on even one chance of deliverance. Colonel Munro was not the sort of man who would delude himself with vain hopes. He saw his position in its true light, and he returned to his thoughts of the past, and all its happy days and hours. How long a time was spent thus he would have found it difficult to determine. The night was still dark. No faint streak of light as yet appeared on the mountain peaks to herald the approach of dawn. It must have been about 4 a.m. when the attention of Colonel Munro was arrested by a most singular phenomenon. Whilst living that past inner existence, he had no eyes for anything near him. Scenes of other days were before him. Exterior objects, indistinctly seen in the gloom, had no attraction for him, when suddenly his eyes became conscious of something that caused the vision called up by his imagination totally to vanish. In fact, the colonel was no longer alone on the esplanade of Raipur. A wavering light had all at once appeared toward the end of the path, near the postern of the fortress. It went to and fro, now dim, now bright, one moment almost extinguished, the next resuming its brilliancy, as if held in an insecure hand. In the prisoner's position, every incident had its importance. He watched the light intently. Observing that a smoky vapor rose from it, he concluded it was not enclosed in a lantern. "One of my companions," thought the colonel. "Gumi, perhaps, but no. He would not be there with the light to betray his presence. Who can it be?" The flame slowly advanced. It glided along the wall of the old barrack, so close, indeed, that Sir Edward feared that it would be perceived by natives sleeping within. No notice was taken. The light passed unobserved. Every now and then, when the hand that bore it waved it wildly aloft, it blazed up afresh and burned more brightly. By the time it reached the parapet and moved along the crest, like St. Elmo's fire on a stormy night, the colonel had begun to distinguish a phantom. No distinct outline, but a vague shadow flitting onwards. The being, whoever it was clothed in a long garment covering both arms and head. The prisoner did not move. He scarcely dared to breathe. He feared to terrify this apparition, or see the flame disappear in the darkness. He kept as motionless as the weighty piece of metal which held him, as it were, in its enormous jaws. In the meantime, the phantom continued to glide along the parapet. Suppose it stumbled over the body of the sleeping Hindu? No, that was not likely, for the man lay to the left of the cannon, whilst the apparition advanced from the right, stopping sometimes, but ever gradually drawing nearer. It at last came so close that Colonel Munro could see it distinctly. What he saw was a being of medium height, entirely covered by a long mantle. One hand alone was visible, bearing a lighted torch. "It is some madman," thought the colonel, who was so accustomed to visit the Coits' encampment that they take no notice of him. "Why hasn't he a dagger in his hand instead of a torch? Perhaps I should be able—" It was not a madman, and yet Sir Edward had nearly guessed aright. This was the mad woman of the Nubura Valley, the unconscious creature who for the last 4 months had strayed around the Vindhyas, always respected and hospitably received by the superstitious goons. Neither Nana Sahib nor any of his companions knew of the part Roving Flame had taken in the attack on the Pal of Tandit. Many a time they had met her in this mountainous district of Bundukund, but her presence had never caused them any anxiety. Often had her incessant wanderings led her to the fortress of Rapport, and no one ever dreamt of driving her away. It was only by chance that her nocturnal peregrinations had brought her there that night. Colonel Munro knew nothing about this madwoman. He had never heard of Roving Flame, and yet as this unknown being approached, and was about to touch and perhaps speak to him, his heart beat with unaccountable violence. Little by little the madwoman drew near the cannon. Her torch burned dimly. She did not appear to see the prisoner, although she was face to face with him, and her eyes were visible through openings like holes in the hood of a penitent. Sir Edward did not stir. Neither by word nor by gesture did he seek to attract the attention of the strange being. At last she turned and flitted round the huge gun, the light she carried casting little wandering shadows over its surface. Did the poor bewildered brain know the use of this gun, standing there like a monster, that a man was bound to its mouth, and that, at first morning beam of light, it would vomit forth a fearful burst of thunder and lightning? Far from it. Roving Flame was there as she might be anywhere, quite unconscious. She wandered about tonight as she had done many a time before on the esplanade. Then she would probably leave the spot, glide down the winding path to the valley, and thence stray wherever her fancy took her. As Colonel Munro could freely turn his head, he followed all her movements. He saw her pass round the gun and direct her steps in the direction of the postern. Suddenly Roving Flame stopped only a few paces from the sleeping native and turned. Some invisible power seemed to draw her forward. Some unaccountable instinct brought her back to the colonel, and again she stood motionless before him. Sir Edward's heart beat vehemently, as though it would burst from his bosom. Roving Flame moved yet nearer. She raised her torch to a level with the prisoner's face, as though the better to see him. Nothing of her own face was visible except her eyes, and they were brilliant with a feverish fire. Colonel Munro gazed intently, as if fascinated. The left hand of the strange being gradually drew back the folds of its garment until her face was exposed to view, and at the same time she shook the torch until it blazed afresh and threw a bright light around. A half-stifled cry broke from the prisoner. "Laura! Laura!" He thought he must be going mad himself. He closed his eyes for a moment. Then again he looked at her. It was Lady Munro. It was his wife who stood before him. "Laura, you! Is it you?" he stammered. Lady Munro answered not a word. She did not recognize him. She did not even appear to hear him. "Laura, mad! Yes, mad, but living." Sir Edward could not have been deceived by a mere resemblance. The image of his wife was too deeply graven on his heart. Sadly changed, but still beautiful, was Lady Munro, and even after 9 years of a separation which her husband had deemed eternal, he knew her to be his wife. This poor lady, after doing all in her power to defend her mother, slain before her eyes, had herself fallen wounded, but not mortally. She was one of the last thrown into the well of Cawnpore on the heap of victims already filling it. When night fell, the instinct of self-preservation caused her to struggle up the margin of the well. Instinct alone, for reason had fled at the horror of those awful scenes. After all she had suffered from the commencement of the siege, in the prison of the Bibigar, and at the massacre, finally seeing her mother slain had driven away her senses. She was mad, quite mad, but living. Just as Munro had said, crazed, she had dragged herself out of the well and had wandered away and left the town, as did Nana Sahib and his followers after the bloody execution. Mad, she had escaped in the darkness through the country, avoiding town and inhabited districts, received by the poor ryots, and respected by them as a being deprived of reason. The poor creature had roamed onward until she reached the Satpura Mountains, and then the Vindhyas. Dead to everyone for 9 years, crazed by the horrors she had witnessed, she wandered incessantly, unable ever to rest. And this was she. Colonel Munro called again. No answer. Oh, what would he not have given for power to fold her in his arms, carry her, fly with her, and commence a new life at her side. With the care and the great love he would lavish on her, reason could surely be won back. But what vain fancies were these? Was he not powerless, bound to this mass of metal, his limbs cut and numb with the tightly drawn cords, utterly unable to stir, in spite of all of his wild longing to tear her away from that accursed spot? What torture, what agony was that? Far beyond even what Nana Sahib's cruel imagination could have conceived. Ah, if that demon had been there, if he had known that Lady Munro was in his power, what horrible joy he would have felt, with what refinement of cruelty he could have increased the sufferings of his prisoner. "Laura! Laura!" repeated Sir Edward, raising his voice even at the risk of arousing his guard, sleeping but a few steps distant, or the dacoits in the old barrack, or Nana Sahib himself. Neither comprehending him nor seeing who he was, Lady Munro kept her wild eyes fixed on the colonel's face. She understood nothing of the frightful torture inflicted on him at thus finding his wife again, only when he himself had but an hour to live. She shook her head slightly, as though she had no wish to reply. A few minutes passed like this. Then her hands sunk down, her mantle fell again over her face, and she drew back a step or two. She was leaving him. "Laura!" cried once more the agonized husband, as though he were bidding her a last farewell. But no, it was evidently not yet her intention to leave the esplanade. The situation, already so dreadful, was now to be aggravated in a terrible degree. Lady Munro stopped. The cannon had attracted her attention. Perhaps it awoke in her darkened mind some shadowy recollection of the siege of Cawnpore. At any rate, she slowly returned. The hand which held the torch cast the light over every part of the gun. The smallest spark falling on the touch-hole would take instant effect. Must he then die by that hand, the one in all the world most dear to him? The thought was too awful to be endured. Far better were it to perish before the eyes of the Nana and his men. He must shout and arouse his executioners. Suddenly, from the interior of the cannon, he felt a hand grasp his. Yes, it was true. A friendly hand was busy at the cords. Then he became aware that a sharp blade was carefully cutting between the knots and his wrists. By some miracle, a liberator was near him, in the very heart of the instrument of death. One by one the cords were severed. In a second it was done. He took a step forward. He was free. All his self-command was required to restrain himself. The least sound would be certain ruin. From the mouth of the piece issued a hand. Munro grasped it. With an assistance, a man struggled forth and fell at his feet. It was Gumi. After his escape from Kalagani, this faithful servant had followed the road to Jubalpur, instead of returning to the lake towards which Nasim's band was proceeding. On reaching the path to Raipur, he had been obliged to conceal himself a second time on meeting a party of natives. From his hiding place he overheard them speaking of Colonel Munro, who was to be brought by the dacoits, headed by Kalagani, to the fortress where Nana Sahib had determined his death should take place. Unhesitatingly, Gumi crept cautiously up the winding path and reached the then-deserted esplanade. There the heroic idea occurred to him that he could creep into the huge gun, hoping to save his master if it were possible, and if not, to die with him. "Day is breaking," whispered Gumi. "We must fly." "And Lady Munro?" murmured the colonel, pointing to the motionless figure now standing with her hand resting on the breech of the gun. "In our arms, master," answered Gumi, asking no explanation. It was too late. As the colonel and Gumi approached to seize her, the poor lady, to escape them, leaned across the gun. A spark fell from her torch, and a terrific roar, echoing from cliff to cliff of the Vindhyas, filled the valley as with a burst of thunder. End of chapter 12.
Section 29 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Chapter 13. Behemoth. At this tremendous report, Lady Munro fell fainting into the arms of her husband. Without losing a moment, the colonel darted across the esplanade, Gumi, after giving his quietus to the astounded guard, following. Scarcely had they passed through the postern before the esplanade was covered with the suddenly awakened men. A moment's hesitation ensued, which was favorable to the fugitives. Nana Sahib rarely passed the night in the fortress, and the evening before, after binding Colonel Munro to the cannon's mouth, he had gone to meet some chiefs whom he did not dare to visit in open day. But this was the hour at which he usually returned, and he would not be long in appearing. Kalagani, Nasim, Hindus, and Dacoits, more than 100 men in all, would instantly have set off in pursuit of the prisoner. One thing alone delayed them. They were perfectly ignorant of what had occurred, and the dead body of the native who had been entrusted with the charge of the colonel completely mystified them. Their natural thought was that in all probability, by some strange mischance, the gun had gone off before the hour fixed, and that now the body of the prisoner was blown to pieces. The fury of Kalagani and the others vented itself in a storm of oaths and abuse. Had Nana Sahib and the rest been after all deprived of the pleasure of witnessing the last moments of Colonel Munro? The nabob was at no great distance. He must have heard the report, and be even now returning in all haste to the fortress. What reply could they make when he required at their hands the prisoner whom he had left in their charge? This hesitation and delay, slight as it was, gave the fugitives time to get some little distance before being perceived. Sir Edward and Gumi, full of hope after their miraculous deliverance, rapidly descended the winding path, the strong arms of the colonel scarcely feeling their burden. His faithful servant kept close at his side, ready to defend or assist him. 5 minutes after leaving the postern, they were halfway between the plateau and the valley. But day was breaking, and already a glimmering light penetrated to the bottom of the narrow gorge. A yell burst from the heights above them. As he leant over the parapet, Kalagani had caught sight of 2 fugitives. One of them must be the prisoner of the Nana. "Munro! There is Munro!" shouted Kalagani, mad with rage. And with a bound he was through the postern and in hot pursuit, followed by all his band. "We are seen," said the colonel, increasing his speed. "I will stop the first," said Gumi. "They will kill me, but it may give you time to reach the high road." "They shall either kill us both, or we will escape together," responded Munro. The part of the way now reached was less rough, and they could therefore proceed faster. 40 feet farther, and they would be in the Rapport road leading to the highway. But though flight would be easier, so also would be the pursuit. To seek concealment was useless. Both would have been discovered immediately. The only chance of ultimate escape was to reach the open country. Colonel Munro's resolve was taken. He would not again fall alive into the hands of Nana Sahib. Rather than leave her, who had just been restored to him, in the power of the nabob, he would plunge Gumi's dagger into her heart and then himself die by the same weapon. "Courage, master," said Gumi, ready, if need were, to shield the colonel with his own body. "In 5 minutes we shall be on the Jubbulpore road." "God grant that we may find help there," murmured the colonel. The shouts of the natives were becoming more and more distinct. On hurried the fugitives. They were at the road. They turned the corner. To their horror there, close to them, were 2 men, rapidly advancing from the opposite direction. It was now light enough to distinguish faces clearly, and 2 names, uttered like a cry of hatred, burst forth at the same moment. "Munro! Nana Sahib!" On hearing the report of the cannon, the nabob had hastened with all speed towards the fortress. He could not understand why his orders should have been executed before the hour he had named. A Hindu accompanied him, but before this man had time to make even a sign, he fell at Gumi's feet, stabbed with the same knife which had severed the colonel's bonds. "Help, here!" cried the Nana to the men who were dashing down the path. "Yes, here!" returned Gumi, and like a lightning flash he was upon the nabob. His intention was, if he failed in killing him at the first blow, at least to struggle with him, so as to give Colonel Munro time to reach the highroad. But the knife was struck from his grasp and fell to the ground. Furious at being disarmed, Gumi seized his adversary round the body, and lifting him in his powerful arms, actually carried him off, determining to spring with him over the nearest precipice into the abyss beneath. In the meanwhile, Kalagani and his companions were rapidly approaching. In another minute they would be upon them, and then what hope of escape could there be? "Another effort," repeated Gumi. "I can keep them at bay for a few minutes by using their nabob as a shield. Fly, master, fly without me." The pursuers were close behind. In a half-strangled voice the nabob called on Kalagani. Suddenly, not 20 paces from them, other cries arose. "Munro! Munro!" There on the Rippor road was Banks. With him Captain Hood, Mauclair, Sergeant McNeill, Fox, Parizard, and a little way behind them, on the high road, vomiting forth torrents of steam, Behemoth, in charge of Storr and Carruth. After the destruction of the last car composing Steam House, the engineer and his companions had no alternative but to use as a vehicle the elephant, which the Dacoit had been unable to destroy. Perched on Behemoth, they soon left Lake Pretoria and advanced along the Jubbulpore road. But just as they were passing the turning which led to the fortress, the tremendous report bursting over their heads caused them to halt. Some presentiment, instinct, call it what you will, made them spring to the ground and hurry at full speed up the steep road. What they hoped or expected they could not have told. A sudden turn brought them all at once in full view of the colonel, whose first cry was, "Save Lady Munro!" "And keep fast hold of the true Nana Sahib," gasped Gumi, who with a last furious effort had thrown the half-suffocated man to the ground. Captain Hood, McNeill, and Fox quickly seized and made him prisoner, and without asking any other explanation, the whole party hastened back to Behemoth. By order of the colonel, who wished to give him up to English justice, Nana Sahib was bound to the elephant's neck. Lady Munro was placed in the howdah, her husband by her side. She was gradually recovering from her faint, and he anxiously watched for the least gleam of reason. All were soon on the elephant's back. "At full speed!" cried Banks. It was time. Already the foremost natives were but 100 yards distant. All would be well if Behemoth could only reach before them the advanced post of the military cantonment of Jubbulpore, commanding the last defile of the Vindhyas. The engine was abundantly supplied with water and fuel, everything necessary to maintain pressure, and keep up the utmost speed. But the road being full of sudden turns and angles, careful steering was necessary. It was not safe to rush blindly on. The natives gained visibly, and their shouts redoubled. "We shall have to defend ourselves," said McNeill. "And we will defend ourselves," returned Captain Hood, with determination. A dozen cartridges were all they had. Not a single shot must miss, for their pursuers were armed, and everything depended on their being kept at a distance. Hood and Fox, rifle in hand, posted themselves in the rear, at the back of the howdah. Gumi was forward, but still able to take good aim. McNeill was stationed near Nana Sahib, revolver in one hand and dagger in the other, ready to stab him if the Hindus seemed likely to overpower them. Carruth and Parizard supplied the furnaces. Banks and Storr drove the engines. Already the pursuit had lasted 10 minutes. 200 paces at most divided the parties. Though the natives went faster, the elephant could of course keep up his speed longer. The only tactics it was possible to employ were to keep the enemy from getting ahead. At that moment a dozen shots rang out from the pursuers. The balls whistled harmlessly over Behemoth, except one which struck the end of his trunk. "Don't fire yet. We mustn't fire till we are certain of hitting," cried Captain Hood. "Save your fire. They are too far off yet." Banks, now seeing a straight line of road before him, opened wide the regulator, and Behemoth, dashing forward, left the enemy several hundred yards behind. "Hurrah! Hurrah for old Behemoth!" shouted the captain, wild with excitement. "Ha, ha! Those scoundrels can't catch him!" But at the end of this straight bit of road lay a steep and winding pass, or defile, the last on the south side of the Vindhyas, which must necessarily delay the progress of Banks and his companions. Kalagani and his party, knowing this, redoubled their efforts. On went Behemoth, and now he was in the narrow road with a precipitous cliff on either side. Speed was slackened, and Banks had to steer with the greatest care. Of course the natives soon regained all the ground they had lost. Though they had no hope of saving Nana Sahib, who was at the mercy of a dagger thrust, at least they could avenge his death. Another discharge was fired, but without touching anyone on Behemoth's back. "This is getting serious," said the captain, leveling his gun. "Attention!" He and Gumi fired simultaneously. Two of the foremost natives were struck full in the chest and fell. "Two less," said Gumi, reloading his weapon. "2 out of 100," returned Hood. "That is not nearly enough. We must make them pay more dearly than that." And 3 more natives fell dead. It was impossible to go fast along this winding defile, and besides, as it narrowed the way became steeper. However, another half mile and the last slope of the Vindhyas would be crossed, and Behemoth would find himself not 100 yards from an outpost almost in sight of Jubbulpore. These natives were not the sort of men to be terrified at the fire directed against them. They counted their lives as nothing when the duty of saving or avenging Nana Sahib was in question. 10, 20 of them might fall, but 80 would still remain to rush on Behemoth, the moving citadel, and attack with murderous intent the little party it contained. Kalagani was well aware of the fact that Captain Hood and his friends had but a few cartridges left, and that consequently their guns would soon be but useless weapons in their hands. Half of their ammunition was indeed already gone. However, 4 more shots were fired, and 4 more Hindus fell. Hood and Fox had now but a bullet apiece. At that moment Kalagani, who had till now been very cautious, sprang forward nearer than was prudent. "Ha! That's you, is it? I'll have you now," remarked the captain, taking aim with the greatest coolness. The shot struck the traitor in the very middle of the forehead. His hands clutched wildly at the air, he made one bound, and fell dead on the spot. Suddenly the end of the pass appeared before them. Behemoth made one last effort. Once more Fox's rifle rang out, and 1 more native sank to the ground. The natives, perceiving immediately that the firing had ceased, pressed forward to the assault. "Jump off!" cried Banks. Under the circumstances it was indeed best to abandon Behemoth and hasten on foot to the outpost. Colonel Munro, his wife in his arms, stepped down. Hood, Mauclair, the sergeant, and the rest speedily leapt off. Banks alone remained in the howdah. "And that villain!" cried Captain Hood, pointing to Nana Sahib, who was still bound to the elephant's neck. "Leave him to me, Captain," returned Banks in a significant tone. Then, giving a last turn to the regulator, he also descended. All hurried as fast as they could along the road, daggers in their hands, prepared to sell their lives dearly. Behemoth, left to himself, continued to move, but having no one to guide him, soon ran against the cliff, and there abruptly stopped, entirely barring the road. On came the natives. With a rush they were upon him, eager to liberate the Nana. Suddenly a tremendous roar, like a most frightful crash of thunder, rent the air. Before leaving the howdah, Banks had heavily charged the valves of the engine. The vapor reached extreme tension, and when Behemoth ran against the cliff, finding no way of escape through the cylinders, it burst the boiler, the fragments flying far and wide. "Poor Behemoth!" cried Captain Hood. "He has died to save us." End of section 29. Section 30 of The Steam House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston. Chapter 14. Captain Hood's 50th Tiger. Colonel Munro and his party had now nothing further to fear either from the nabob and the natives who followed his fortunes, or from the dacoit who had so long troubled this part of Bundelkund. At the sound of the explosion, soldiers issued from the guardhouse in imposing numbers. Finding themselves without a leader, the dacoit no sooner perceived this reinforcement than they instantly took to flight. Colonel Munro made himself known. In half an hour's time they reached the station where they were supplied with all they needed, and especially food, of which they were in great want. Lady Munro was lodged in a comfortable hotel until it was possible for her to be removed to Bombay. There Sir Edward trusted that his tender care would at last restore life to the soul of her whose body was at present the only living part, and who would still be dead to him unless her reason returned. None of his friends despaired of the final recovery of Lady Munro. All confidently awaited it as the only thing which could entirely alter the Colonel's existence. It was settled that the next day they should start for Bombay by the first train. This time they would be carried away by a common locomotive, instead of the indefatigable behemoth, who now, alas, lay in shapeless ruins. But neither his ardent admirer, Captain Hood, nor Banks, his ingenious inventor, nor indeed any of the members of the expedition, could ever forget the faithful animal to whom they all agreed in ascribing real life. Long did the noise of the explosion which annihilated him ring in their ears. Before leaving Jubbulpore, Banks, Hood, Mauclair, Fox, and Gumi naturally wished to pay a visit to the scene of the catastrophe. There was nothing to be feared from the band of dacoit, yet as a precautionary measure, when the engineer and his companions reached the outpost, a detachment of soldiers joined them, and proceeded with them to the entrance of the defile. On the ground lay 5 or 6 mutilated corpses, the bodies of those who had rushed on Behemoth for the purpose of freeing Nana Sahib. Of the remainder of the band there was not a trace. Instead of returning to the ruined fortress, the last faithful followers of the Nana had dispersed through the Nerbudda valley. Poor Behemoth had been utterly destroyed by the bursting of his boiler. One of his huge feet was found at a great distance. A part of his trunk blown against the cliff, stuck fast, and now projected like a gigantic arm. To a great distance the ground was strewn with fragments of iron, screws, bolts, pins, remains of pipes, valves, and cylinders. At the moment of the explosion, the tension of the force of steam must indeed have been terrific, perhaps exceeding 20 atmospheres. And now, of that artificial elephant of which the dwellers in Steam House had been so proud, that colossal animal which had provoked the superstitious admiration of the natives, the mechanical masterpiece of Banks the engineer, the realized dream of the whimsical Rajah of Bhutan, what remained? Only a valueless and unrecognizable skeleton. Poor beast, sighed Captain Hood as he gazed on the body of his beloved Behemoth. We can make another which shall be even still more powerful, said Banks. No doubt, returned the captain, heaving another deep sigh, but it won't be him. Whilst pursuing their investigations, the engineer and his companions anxiously looked for the remains of Nana Sahib. Even if his face were not recognizable, the finding of a hand which had lost a finger would be sufficient to prove his identity. It would be satisfactory to have this unquestionable proof of the death of the man who could no longer be mistaken for his brother, Balau Rao. But none of the bloody remains which strewed the ground appeared to belong to him who once was Nana Sahib. Had his followers carried away every trace and vestige of him? That was more than probable. The result of this was, that there being no certain proof of the death of Nana Sahib, a legend sprang up amongst the population of central India. To them their unseen nabob was still living. They regarded him as an immortal being. Banks and his friends were, however, positive that Nana Sahib could not have survived the explosion. They returned to the town, though not until Captain Hood had picked up a piece of one of Behemoth's tusks, which he ever afterwards treasured as a remembrance. The next day, the 4th of October, all left Jubbulpore by train. 24 hours later, they crossed the Western Ghauts, the Andes of Hindustan, which stretch their immense length through dense forests of banyans, sycamores, teaks, mingled with palms, cocoa trees, arias, pepper trees, sandalwood, and bamboos. In a few hours more the railway deposited them on the island of Bombay, which, with the islands of Salsette, Elephanta, and others, forms a magnificent roadstead and port, at the southeastern extremity of which stands the capital of the presidency. Colonel Munro did not wish to remain in this great town, swarming with Arabs, Persians, Banyans, Abyssinians, Parsees, or Guebres, Sinds, Europeans of every nationality, and also Hindus. The physicians whom he consulted on the state of Lady Munro recommended him to take her to a villa in the neighbourhood, where perfect quiet, combined with their great attention and the incessant care of her husband, could not fail to produce a salutary effect. A month passed. Not one of the colonel's companions, not one of his servants thought of leaving him. They wished to be near him on the not far distant day which they hoped would witness the cure of the poor lady. This joy came at last. Little by little Lady Munro's senses returned. The mind resumed its natural balance. Of her who had been roving flame there remained not a trace. She herself had no recollection of that sad time. "Laura, Laura!" exclaimed the colonel, as Lady Munro, at last fully recognizing him, was clasped in his arms. A week after this, the inhabitants of Steam House were united once more in the bungalow at Calcutta. Another life was beginning in the beautiful dwelling, very different to that which had formerly been passed within its walls. Banks was entreated to pass his leisure time there, Hood to return whenever he could get leave. As to McNeil and Gummi, they belonged to the house, and could never be separated from Colonel Munro. About this time Mauclair was obliged to leave Calcutta to return to Europe. He took leave at the same time as Hood, whom the devoted Fox was to follow to the military cantonments of Madras. "Goodbye, Captain," said Colonel Munro. "I am glad to think that you have nothing to regret in your journey across northern India, except not having shot your 50th tiger." "But I did shoot him, Colonel." "What! the 50th? When was that?" "Why," returned the captain with a flourish, "49 tigers and Caliganni. Does not that make 50?" End of the second and last part. End of Section 30. End of The Steam House by Jules Verne. Translated by Agnes D. Kingston.